mean, some of them have been competing for a while at this point, but not anywhere in the same ballpark, right? When you're going through a season like last where you have the highs and then you have the lows and you maybe have the stressful periods in between, is that something where the team leans on you, or where you try and really give perspective over the length of, like, you know, seen it before, this is kind of part of the process? What is that, as a veteran player towards your teammates, what does that look like?
I don't think, we don't really have any, I feel like everybody in our team now is pretty experienced. Maybe Brookie is not as experienced, but I feel like I've been seeing Robs playing CS now for as long as I have almost, you know, I can't.
I had Frozen when he was 17.
Yeah, exactly. So they've been around for so long, so I don't feel like, even though we played for longer than them, I don't feel like we have to show them the way in that sense. I think they're so experienced as players, and even though they're a lot younger than us, I can still feel like they know what to do and how to fix everything themselves in that sense.
I think it's more, from leadership perspective, it's more like keeping the team together, making sure we move in the right direction, making sure we don't go left and right in the vision of how we play, and constantly adapting, right? So I think that just naturally comes in the team. We're always adapting. It's not like, okay, new season, completely new style or something. Like, we're adapting during the season, we are doing trials and errors, right? And we do that as a team, right? And obviously you have a lot of experience with entering new players and different styles of playing, right? So I'm just having small chit-chats with people and trying to make sure how they feel comfortable, what they want to do more, what happened the last 2 months and the way I'm calling that maybe don't have the impact they used to. But I played Rain for a long time. I don't talk to him. I just know that it's part of the game, what he needs to do, you know. But with others, I think it's very important to constantly be involving and talking about how we play as a team, so everybody is involved in what direction the team is going. And I think that's has nothing to do with the veteran. Like Kobe says, everybody's very. They know themselves what they need to do to hit the high peak performance, right? But we need the foundation of the team to play good for everyone to perform at the highest level.
Speaking about that, I mean, last season, the introduction of Frozen, one of the things that people were highlighting was sort of what the play was going to be between Frozen and Rops in terms of some of the positions that they like to play, some of the roles, some of the situations. We did see Frozen really shine. Rops had some moments of, you know, individual struggle, maybe not to his incredibly high standard. Is that something you guys are looking at, shifting around, changing, anything to do with the roles or the chemistry on that front?
No, I think the situation has been overblown, because sometimes a player is getting a slump or maybe a little more less motivated, or, you know, things happens in the team. Maybe it's small adjustment in how we play, but if you think overall, I don't think there has been a big role overlap. I think the biggest role overlap has been with Rain than Robs, especially on the CT side, right? With when we played overpass and some situation on Inferno when you're playing.
You think that map is gone?
No, problem solved.
But in theory, there might be some micro details in the way that we used to play 3-on-3s, where Triss was alive, where Frozen now is alive. That might have been changed a bit, but the way we adopt and play the game is still the same, right? And sometimes people like Robs had a cripple high level in the end of CS2. I think as a rifle it's very hard to, in his role, to keep that level that high. But I just think at some point it's going to come back. I played with Robs many times. There is going to be a period of time where you have a slump, everybody has it, and when he's not thinking about that anymore, he's going to wreck people again. And we just have to make sure the foundation stays the same for him he can do the same things. And in the end, I think we're going to be a very strong team when everybody's firing all cylinders. And like I said, I think the role overlap between Frozen and Robs has been overblown when you look at statistics of one player versus the other one. It's the way we play in the X and X that might have changed a bit, but overall as a team it's still the same.
Yeah.
Okay. Talking about your coach, Neo, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was tough to say, yeah.
It's let's get into it. It's crazy to think, but he just hasn't been doing this that long, right? It started off so dang well, right? His coaching career is just like win, 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 finals. But it's a year-ish almost on task at this point, right?
Oh yeah, it's exactly 1 year.
Exactly 1 year now. So how have you seen him grow into the role? What do you think he is as a coach now versus when he was fresh starting?
Yeah, he's changed a lot, I feel like, but at the same time he hasn't changed that much. You know, I think it's he's trying to implement a lot of stuff. In the beginning, when he came in, he kind of just had to feel it out a little bit. You know, I think it's a little bit weird coming from a playing position and straight to a coach. you know.
And our team as well.
In our team,
In the situation we were.
Yeah, he came into a very rough-looking phase, and I'm not gonna lie. And there was a lot of talking in the team, and we didn't really know which direction we were going forward. And but I think he brings in a lot of good mood in that sense, and he's even though he's not a strict coach, he still has his way of playing, and he's trying to implement it together with Finn. So I think he's doing a really good job, and he has evolved a lot since last year for sure, at least from my perspective of it.
Yeah, the key thing when I talked to Philip is obviously I was pushing for Philip, because I know he has experience of sticking together for a long time in team. He knows the trials and errors, being with VPs for so many years, right? And how to deal with different personalities, even though there can be issues in the team. And he knows how to try to have a team together. And on top of that, he has always been a smart player, in my opinion. So one of the most important things is that the first 3 months, see what I do, write to me when you see something in the team. Don't talk to the guys about it. Let's just figure out a way you can implement slowly your stuff. And because we were in a very rough period of time, we just lost Robin out of nowhere one day before practice starts, and I'm kind of like, we need a coach. I have done it one time, being coach and a player at the same time. It's literally burning and draining me, and especially a new game coming out, I said no chance. So I think we just agreed on playing together and see how it goes for a half year, and in the end we did really good. And I think he has implemented, and he's helping a lot in the tight moment of the games with some force bias ideas he's coming with. And now over time he's getting more and more input, and now during the season I want him to have more input in practice, so I can relax a bit and focus my own level at home. That's not always me doing all the stuff. So I think he has a lot more to come with to the table, and I'm just looking forward to work more with him.
That does feel like a great thing to build on, right? I mean, talking about you as a player, as an in-game leader, the conversation of like player-coach almost has come up plenty of times before, right? Just in the breadth of experience and the standard you bring as an IGL. But does this now allow you to maybe take a bit of a step back, just having Neo be more experienced, knowing what he's doing, knowing what the expectation is of it? Is that just going to make your life a lot easier?
I have learned that talking about expectation to your teammates, to your coach, is the most important thing, right? The expectation of what he needs to do, what I need to do, what boundaries not to cross. And me and Philip has a really good relationship when it comes to, okay, I need you to do this next week, or I need you to prepare this for the upcoming month. We're really good in that, but at the same time we can talk about how this to be an ideal sometimes, you know? So on many points he's helping me a lot, and I had a really close relationship with Robin, right? And I think it was very hard to replace him one-to-one. So we had to look for something a little bit different, but still the same. From the same
pretty
generation.
close.
Yeah. In the end, we found the right person to help us with that, and I think he's doing a great job. And I think if he keeps going like this down the line, he's going to be a good coach if he keeps doing what he's doing.
I mean, it's certainly the right start to a resume, right? You know, add a few accolades very early on. You talked about the second Grand Slam, maybe that was mentioned earlier. Is that the ambition for the season? What does this season look like for FaZe Clan if at the end of the season you're looking back and saying this was a success?
I think for us to look at a Grand Slam, you need to win the Cologne. As time is running out, the competition, I think playing the Grand Slam now, this is the highest competition there ever been, with so many teams on 2 wins. Cologne is going to be a huge difference maker for a lot of teams, how the season is going to pan out, right? I think winning trophies, getting so close to huge history with Katowice and the major, right? Especially the major, we were close. Katowice final, not so much, but could have been a way different year. But now, when you look back, you have a little bit regrets that we didn't grab it while we had the chance. So I think the season, the most important thing this season is to be the best team in the world again and make sure that we try to make some kind of history.
I agree. Best team in the world, upcoming.
You know, no pressure, just a light standard.
That is part of FaZe Clan. If you're not in final, you're
Yeah, exactly. That's how it's always been. We lose a game, 10 threads somewhere. That's how FaZe is.
I feel like these last few years, we've seen just a huge crop of new talent come through, right? I mean, you have young guys on your team, but they're the guys who started a while ago, as you said, who've already played for a while. There's these new generations. I mean, Monesi, Donk, everyone from Mongolia apparently is a top-tier player. Like, what does it feel like as guys who've seen so many faces come through, who've been through different eras of the game, to see this newest crop of talent?
Yeah, I mean, during COVID online, I saw all my peers that I've been competing against for 10 years just drop one by one, MBK, Get Right, Forrest, Ryberg, all these big names, and I was like, this is going very fast. So I need to, if I want to keep playing, I need to commit even more time and just make sure I survive until LAN, right? Because I think that's where we saw the biggest generation shift of online to LAN, and you could feel some of the new players that came through the online era, they had a little bit issues adapting to LAN, but once they did, it was very good. And I think that's where you really saw the biggest generation shift. Now you see new players and people are taking big chances of them because of what organization did during COVID. Really paid off with having way cheaper players but with bigger talents, and in the end it became the right thing. And I think now you just see organizations taking bigger chances than they used to pre-COVID, where everything was like, okay, on LAN at the majors, we need to be 100% ready for that event. And I think the organization is way better at looking for the future now than just looking for the short term, what we need to win within 6 months. So I think now it's a perfect balance between the veteran and the players, but I'm still lacking to see new IGLs. I think still it's a big concern for me that there's no new IGLs who chooses the role from beginning, because that's where you're gonna get the upper hand for the coming 10 years if you do the correct way.
Yeah, I feel like it's, like you said, is a generational shift in that sense. I feel like our generation didn't grow up only playing video games. But the ones I play against now, they have like 60% of their time awake is just playing CS, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's going to change the way they play, and they're going to become better, and they're going to just be better players because they play so much from a young age, right? I didn't have the chance to play that much. Like when I grew up, if I played for 2-3 hours on the weekday when I was supposed to do homework or go football or anything, they would pull my internet, you know? But nowadays they have so much time to play the game, and it's grown so much that your family and your friends, when you grow up now, they like support you and they want you to play. So it's of course a really good thing for esports, and it's cool to look at it. These 16-year-old kids coming up and just running around smacking everybody on LAN, right? So I think it's a good way to go for Counter-Strike and esports in general.
It's interesting your point about starting as an IGL versus transitioning into it. I feel like we're seeing the move towards some players making the transition. Your old teammate Twists apparently taking up the mantle over on Liquid. I guess, what do you think about that idea of either starting in the in-game leading versus the transition? It's something that you did, at some point in your career. What does that change look like as a player?
I think it's very dangerous to change in your peak. I think that's the time you don't do it. Either you do it before you hit your peak as a player, or you do it when you're in the later years, like Device now, where you still have the high ceiling of the way you play the veteran. As an Orba, you have been playing with a lot of different IGLs. You've been secondary calling for a long time. You know when to take the natural right step. I think I'm always worried, especially Twist. I think he has capabilities to do it and qualities, but it is just the moment you're sitting in it with yourself after 6 months is where you struggle the most. It's a mental thing where you need to understand the team first every single day, every single game, every single moment of the round. You put your team first and not your own feelings and how you think, because I had to learn the hard way how to deal with emotions. Back then, like I think the new generation also have mental coaches, sports psychologists. At 16 years old, if I had someone to help me dealing with pressure, dealing me with how to talk with teammates and stuff like that, I think that would have made me a way better player today. I had to learn it myself in the hard losses and learn from those losses where I could have maybe prevented some of those losses with the right mental coach behind me or sports psychologist. So I think transitioning into IGL is always a very dangerous territory. It's very hard to come back from as well. A player like Shux, when he went into it, he was still at a high peak. he never came back to the peak after he was IGL. Once you are IGL, you think differently about the game. You don't think about yourself. You think about, if I do this, my teammates should do this. When you're playing, I do this. I expect my teammates to do this. You know, you're thinking way different because I was a superstar player as well in 1.6 many years ago. Who I know. So I know how it was to think that way. But the moment I chose to be leader, I gave everything up in that way of thinking, because you have to be very selfless in the way you think.
Do you think that this is kind of like a chicken or the egg question, cart before the horse? Like, do you think you have to have made that decision mentally of giving everything up and being that selfless player, or do you think that once you become the IGL, it's gonna have to happen naturally, like in terms of how you're thinking about the game?
You have to accept it before you become an IGL, because the moment you become IGL, you have to think about how to make your team best, how to make every player play best, and now how to think, how do you play the best to win? Because that's the main difference between players. Even if I ask what's their best map, and they say this is the best map, but our rating-wise it might be 20% win rate, they just feel good on that map. You always think about where you can have the most input as a player. That's how you are a good player. You think about how you can win the game for the team, right? But as an IGL, you have to think there is some issues on the team on that specific map, and how do you solve them, and how, even if I believe Mirage is a good map for us, I'm jumping on B side for 15 rounds or 12 rounds in a row. It's not enjoyable spend of time. Yeah. But I accept it because I know it's our best map, you know? Like, there's certain things you have to do as an IGL, and it's easier said than done, because sometimes an IGL, if I have a good game, I know we're gonna win. I know I can see the situation, I see everything happening, but sometimes when you don't have the good game, you have to find the solution in your toolbox, and over time, the toolbox is getting bigger and bigger, but when I started as an IGL, my toolbox was very small. So yeah, most important thing is to keep emotions in check. The second I crash in an official game, the team is dead. Like, it's very hard to win.
Yeah, we're just dead. Just give up. We're still feeling giving up. We're done, guys. Back up. We're leaving.
Okay. Trying to buy a hero AK.
In the ideal world, right? You mentioned like young players coming up as IGLs versus the transition later in the career. Let's say you have the same player, same base talent, same brain. Would you rather have that player become an IGL right at the beginning, or after a start phase, when they're made that decision to transition?
I think from start. I think it's the hardest road is to be in from the start. But also, if you are already a kind of a leader at 19 years old and you can lead players that's 25, because I remember when I started calling in 1.6, I was 16 years old, I played with 25 years old players, and I was like, okay, I understand the game, I can lead already as a 16-year-old with a small voice. Yo guys! I think at that moment I already knew that I have some kind of vision, but I chose to improve myself as a player and then become a leader. But I think if I could choose over, if I was 19 years old, I would choose to be a leader now, because what you can build up within the first 3 years of experience and the players you can play with, even if it's hard to be an IGL, if you are mentally ready at 19, 20 years old to handle the pressure, to handle the team, handle yourself, then you are set for a very good career, because the IGLs are very hard to replace when you look around, because you can hit a peak as a player for 2 years and then you can just disappear. But as an IGL, you're always going to get a second or third chance. As a player, it's very hard.
So you heard it here first. If you want job security, start as an IGL.
We want to beat every team and take the trophy.
Honestly, I don't think we need to prove to anyone. We won the major, we were the best team at that moment, and there's not much to say.
Watch out, the bees are coming.
We are here to claim your keys.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and game culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
We're out on safari, out on the boulevard, and it was a day of absolute carnage in the animal kingdom at the Esports World Cup.
A mouse taking down a panther. I mean, Mike, I guess it makes sense in the Counter-Strike jungle.
It's not what you'd expect, and there was a bear just mauling a bee over and over and over again, Freya.
Oh, it was not a pretty sight to be beholding. Speaking of which, not a falcon in sight for us.
I hear there's a whole flock in the other games, though.
But you know what matters today? Who's going to come out on top of the animal kingdom? This is the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup.
Semi-final day right here in Riyadh. The sun is starting to set outside. It is roughly 5:30 p.m. here in the afternoon, and I'm welcoming you back to the Esports World Cup. And it's not just that, because it's the Esports World Cup Club Championships, and we're well and truly knee-deep here in the Counter-Strike. My name is Trey Saranthus, also sometimes known as Stunna, and also here to kind of direct and guide you into what's going to be one of our last playoff days. Tomorrow we have that grand final. Today we have just 2 semifinals. And otherwise, what's been an entirely gruesome and cutthroat bracket. That's right. Welcoming also into the studio, we got Pimp down on the end and the Maniac in the middle. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me.
Please, I will never have enough of seeing us appear the AR of this box. This is like the highlight of my career, just to appear out of nowhere. Right next to Pim. How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, it's kind of good, you know. I'm fine, I'm good, and I'm happy to be next to Trace for the first time in a year, it almost feels like. So.
Has it been a year?
I think it's been a year. I think it was Cologne last time around, you know, and I've been enjoying that year, I'm not going to lie, but it's good to be back.
Well, that wasn't where I was going to take it. I was going to say I've thoroughly missed you.
Oh.
But also, you're missing out on this too, because this is the prize pool for the event. So let's look at how it all shapes down. 400,000 on the very tip top. We've only just got 4 teams left.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, forget about the numbers on the right-hand side. Now, we're focused on that first column left as well. 400K, but it's not just about money, it's also about resurrecting, right, of some sort for some of these teams. Unfortunately, we saw Furia go through all the way just to see their run stopped in a quarterfinal. So I feel like this is a little bit brutal, you know, just to show that, just to remind the Brazilian fans out there all of the ways they had to go through just to lose to Mous to the one yesterday.
Yeah, and they had a big spectator in attendance yesterday. I think Pimp probably knows more about him than I would, guaranteed. What's his name again?
He plays soccer, and he's called Neymar.
Don't you dare.
What?
If you give them that, they'll never let go. We have to stand our ground. This is football.
I'm sorry. He's playing with a ball or something, and he's pretty good at it.
There we go. Now that I can understand. Like, okay, there's a ball on the ground, kind of kick it around here and there.
Something like that.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yes, let's talk about our Pepsi top reactions. This would be what it looks like when things feel good, or obviously not, because there's the inverse as well. You see it right there on the Furia side.
Yeah, a lot of emotions happening yesterday in these games. A lot of emotions coming out from these players. Also from Neymar, as you saw right there. He was having a good time watching Furia play yesterday. So were Cello at certain moments. I think a lot of the teams are coming in with good energy. It feels like after the player break that people have had their vacation. They've had a little time to rejoice themselves, and now it feels like they're ready to play Counter-Strike again, and they're ready to bring the energy.
This event has changed how teams used to soft entry into the new season. Right? You used to say, we would meet in Copenhagen and we'd say, this is kind of a nice little boot camp for people to warm up. They have so-and-so chances to qualify for the full final. It's going to be great. None of that here. They're coming here as big bucks immediately. Basically, your whole organization is breathing down your neck for you to get these good results.
Yeah.
So I think we get some of that intensity out of the teams straight from the get-go.
Intensity, to say the least. Jacob, we've got a day full of matches, and by that I mean just two. Just two semifinals, 2 best-of-3s. We're no longer doing best-of-1s, right? This is our schedule.
Yeah, we got 4 teams who so far in the tournament obviously have played good Counter-Strike. I think some people will tune in today and be like, where the hell is Spirit? Where the hell is Vitality? Where the hell is FaZe Clan? Well, they've all been knocked out in the quarterfinals, weren't able to make it, weren't able to put up. So I think there's been a decent amount of surprises, considering that it started off with all the favorites winning in the best-of-3s, then the favorites making it out of the resurrection brackets as well. At the very least, Furia versus the Mongols in the final. I think we all saw that coming. And now coming into the semifinals, we have a lot of surprises.
Yeah, we do. And of course, I have to mention to you our Jamil Motorsport match of the day. That's going to be that second semifinal, Mous versus Navi, presented by Jamil Motorsport. So
tantalizing on multiple accounts. First of all, there is very little tape on the Mous versus Navi matchup.
Yeah.
We don't exactly know what to do about it. And when we talk about Mous, the most term we use is psychological barriers. How are they going to fare on the stage? Ooh, they cannot beat FaZe. It's their big brothers. We don't really know how they're going to feel when it comes to Navi. Do you think they have a certain amount of respect? I don't really necessarily think so. I don't think there are names in the Navi camp that really strike fear in you. But is it going to be a battle of the playstyle, the system that Blade has versus a little bit of a craziness of Mous? I'm not exactly sure. We get to learn about this matchup today.
Yeah, it's a good question. I do feel Mous are coming in as the favorite in that game. You know, I think they've been looking decent so far. I think they're playing good Counter-Strike. I like the Mous project. I like the in-game leader. I like everything about Mous right now. Whereas for Navi, it's a little bit tough for me to praise them more than we do right now, because I think they are over-exceeding expectations every single time we watch them play. I didn't anticipate them to be in the semi-final. I didn't expect them to win the major. I didn't expect them to be in the final at London, yet they keep on doing it. So for me, it's a little bit tough to call that game.
And for you, that's just you specifically.
That's
That's your personal opinion.
Yeah.
Now, what I want from you at home is to kind of have that same sort of idea. I want to know who you think will be victorious and have your say over at stcplay.gg. We're going to take a look at those results a little bit later before we jump into the server. Obviously, we have to kind of garner up all the votes, maybe get some people back there counting them all up hand one at a time, like one at a time by hand.
Yeah, you know a little bit about that, counting the votes and all of that.
Yeah, American.
Share with us a bit of knowledge on how does that work, or...
Yeah, no hanging chads around here. I'm pretty sure they're on the next game of the day. However, it is our Dr. Suleiman upcoming showdown. That's what we're looking at now. The first and foremost will be our semifinal featuring G2 and VP. Two of these teams, well, one of these teams for sure, ain't supposed to be here.
I mean, honestly, there's an argument to be made that the semifinal that we expected was Spirit Vitality.
Sure.
You take a first glance at the playoffs bracket, you think, wow, but actually none of that. Is G2 rolling over?
No, it is definitely not. But speaking of rolling, thanks to Jamil Motorsport for ensuring our players have arrived safely at the Boulevard. That's right, it's our Jamil Motorsport arrivals. As you see, Taz and company waiting through the heat one more time, maybe another time if they find success today.
Hope he's got that UV protection.
I mean, they look pretty hot, I'm not going to lie. They look ready for it. And I think the way G2 have played so far in this tournament have been pretty hot as well. I don't think anyone saw it coming. You know, a lot of question marks arised when Snacks was brought into the lineup. Mobs coming in as well in these new anchor roles. I think a lot of the people perceptions out there and the community were that was not a great move. Why would you bring in Snacks? He wasn't doing great in Gamer Legion. You're G2, you're supposed to win stuff. Sign one of the best in-game leaders out there. Bank some money in there. But they weren't to do that. Who? Well, there was a lot of options. But then again, most of the good in-game leaders right now are tied down to contracts. So who could you have gotten outside of Snacks? That's my big issue.
I know where you're going with this, and I do agree that there will still be reservations like midterm, but after what happened in Dallas, I think we were all put on notice that G2 could pop off.
Yeah,
it's true.
They had no business winning in Dallas, not at all. And so it was like an apt reminder of, hey, when they catch on fire, even with, at the time, Stewie isn't really contributing massively in terms of kills, there's enough talent. Now you bring in Mous, much better than Nexa, you can already see it individually, and then you still keep your Niko, your Monesi. Niko is like on track to MVP. All of that putting together is like the honeymoon term that we use ever so often. I feel like we're having another example now.
No offense to Stewie, I think he did well in Dallas, but I almost feel like if we could have put you into that lineup at Dallas, and they probably still could have won that.
Sign me in.
Hold on.
Sign me in.
Not you, this guy.
Well,
this guy.
Let's not get too carried away.
Okay.
Because, I mean, if maybe...
You got something you want to say, or...
You think he sucks?
Happening?
No, I wasn't going to say any of that. Yeah, don't put him in the lineup. There was a lot of question marks going into Dallas. Sure. And again, we've got a double dose of that here with the new lineup on the side of G2. Some of my questions around G2 probably stem from the utilization of Mobs, right? And how he's been utilized specifically in the first day when we saw them on Ancient. He looked like, hey, we're on the A site, or I'm on the A site rather, and what do I do with my hands? You know, like there was a moment there where it wasn't looking like it was coming together too well, specifically for him and his utilization.
Yeah, and I think that's the big question mark still. How is he going to fare on this CT side in these anchor roles? I think that's a big question mark. I think that's something where he will have to put in a lot of hours. He will have to probably redefine that he's been playing Counter-Strike on the CT side. However, what we've seen so far on the T side is that he's given a lot of freedom to be aggressive. We've seen it on Mirage, we've seen it on Ancient. He's been thriving well on that T side. He's aggressive, he's opening, and that means that now you have Monacy with the AWP, obviously, who can explode on the server. You have Niko and you have Mous being the aggressive rifles as well in that mix. So instead of it's all on Niko's back, instead of we're always looking at him to open up the rounds, now Mous can do it as well.
Oh yeah, the payoff on the T side has been immediate. I think Mous and what he can contribute already now. If you've paid attention to this event, you've already seen it, you have a glimpse of it. But when it comes to the CT side, what I believe is interesting is he actually has a very high amount of first duel attempt. So he hasn't given up on the Counter-Strike he wants to play. And I think his journey is going to be about sort of finding a compromise between the Counter-Strike that he wants to play, that he feels comfortable in, while at the same time sort of accepting some of the rules of being an anchor, never really daring to give an entry kill. If you're an anchor and you give an entry, you basically lose a round to your team. He's going to have to learn how to navigate that. It's going to take a moment. It's not going to be a one-event thing. But because he's got this attitude, this state of mind of finding duels and be aggressive, we already see the return. It's huge, and it changes the whole complexion of G2 because you're right. It allows Niko, which we have on camera right now, to play more of a second wave of either defense or attack, and that's what he loves.
That is indeed what he loves, and Niko have been playing well as of recently. We've been speaking about it, right? He's not back to his absolute best just yet, but that was also being the best rifler the game has ever seen, so it's a high bar that you set for yourself, but I do think that he's trending upwards right now. We were talking about Niko in the beginning of CS2. He was struggling a little bit, couldn't find his footing.
It was rough.
I think recently Niko is slowly but surely walking back to his best, and if that trend continues with G2, with Mouth, Snacks, you name it, Hunter even playing well, it's a scary prospect.
It is a scary prospect when all of those tools align, when all those planets align, and I'm talking about the players over on the G2 side. However, let's talk to them, and we're going to be speaking with Niko. Let's hear what he thinks.
Niko, great to get to catch up with you, as always. Super impressive run so far from G2. Did you realistically expect to already be making it to the semis, you know, considering you changed the game leader and you brought in a new player?
I mean, I don't want to say like we kind of expected it, but right, like we made the changes in order to get better. Obviously, it's very positive that we have made such result already on a first event, so that's super nice. But like honestly, like I don't know, ever since like 2017, like for myself, like every event I go in, I think I'm gonna be in this event. So, but overall, very happy with how we are playing right now and so far at this event. Hopefully, we're gonna keep it up for the potential next 2 games, and yeah, the vibes are good, everything's going according to plan, and we're having some fun as well.
How much influence did you have in terms of getting Snacks and Mous, like specifically on board?
Honestly, like not much. It was the management staff has been keeping an eye on Mous for a while, I think, or to be, I think, realistic, probably after he smashed us at Pro League in Malta. And but yeah, he has been very promising. I think he's been one of the most promising talents in Tier 2 scene. So that was kind of no-brainer for the management. And when it comes to Snacks, I think obviously they have asked us for opinions, and we have looked for different options. And but I think Snacks was probably the most realistic one, and also maybe one of the few that were actually available to get. So I think nowadays the IGLs on the market, it's very hard to get one. So, but yeah, super happy how it worked out, and also super happy with how Snacks has been introducing himself so far in the team.
Yeah, can you give me a few words on that? Like, I'm curious as to how much Snacks is, you know, coming into G2 and taking on your game style versus him bringing his own ideologies, right?
Well, I don't want to. I think first thing that very surprised me, because I didn't know him really as a person, but he's very calm and very positive. And I don't want to say anything bad about our previous IGL, but it's just a huge contrast for us. So it's super nice to have something different. And I mean, Snacks has been one of the best players in the game a couple of years ago. So like for me, I think like those players will always have the understanding of the game. And I think so far he has impressed me with the way he thinks, but also the way he approaches the game, the way he gives freedom to the team. So I think one of the reasons people were criticizing him for his time in Gamer Legion. I think the way he wants to call is you need to have those type of players that we have now on the team, and I think that's the reason why it didn't work out with Gamer Legion, because I don't think they had enough of those pieces to make his system work. So I think we should be able to fit in his system just right. And I mean, it's still early to say, but I like the way he has approached this team so far.
Well, Niko, it's going very well so far, so best of luck in your semi-final.
Thank you.
So I think the words right there, and Jacob, I think you said it most eloquently. It's a bit of a hot pua situation there when it comes to Hooksy, no?
Yeah, I mean, Niko don't want to speak bad about anything, and that makes sense. Well done, by the way, Chase. Not going to lie, but I do think that Snack's coming into the lineup and him giving freedom to the players like Niko and m0NESY, that's always going to pound well with Niko, obviously. If an in-game leader came into G2 and started to tell Niko what to do and then what not to do, then I don't think Niko would like him.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, Jacob. But also, we need to get on to the other side of the coin here, which is Virtus Pro.
Right.
Polar Bears in the desert.
Allow me to make a transition, link these two conversations.
Okay.
I don't think Snacks has as much to do as James has to do in this best of 3. I think the pressure on James for calling, people looking at him for decision making, for a direction for the game is much, much higher than for Snacks. I think James is definitely the one at the helm. Of course, he's got to make space for Electronic, and that's a conversation that we're about to have.
Yeah.
But there is no, hey, let's play map control, let's see what's up. Like, James is in control.
I would agree with that, and I think the nail for the coffin for me is that you're looking at Electronic, he doesn't need to be told what to do, he'll do it anyway. Like, he'll take the space that he wants on the server, and then James will have to figure out what you can do with that space that he's creating. I think that we're even saying it in an interview now that they're not going to play defensive, passive Counter-Strike all the time. They're trying to find a balance where you get the most out of Electronic, you get the most out of the VP players, without removing the identity that is James and the way he likes to play Counter-Strike. And so far at this tournament, VP have looked much, much better than they did pre the player break.
A lot of conversation around the VP side, rather.
Right.
I mean, there's conversation to have about leadership, this, that, or the other. What do you think?
Well, I think what is really, really interesting is that when you bring a new member in a team, he's always going to have some sort of impact, but because of the magnitude of who Electronic is, his pedigree as a player, his result overall, his curriculum, you cannot not listen to him. Now, he's been adamant in every interview. He said, listen, I'm not rolling in and changing everything, but I have an idea on how I want to play Counter-Strike. I have an idea on how things are supposed to be done. So you try and find a compromise. You try and find a way to get it together, and it looks like VP are going in the right direction. Sure, is there going to be some collateral damage here and there? Yes. But we already get a glimpse of the faster Counter-Strike they want to play. Against Vitality on Mirage, the first 3 rounds are 3 rushes. There's going to be some adjustments to be made, but I like this VP much better.
Me too.
3 rushes, how about just 2 Russians? And when I say that, I'm talking about m0NESY and Jane.
Ooh. Yeah, we're looking at the 2 oppas, obviously,
on fire today.
Both these lineups, and we're looking at 2 very different style of AWPing. m0NESY being the guy who forces the issue with the AWP. He likes to be aggressive. He likes to explode in the middle of the round and go ham. Whereas for James, he likes to stand in T-spawn for most of the time and be a little bit more defensive, a little more passive, and maybe also clutch oriented. Both of the players so far in this tournament have played well. It's a given for m0NESY, arguably right now, that he's contesting and fighting to be the absolute best player Counter-Strike has to offer. Whereas for James, as an in-game leader, I think he's one of the in-game leaders in the world who have the most productivity on the server.
Hey, major MVP. James a major MVP.
Yeah,
he's a major MVP,
yeah, true.
whether we want it or not. And honestly, when Electronic rolled around, his level tanked just a little bit. And you could see that James was a little bit outside of his comfort zone, maybe trying to figure out how can I accommodate these different ideas. But this is the first event where I actually see him just thriving. Like, thriving. He's got, what, 1.3 plus rating currently. He's leading the charge for his team. He's got a higher rating than m0NESY, if that isn't a statement in and of itself. Now, he's done it against Vitality. In fact, some of the duels that James found against ZywOo were so impactful. Like, we're talking about round-defining duels where you punish the opponent's AWP trying to fight you. Can he do that to m0NESY? I don't really know. I think m0NESY is harder to control. If it was a Pokemon, you'd have to have the mega ball to control m0NESY. Otherwise, he would just shake his way out of it.
It took me a second to realize exactly what you're
It's okay. I'll get you there.
Shout out Pikachu one time, wherever he might be. Perhaps he's watching here alongside of us. There's a whole bunch of people watching here. Jacob, we've got just a few moments, just a few seconds to get onto the stage. However, for your case here, looking at m0NESY, looking at James, one is more flashy.
Oh, yeah. m0NESY is more flashy, obviously, the way he's playing Counter-Strike, the way he forces the issue. I think for James, he has a lot of impact with the AWP, and he can position himself into these clutch situations. So he has the ability to be explosive later on in the round, whereas for m0NESY, he sort of dictates games when he's on fire.
Yeah, Modesty is much better than Jame with the AWP. Yeah. That's not the case we're trying to build here. But what I'm saying is if Jame can just control him a little bit the way he controls Zywoo, then that is a win condition for VP. And in fact, I think it's going to be a win condition overall. It's going to be about putting just a little bit of a stopper, a slowdown on the aggression, the craziness that G2 brings to the table, which they have against Spirit. They're going to try and do it against VP, but you know what? Who's controlled time can control the universe. And that's Jame for you.
Is that another Pokemon?
Yeah, it's a different Pokemon altogether. Speaking of controlling time, I think I can tell you that this countdown means just one thing. We are seconds away from getting these teams on the stage with OJ and Militia.
Welcome along to the Esports World Cup here in the Amazon Arena. It is the Esports World Cup Super Saturday, which I am very excited about.
Absolutely. We finally kind of trimmed teams down from 15 to the remaining 4. But from those 4, only 2 can advance to tomorrow's final Sunday.
Exactly. We can see some of the teams today. 2 teams will get closer to this trophy. 2 of the teams will get closer to these. I'm going to touch them. I'm going to grab on. These are the keys that have been broken already. These are the teams that have fallen by the wayside. So 2 semi-finals today, 2 best of 3s. 2 teams will go through to get closer to that where nothing is granted and everything is earned. And my word, I'm excited. I love a Super Saturday.
Absolutely. That's the entire reason why we're here at the Esports World Cup. You know, the big daddy of them all in many ways is Counter-Strike, and we're here to make it for them.
You know I agree with that. So then, let us bring out the first of the 2 teams. Both of these teams, possibly at the start of the tournament, were nobody's favorites, but they are here to lift the trophy. Please welcome G2. They are a team of absolute rock stars. Please welcome Mous, Snacks, Niko, Monesi, and Hunter. They are G2.
And of course, no game of CX can be done with only one team. So let's introduce G2's opponents, Virtus Pro. Here they are coming up on stage looking for that grand final. Coming in, Norbert, Jame, Fame, Flit, and Electronic. They are Virtus Pro!
All right then. We got a trophy, we got a game on our hands. Let us get it on, my friend.
Absolutely. OJ, here it is. Let's give it back to the studio and kick off our semifinals day.
Super Saturday, as OJ Borges called it. Now, usually I just get asked if it's super salad, but that's obviously at a different restaurant altogether, because today we dine on a semifinal, 2 of them, 2-course meal right here. So let's talk about this first one in a way in which, Jacob, you're telling me who you think is going to win and why.
Oh, I think VP is going to win, and I said that from the beginning of
What?
the tournament. Actually, I had VP.
You don't even know the vetoes, Jacob.
I don't
That
know
was
the
a trap.
vetoes, and I don't care about the vetoes. I thought VP were going to had a chance at least of winning the tournament. One thing I noticed with the vetoes, though, when we speak about it, is G2's allowance and acceptance of now playing Mirage again. I love the fact that they've integrated that map into the map pool again. They've been picking it in best of threes, and I expect them to do the exact same thing in this matchup.
So I don't really know where VP can go with this. The vertical ban from G2 is obvious. VP, quite honestly, could technically go for an Inferno again if they wanted to. Ancient last time around went very poorly. I don't believe I would mess around with Ancient if I was VP. Thank God for them, I'm not, so they get to make that choice. And G2 will have a couple choices. I think G2 is probably going to stick with a map that they have played. I think it's one of the sort of the prism through which we have to look at this game. You're looking at a G2 lineup who doesn't have an incredible amount of experience across the board on map pool, maybe going to try to aim for something they've already played, and that's a Dust 2 pick from VP. I don't dislike it. It was pretty strong against Vitality, I gotta say.
It's a James specialty. It's an electronic specialty. Think of electronic back in the days on Navi when he was arguably the best entry fragger Dust 2 has ever seen. James standing in T-spawn with an AWP for a minute every round. It's tough to play VP on a map like Dust 2. Mirage, I would expect coming in from G2.
Mirage.
Ancient, maybe, yeah. I think Ancient is a map that G2 have fared very well on, and they are
Ancient, there we go.
Very interesting. They have a lot of confidence, obviously, from winning important games. They won it as a third deciding map in their quarterfinal. That pounds influence. I will say that Mirage still, though, that's a map that if they can allow that to as a third deciding map, then Dust 2, Ancient, Mirage, that is as open as it possibly can.
That is interesting. That's interesting. I thought Virtus Pro would be ready to float Inferno as a possibility, even though it is a good G2 map, of course, but it's a map that James has made one of his strongholds for quite a while. So you say Mirage, and that's exactly what we're getting as a decider. Just to quickly touch on the Ancient pick from G2, the success versus Spirit was very impressive. I agree with you, but it was such a well put together plan that they had. First, making sure you traumatize Donk a couple times, then have these few quick strategies on the A side. You take the defense by surprise. Hard to reproduce. I'm hoping that the coaching staff has made a whole lot of work, because this was a very tailored way to beat Spirit they use on Ancient.
If anything, the viewers right now are the winners. Dust 2, very dual-oriented.
Yeah.
Ancient, very dual-oriented. Mirage as a potential third deciding map, very dual-oriented. It's 3 maps that pound for good Counter-Strike, fun Counter-Strike. There's a lot of freedom, you know, to be had on a map like Ancient, to be had on a map like Dust 2, and Mirage for that matter as well. I'm excited to watch this one.
I am also excited. So let's go ahead, let's jump into this game. And don't you forget those stcplay.gg results. We'll take a look at those soon enough. Let's get this semifinal underway.
The semifinal certainly will be underway in just a moment. We got G2 versus Virtus Pro, and this is a game that will deliver absolute banging moments. We got Dust 2 to kick things off, Jason. This is going to be a fun semifinal.
Yeah, and two exciting teams with chips on their shoulders. Both these teams coming out of the break trying to prove that they've got what it takes. With the roster changes of G2, Virtus Pro, all the interviews have been positive. They're starting to figure out what style they want to play with as Electronic and James, putting their brains together, coming up with philosophies of Counter-Strike and try to make it work, find a good balance for the squad, and so far look great, especially on Dust 2. But still, like, this is a map against Monacy, against Niko, that can be dangerous.
And right now it's against Hunter, who's pushing through those tunnels. He's not
back
alone.
away.
He sees plenty of presence inside of the tunnel, so he gets out of there. They don't give up the fact there's 2 players pushing for G2. And instead, Virtus Pro now send Flit down into the lower tunnels, and waiting just on the other side of that smoke.
Oh, no.
And
yeah.
Niko just gets cleared.
Yeah, you had to see that coming. That smoke fades, and it is so hard to make it work. 2 different angles he had to deal with, and he doesn't even get a chance to shoot. So 5-on-4 for Virtus Pro, and that can be deadly. Monacy's going to start making a move.
Well, Monacy is definitely making his move right into Norbert, and he takes him out easily. Monacy looking for that second, but James decides he does not want to fight, so he gets away around that corner. And now the attack through short is coming out. VP deep into the bomb site. Monacy trying to address that fact. He's still worried about the possibility of James flanking from long, so he has to go back and address that issue. And in the meantime, James has now confirmed that he's played in mid instead to cut off these rotations. And he takes Mous out of the fight. Flit down to 1 HP from Monacy, but no kill from Monacy other than that initial pick. So it puts it all on Hunter and Snacks. There is a kid available on the in-game leader of G2, but they're starting to run thin on time. And Hunter needs to start chiming in with some more shots, and that's exactly what they've got together. Bringing them down, leaving it all on Fame, and time is ticking. Snacks is close, but he can't pick it up. Fame knocks down 3 and wins the pistol here for VP.
Disgusting round from Fame. Absolutely beautiful the whole way through. Good shooting with the Glock. Good decision-making from James as well. He knows Monacy is going to have to be concerned about his position. So back towards middle he goes, getting 1 kill on that rotation over, and G2 could never recover from this situation. This kill onto Niko, they couldn't find the solution. Almost with them some nice shots in the 2v4. But it slips away. Virtus Pro on the board early, 1-0 with the pistol round victory, and a second round bye coming in for G2.
And we've seen in their quarterfinal, they were very capable of winning this kind of round. We've seen them win 4 spies with 5 players staying up. We know G2 possess ridiculous amounts of firepower, and that's only increased with Mous coming into the team, Jason. I think a lot of people were excited about this Mous move, and I haven't often seen a roster move work that well in CS2 straight out the gate, but the Mous one seems to be working very well.
Yeah, still early returns and early going, but he's been very effective. I mean, a lot of the conversation has been around like kind of the role swapping that would have to take place and the concern that it would take away some of his impact, and a lot of that comes down to the CT side, but for the T side in the quarterfinals, G2 and Mous, he was absolutely impressive with the way he remained aggressive, still attacked into positions, and created a lot of opportunities for his teammates.
Opportunities being set up with his flash and the deagle from Niko. Straight into the face of Electronic. Perfect combination between m0NESY and Niko for that opener. And VP decide, nah, I don't want to walk into that combo of Niko m0NESY.
Virtus.pro was showed in some of their Dust 2s how willing they are to attack out middle. So this mid to B split is going to be a constant pressure for G2. They can't break this open. They cannot break the smoke to get into the fight. So Snax has to hold on, and it's just way too hard.
If he got a second there, which he was close to getting, then that round completely opens up for G2, but VP, good composure.
That's going to be something to watch, is how G2 kind of handles like mid-round plays out the middle part of the map from Virtus.pro, how they rotate over, how they shift, how they keep their eyes on that part of the map, because if VP is able to exploit it, I mean, as we know, the history of Dust 2, the mid-attack, those mid-to-B splits, if you can't stop them, you're in so much trouble. They can just work you, whether they pressure catwalk and drop into it, and it's going to be so hard to read and get involved. Now, looking at this matchup, these two teams, there's been some roster changes over the past few months, obviously. And but if you go back to, Gamers 8 last year here in Riyadh as well, G2's won all 4 of the matchups, the best of 3s they've had against each other. Couple new players in the mix on both teams, or on G2, and one new player over on the Virtus.pro side.
And a new coach as well for VP in Zoma. And it's actually quite a luxury to get an English interview of Electronic. He doesn't give a lot of those to the media. And we got to see one over at HLTV.org, and we got to see his, or rather, read his thoughts on his new coach, Zoma, saying that he definitely deserves to get a chance to be in the Tier 1 scene because he did very well with 9 Pandas. They obviously qualified for the major, couldn't go. And he feels like he's a person that can build the process for the squad quite well. So
yeah, talked really positively of what he showed during his time on 9 Pandas, and mentioned that specifically. I mean, we touched on the Jame interview that he gave a few months back as well earlier in this tournament. These Virtus.pro guys, when they give interviews, listen to them because they give really solid, good, smart answers that really give you a good impression of the mindset of where they're at as a team.
And I think it's clear when you see Electronic doing a lot of these media obligations, going out and speaking about the team and how they have to do a stylistic change, you can see instantly how much control a player like Electronic can get of his squads, because over the years it's been the leadership of Jame and no one else really, and now it's a situation where Electronic comes in. He's such a big player that you can already, just from the outside, see that there has been leadership changes and a lot of changes for VP overall.
I don't know if I'd call it a leadership change, but certainly like a stylistic change, a philosophical change in how they want to approach. Yeah, he definitely is, and he's got a big voice, but Jame is still going to be there as well. Hold on, 3-on-3, Niko's got another.
Oh my god, Niko gets 2 right back in that deagle. Electronic making sure that VP stay ahead on players. Snax is towards T-spawn, and I mean, when you see Niko in a position with a deagle, you always know there's a chance he's about to crack them open. Is it going to be enough for Snax to really get much out of this? Electronic is very low, so this scout turns into an AWP essentially if he's able to catch out Electronic.
Well, I mean, there's no reason at least not to investigate. You still have plenty of time in the bomb, though. Snax has taken this very, very slowly so far. You don't really risk a whole lot by going for this and potentially losing the scout, but time running very, very low. That bomb about halfway through, and no one from VP showing anything.
Just get on that defuse, fake it out, try and keep them here. Cost them a little bit of extra rebuys, but that ain't going to happen as Snax is taken out by Flut. So did get a little problems. I think there was a few problems presented here, and then Electronic was able to clean up because m0NESY and Mous together, they were able to take out the initial player, and then Niko's deagle obviously reopens a chance for G2, and Electronic makes sure that he closes that open window.
All right, 3-0, but now we get the guns out for G2, and importantly, we get the AWP out on m0NESY, and that's one of like the main sticking points of Virtus.pro. Yeah, we know they're going to be comfortable on Dust 2. We know they love playing it, but you're still choosing to play into a very AWP-centric map with one of the best AWPer in the world.
I think you could just say player at this point.
That's where I'm at. Flash out towards long. 3 players for VP huddled up, clearing out lower tunnels. Towards middle we go. Snacks and Hunter parked inside the B bomb site. No eyes on mid quite yet. Niko and m0NESY focused on catwalk for the moment, with Mous anchoring long A.
That lurk smoke is going to be a little worrying for Hunter. m0NESY looking to shut down any sort of aggression through short. VP taking their time.
m0NESY and Niko playing way out in the open as well. Little off angle for m0NESY for catwalk. Niko's in support back towards the bomb site.
This could be a pick for m0NESY, but Niko's actually going to go for that initial peek and try and pull these rifles in, but Electronic is looking so sharp right now. Another big kill, this time on Niko. m0NESY's not alone, even though he has lost his primary choice in terms of teammate. He's got more support with him.
And no one can shift over to help because there's a mid to B smoke. The B players are a little bit worried, and now comes the hit. Electronic leading.
m0NESY tries to jump up. It's Mous' turn to step up, and he only gets one out of it, but m0NESY chiming in. Snacks getting a kill back, and Hunter falls, but m0NESY still standing, and there's always a shot with 8 seconds left, and he could deny this. VP trying to get to the plant, but m0NESY, he could deny everything for VP. Shot comes in, pistol pulled, and m0NESY will be the closer.
Maintaining his aggression. So much damage taken from the Molotov, but he still makes sure that VP can't get comfortable. And you could see Electronic thought the whole time that he was going to be coming up ramp. And m0NESY uses that smoke perfectly to give him a look he never expected. And a good recovery from a 5-on-4 advantage in the favor of VP. m0NESY does just enough in combination with Mous to slow this down and turn it back in their favor.
That's a timeout taken for VP already.
Really well put together round from Virtus.pro. Might have taken a little bit too long down the stretch when you have about 10, 11 seconds as you're entering the bomb site to get the bomb plant. A little bit of pressure's on. It's kind of what helped them, or made them struggle a little bit to find m0NESY at the end. James had to stick that bomb plant.
But the build-up.
Yeah, everything up to that point was absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, we've got Diogo Jota in the arena as well today. Footballers all over the show.
They're everywhere. 2-round lead for Virtus.pro.
Three AKs. Khalil for Norbert. See why they wanted to talk over this next round. Where to commit these resources, and VP. They've got Flit in lower tunnels with Electronic.
Yeah, they haven't been challenged here quite yet outside of the pistol round from Niko kind of hiding inside the smoke. G2 haven't kind of brought out any sort of aggression in middle quite yet. Probably waiting till they can have a bit more confidence in the economy and how much it builds up. Flashbang to allow the crossover to Xbox, and m0NESY is going to go investigating. And he just barely misses that information.
Definitely close to this m0NESY. One step back and he'll have a chance to take them out, and they jump off, and you give him even a slither and he is going to take absolutely everything.
And this is VP. It looks like they wanted to send in towards middle and again try and do that mid to B split. They had the bomb and one other player in upper dark. They actually had Norbert rotating over to join him, so a 2-3 split was the idea, but that's been taken away from them.
.35 seconds remaining. That flash is perfect in terms of timing. Utility dropping down, and Norbert realizes they cannot respect it. They must go through it. And will they check for Hunter? The answer is no. A resounding no. And Hunter takes 2 kills. And it will be the plant coming through for James now, and Electronic waiting in middle. This is a position they're going to think about, that they're going to clear, but dealing with Electronic proves difficult once again. He gets one and thrusts his in-game leader into a clutch. A 1 versus 2 up against the sharpest tools in G2's shed. And James realizes maybe a proactive play could be the correct option here to take some of these players away, to take some of the chances away from m0NESY and Niko as they both come through the window. It is James with a first, now just Niko, and that headshot gets G2 back in on the retake.
Niko has been crisp. Niko is back in business. He had a little bit of a labored start to CS2 in the first half of the year, but we can start forgetting about that now because he's been so on point. And a beautiful instant headshot to make the trade and win the 1v1. But still, you have to say, Mousesports has so much impact in this round. Not just that kill, but just the way he's managing middle. You could see Virtus.pro never wanted to test him in middle, and that was an idea. That was a part of the map they wanted to have to execute this strategy. Mousesports the whole round denies it to him. Except for a late little lurk at the end. They get neutralized, and even with the bomb plants, Virtus.pro is going to be back to pistols. G2, however, still not able to build up any cash. Both these rounds have come down to just one player surviving, so still playing with a ton of pressure on their back. Last round it was Mousesports in middle with the op. This round it's Niko, so G2 giving a different look. No smokes for VP as well, just pistols. Gonna rely on that deagle on Norbert on electronic to try and find an opening to try and get a pick, but heading straight towards Mousesports and his AWP.
They try and get past the absolute turret. First victim collected, but strength in numbers, perhaps VP can maybe overrun the defense. Mousesports can't take them all out in one foul swoop, so he'll draw further back long, and this will concede the plant.
This is a little bit awkward. It's good that Snax has pushed tunnels because he can help them clear mid because they don't have access to retake from CT spawn. So pretty much all of G2, Mousesports is going to be long, and you feel at least two players need to go up catwalk, and it's all on this engagement.
Oh, here goes Snax. MP9 can shred right through him, and a hot knife through butter. It's Niko and Snax together. Just Norbert left with his deagle, and he cannot capitalize on that long fight. It is Mousesports on the sidearm that ties this game up 3-3.
And that plant is not a big deal. G2 knows they're going to be buying in the next round regardless of what happened, so their focus was play retake, preserve as much life as possible to keep 4 players alive, preserve as much of their money that they have building up, and that's got a little bit of cash under their belt moving forward. We're all tied up at 3. Good first shot from Mousesports. And a nice, intelligent, team-played retake towards catwalk.
Electronic with some speed, a pace change here for Electronic, and he's running out fast. It's close to a kill, but flashes are making this awkward, and Mousesports somehow does not get the chance onto Electronic. Niko cleans up instead, and they all come towards Kovac, and he opens up the dispatch. They're gone, they're forced back, and that quick play from VP is now grinded to a halt.
Niko coming through the corner smoke. Electronic was occupied trying to find Mousesports over towards pit. And Niko gets to have a field day. And that's the benefit of having aim like his. Those kills come so quick that you can transfer over into multi-kills.
Oh, Molotov now forcing Flip back just as he wanted to peek out. Still 1 minute left in this round, but you don't feel like VP have a lot to play with, and even less now with Snax pushing through tunnels.
Yeah, this is a really smart play as well, because I mean, I think Niko heard the tick of the Molotov. You know, at least one was in cave. So Snax is making kind of a little bit of a risky but an educated push to shrink this map. And also knowing the tendency of Virtus.pro to save in these situations, he's got to jump on the hunt. However, due to these consequences, he has left the B bomb site open. If Virtus.pro actually end up going for this and getting into the B bomb site, that could be a plant. But headed right back towards Snax's position.
Oh, Snax. Doesn't get much easier than this. Jame walks into the pole. And Flit now up next. 15 seconds, round is already done. And Snax will confirm it with a G2 lead now being taken.
And he's switched into a double op setup. So they're kind of playing one op in a default style for 4 rounds and getting 4 rounds in a row. And already Snax wants to give him a new look. And that might allow the rotator at the B bomb site to feel a little bit more mobile. But look at this round from Niko. Oh, they all just walk right into his crosshair. Didn't really have to do too much. Just goes unseen and destroys everyone. G2 in the lead and on a little bit of a streak.
Fame just charging, sprinting out, in fact. It's one, but Niko, same result, a double kill, and VP can't get past him. I think now they've realized Long is closed. Niko shut that door on them multiple times now, back-to-back rounds. And this time they thought they could maybe burst through with speed and weaker weapons, but even that is stopped. And they'll group up instead a little bit quicker this time towards the B-bomb site. And they'll be walking into the Snacks secondary sniper.
I'm actually kind of surprised that G2 smoked that off defensively with that op in position, but Virtus.pro aren't going to test anything. One smoke to work with for them to try and find some kills. Maybe a smoke towards CT spawn, try and rush into the B bomb site. mousesports would be blocked off, just blind shots through the smoke. We'll see if he can land them.
Here comes Floyd up through that B ramp. Hunter deploying utility. And that is something you just can't deal with, is it? mousesports just shooting through the smoke, catches them as they run up the B ramp, and they walk into the decapitation machine of Hunter, 5-3. I don't know what you could do about that shot from mousesports. It's just, you kind of had to go there.
Yep, there's nothing. He's just good. He's just got that timing. Good angle as well through the smokes. Double op setup is preserved as well. Individually, G2 looks sharp today, showing up. Snacks with a nice double kill in the last round. This time Hunter against the pistols is pretty clean. Niko and mousesports dominant.
Oh, James close to the opening.
You could see there, Hunter's flirting with the idea of getting aggressive in towards lower tunnels, but he was pretty convinced that James spotted him on a follow-up jump after the shot.
Well, VP started to be worried about lower tunnels. Now you see they're clearing it at this point. But mousesports' scope was in position. He's going to change up and go for the boost instead. Electronics got good timing to get under that scope, and mousesports nearly reacts fast enough and accurately enough to take Electronic out, but just about misses. Electronic now making sure that that boost cannot stay. He'll Molotov it away.
Standard mid control, tunnels control into catwalk pressure. It's mousesports and Niko once again to defend against that play.
Grenade's about to land on the head of Electronic. The bigger issue is mousesports still up here, and he goes for a no-scope. He decides he doesn't want to stick around and will drop off. 50 seconds left and plenty of VP players damaged by initial utility.
G2 had a couple, tough chances to find an opening kill, but they are still doing all right considering the chip damage that's gone along to all the players. Utility's done fine work against Virtus.pro to soften them up for the late round execution. But now that there's catwalk pressure, they can actually start moving out middle. Electronic, the reverse drop. And now G2 know what's supposed to be coming.
30 seconds, that's all that's left here for Virtus.pro. Smoke's going to go in towards CT, but they have to be ready for what is going to be an A play through short. Norbert coming over the top. Bomb will shortly follow. Mobs with a brilliant headshot. mousesports, does he go for a jumping shot? He tries. And I think he'll go for it again. He drops on down, none of them landing, but he's trying. He's trying to give us a highlight here. 7 seconds left. VP can't win the round anyway. They're going to back away. And G2 are in control right now on Virtus.pro's map pick.
Oh, boost up to try and take a weapon away. They get one more. Oh, they even find Flit at the end. Complete wipeout for G2. Oh, Virtus.pro, time for another timeout. They got no answers. Harassed every step of the way in that round, and G2 is playing lovely Counter-Strike.
Electronic was saying that he was surprised that G2 got rid of Hooksy, but sees that they're ready instantly to be playing some good Counter-Strike, and right now they're feeling that on the VP side. Called it a honeymoon period. I mean, we've not really seen Virtus.pro enjoy that luxury with their roster. It's been more of a build-up, but this G2 side have clicked pretty quickly so far.
I mean, it is a honeymoon period, but it's starting to look like a really nice honeymoon.
Yeah.
They've gone to a wonderful little island somewhere, little drinks with little umbrellas inside of them. They're having a good time. And smiles all around. It's 6 in a row for G2.
Oh my goodness, okay. That's a decent shot from Norbert. Snack's not happy about it. And it's quick towards this B-bomb site. Hunter, get your gun out here. They come straight into him. And Hunter holds down Mous1. And it is all over here for VP. Great hold from Hunter. And they know where Norbert was last detected because he got that initial kill towards top mid. He is trying to slip out long. He can't do much about the round here unless there's a big mistake from G2.
It's such a shame you get that kind of a pick down middle in a round where you don't necessarily have the resources to capitalize on it. They almost catch Hunter. He gets his gun out just at the last possible second.
Now they know where Norbert is. It becomes much easier for G2 to settle in to this minute and close. Norbert jumps down into a CT. Niko has the spawn exit. AWP scoped up. And that is a fantastic round coming out of Hunter when he's tested on the B-bomb site.
And I mean, that's the thing I mentioned. In G2 individually looking on point, you now have plenty of players who have stepped up in the moments that they're needed. Niko looking really clean. Hunter with a quad kill in the round. 4-round lead.
Decent amount of damage done again with that grenade down into the lower tunnels. It's a bit of a faster climb up here from Electronic. They're around the corner this time to no presence from a m0NESY sniper. m0NESY is currently positioned in the B-bomb site. Niko just smoking out short, keeping VP pinned behind it. An investigation being set up at B with that lurk smoke, but no one playing with it due to the utility thrown out by G2. Keeps Fame far back in the tunnels. 35 seconds is all the VP have left now.
I think they're just gonna execute this like right out of the goal. 30 seconds left. That's kind of obvious at this point. Mid to B smoke. Here they come. Only 2 players inside the B bomb site. No one in mid to harass.
But it's m0NESY and it's Hunter. They can combine to crush this attack. And Virtus.pro have lost 3 players in an instant. m0NESY still focused on B ramp, but he's got to worry about tunnels. He'll look towards that. He'll take that shot on James. An Electronic caught from short. It is so strong right now from this defensive G2, from perfect utility to players stepping up. It is just looking unbelievably comfortable.
Niko has shut down long a number of times. Hunter's now shut down the B bomb site a number of times, and m0NESY is wherever he is needed. There is no way for Virtus.pro to find success on this map. They are getting beaten in every facet of the game in the later stages of this half. Earlier on, it was like tactically they're doing good, and G2's just shutting them down. Now they're not even making that kind of initial progress. Just suffocating on the CT side of Dust 2.
Snacks waiting for the attack into the B-bomb site. AWP positioned at the back of the platform. It's a missed shot for Snacks, and they keep coming. They keep running, and Snacks is missing absolutely everything. Hunter coming back through window, only manages one this time, and Virtus.pro may have broken through to a 4th round win here at the end of the half. G2 will attempt this retake. They have to, and that bomb's not down yet. This could still go against Virtus.pro, and oh, that's the bomb. That's Niko stopping James, and now things get a little complicated for Virtus.pro.
No.
And Niko's going through. Niko slipped the net. He's round the back of the car to the side of the smoke, and he's just waiting to see if he can catch someone stepping into his crosshair, and here it is. Up for free. He could take a double, and it's a perfect play from Niko, and he can't sink but eventually they close it. It is a nice kill from m0NESY to round out this half, and that is another highlight moment from Counter-Strike's highlight team.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh. It's 9-3, G2 leading VP here in the semifinals on Dust 2. This is Virtus.pro's map pick, and that T side didn't work out for them, Jason. Now if they lose a pistol, it feels like this first map might be over.
I mean, the individual performances from G2 were so spread across the map. There was nowhere that was available to him. Hunter at B, Niko at long. Even that play from Niko at the B bombs at last round, that was beautiful. That was a thing of perfection.
Yeah, so sick to see Niko coming back to that same elite level we know he's capable of. 18-5 after the first half.
Well, VP coming into this with a little bit of an attitude. James peering towards middle, jumping up towards catwalk, but they've got a good setup. Electronic and lower with dualies supported and protected by James. But that makes the defense out towards long a little bit weak. It's just Norbert, and he's in a position where you cannot fall away and survive. You will get 1 and be traded, 2 if you hit some really good shots.
Oh, Norbert. Here they come around the corner, can't stop any of them. Just too many targets and not accurate enough. Electronic takes his next steps forward. Will it work out? Hunter catches perfect timing to go back and consider the lower push.
And now G2, they don't need to set up and execute out towards long. They can actually give this some time to breathe. VP have to spread their defense back out because now B is a possibility as well.
All they got is 40 seconds. G2 starting to make their way long. It's going to turn into a bit of a bloodbath here in the final few moments of this pistol round. Flit and Fame fighting back, keeping VP in this fight. G2 have to get into the side. Hunter's coming up short now. Late, if he can have enough of a distraction set up from his teammates. Hunter should get that kill, but he's unloaded a load of bullets and nothing's gone his way. Now Niko left, 1v1 against Flit, and Niko's trying to find him, trying to track him, and Niko is so confident today, just jumping around that site, and he saves the round here for G2.
Yeah, I mean, VP, that's an admirable fight back from a 3v5 to just challenge through that smoke the whole way and bring it very, very close. I thought Niko might lose track of that reposition with how aggressive it was. But you're exactly right. He's moving around like he's got no cares in the world, and maybe he shouldn't have them. He's 21-5. Hunter's had an otherwise stellar game outside of that engagement. But G2 with such a commanding lead, Virtus.pro can't invest in this round. The scoreline is way too spread out. G2's got too strong of a lead. They need guns if they want to make this comeback happen.
Molotov takes away the crossfire that VP set up outside of those tunnels. Electronic is forced away and not only breaks apart their defense, but also gives space for Hunter to make a play forward. And Fame's done pretty well to get behind Hunter. Hunter nearly turned for that kill regardless. Niko now on board. And straight through the smoke, he takes out James. So Niko is just having one of those days. And not many people get to have a day like this. He is one of the rare breeds, 24-5.
This has got to start feeling reminiscent to the G2 experiences of when they win Katowice and Cologne last year. You have that same kind of recipe, right? Niko, Hunter, and Monacy as that kind of core trio just delivering really, really impactful performances. They haven't needed even Mouls today like they did in other matches that they've played so far in the tournament.
And you mentioned Katowice and Cologne, but you have to remember those weren't in CS2. We haven't seen this Niko, Monacy combo
that's a good point.
In CS2 yet, and it's finally starting to come to fruition. This long play is coming out. Norbert detects a lot of presence from G2, but unable to stop any of it. Electronic trying to be quick about this, could maybe deploy a flank. This could be effective if he gets behind him at the right time without Hunter detecting him, but Hunter's job is to just watch for this.
And also Fame now pushing in towards lower tunnels. If he clears out upper tunnels as well, all of a sudden you have Electronic boxing them in, and if you're Virtus Pro, you're like, hey, all 5 are long. We know exactly where everyone is. G2 have no knowledge that they have been completely beaten tactically and positionally.
Just got to hit some headshots now as they get up into the site. Plenty of them to collect.
These initial smokes are just to bait out some of those counter flashes, counter Molotovs that might come in, but Virtus Pro's done a really, really good job of not dumping everything, of waiting for this follow-up, because again, they have the information that everyone's here. They can hold on to the utility.
This is a massive trap that G2 will have to fight their way through. A boost over that CT smoke for Niko. Trying to spot out anybody inside the bomb site, but it's not worked out for G2. They haven't been able to glean information. It's all about the timing for Electronic and when he wants to flank it long. Pushing through the smoke. Snacks and Niko both go down. Hunter finally fighting back. He gets Norbert and Fame. Still Electronic could come into play, but he's not even needed because Flit on the site does so much work. And VP do tactically outplay G2, and being able to stack that site proves very effective.
Yeah, that was the most likely eventuality of that round, considering the control of the map that Virtus Pro had. So nothing too crazy. Just really, really good, smart rotations from Virtus Pro, considering they knew every single thing that was happening. 7-round lead. 11-4, and G2 running out of money after that loss. Niko's back down to a deagle.
Monacy attempting the early long fight, gets caught by flash after flash here, Monacy, but he's still persistent. And eventually realizes he can't stick around that long, so he gets out of there. I really don't understand how no one took damage in that early long fight.
No one wanted the engagement, really. Monacy was like looking for a pick, but the defense knows, don't give it to him. Just kind of hang out at the corner. You don't need to peek. He kept taking more fights because some of the utility was a little off its mark.
The only player without a rifle is Niko, but he's got a deagle. And we've already seen with the way he's playing today, this deagle can be more than enough.
G2 showing mid-pressure. That's going to pull and suck Flit towards the middle of the map. It even pulls Electronic a little bit away from an angle he wanted to have over at A. These VP defenders, though, they got to be careful. They're now both stuck in the bomb site. A lot of real estate that G2 has control of towards long and catwalk means these guys are just boxed into a corner with nowhere to go.
Look how close they're getting without information. Electronic takes a step into the open, and he's instantly taken out. Norbert must step up, but only manages 1 kill because he was split from 2 sides. And Virtus Pro collapse in this round. G2 gets so much space, and they don't even get detected.
That's the problem when you have 2 players in that situation where people got lured towards middle out of their position, and then when you turn to get somewhere back, you realize we don't have control of long, we don't have control of catwalk. There's actually nowhere I can go with the bomb site, but that's such a weak position for 2 defenders at the same time when you're being split. Too few options and plenty of options for utility for G2.
Well, we're looking at map point now for G2. This is a very comfortable Dust 2 performance. And that is the problem with picking Dust 2 against a team like G2. They have these players that have traditionally just been beasts on the map.
But it's hard to be too critical of it because Virtus Pro themselves have shown very good things on the map. It's just when you look at this G2 roster, you're like, Niko's going to love playing Dust 2. Monacy's going to love playing Dust 2. Obviously, Hunter's having a good time right now. And you don't even really need to put your T side into too much stress because your CT side was so dominant. I had a chance to talk to Hunter the other day after their quarterfinal victory, and he was singing the praises of Mous just as a player and as a person, and how he's coming into the team. And he was how sick of his performances were, and I was just like, well, you're having some good games too. And he just looked at me and goes, yeah, finally. So I mean, this has got to be a very fun experience right now for this G2 team that's had a beleaguered first half of the year.
A refreshing taste for this G2 squad. The Samurais slice their way through this B-bomb site. Norbert is under so much pressure, and surely not long for this world. Utility whizzing past him, bullets following. And now it is Mobs to push right into him. James, the last remaining member of Virtus Pro here on Dust 2. And it will be a convincing victory from G2 in this opening map of the semifinals. They crash down on Virtus Pro. Their opponent's map pick collected. And this G2 squad are looking so good here in Riyadh.
They absolutely are, and that's an impressive opening statement victory on Dust 2 for these semifinals. Virtus Pro, their map pick, but they looked lost, dazed and confused. And I mean, it's the Cousins that shut him down entirely. Modesty had some good early rounds, but Niko gave him the business. Yeah. Hunter shut down his bomb site, and that is a complete map from G2. We've got the desk ready and waiting, and I'm sure they're just as stunned as we are.
Yeah, you know, Jason, there's a couple things I would say about the performance from VP here on Dust 2, and I'm going to start with Brother Ooh. Brother Ooh. Yeah, that's not what you're looking for a start from the VP camp. However, if you're G2, that is exactly how you want it.
Look, do not put your attention on VP right now. If you do that, you miss the main story of what's happening. This G2 that we currently have is a G2 that you cannot allow to have a good start in a game. If you have them in the corner, if you have them at a point where the finances are in danger, you have to close the clutches. VP were presented with 2 opportunities early in this half to get ahead in the game. The Monacy 1v2, the Jame attempt on the B side. These were moments where they had to stay alive. As soon as you lose this, as soon as you allow G2 to breathe a little bit, to have that money, to be aggressive in your face, it's over for you.
That's crazy. It's crazy that's the case this early on in the process. We just spoke about it coming into the game. You bring in Snacks, a new in-game leader who is slowly but surely trying to figure out his way in regards to how you can lead a Tier 1 team. He came from Gamer Legion, let's not forget that, a team that didn't really have aspirations to be a Tier 1 team. You bring in Mobs, you know, a guy that comes in, has a lot of mechanical skill, have in the past, you know, maybe been taunted to be just all aim, no brain. He's coming into this lineup, he's been playing absolutely fantastic. You think to yourself, it's going to take a little time before he falls into his new anchor roles. You're looking at a G2 that so far at this tournament have played the best Counter-Strike out of all the teams we've seen so far. And we, in the beginning, were saying maybe it's just one map, maybe it's just one BO3, but it keeps on happening right now. This performance here in Dust 2, that was world-class Counter-Strike.
I mean, we wanted to talk about Niko.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what they've done to Niko all these months? You see all that frustration built in for him, like what he had to go through, and now we're getting to see the classic Niko, incredibly decisive, the pinpoint accuracy. We're getting back to the days of the Deagle that's always a danger, the Deagle that's going to get you 1 to 3 kills every time you miss him, every time you face him. That's exactly what I'm talking about, nailing it production. High five to you out there. He was incredible in this game. Anytime, look at his positioning here, crosses the smoke, multi-kill with the M4A4. And this is early in the half. This is where VP is attempting to play, quote-unquote, a faster Counter-Strike. We're attempting to embrace this new game, and we want to have that in our toolbox. And Niko says, hell no, just positioning after positioning, frag after frag. They just put them in their place.
And surely we see that replay coming from the second half, right? Where he gets this one right here, where he finds himself, well, maybe.
He's everywhere.
It's a confidence play, you know, to walk through that smoke, to get the kill through the smokes, and in general, just be in your face playing Counter-Strike right now. He finishes with, what, 24 kills in this game. It's fantastic to see, and it makes you wonder, where has Niko been the past couple of months? Where has Niko been in the beginning of CS2? He even hinted it, I felt like in an interview, saying that maybe all wasn't, you know, the happiest place within G2 with the old in-game leader and the old way the team was playing. Now he feels freed up, he feels happy, he feels motivated, and a motivated Niko is a dangerous Niko.
And you talk about freed up, and I think that's the key, right? In this constellation right now on Dust 2, when you have Mous, who's going to do all the shady work on the A side whatsoever, you have Hunter, who's pretty solid in that duo pack on the B side, then suddenly it's a matter of Niko and Monacy just deciding where do we play. And we can create so many constellations with that. We can have a 1-2 punch combination on short. Monacy can be down middle, scanning with AWP. Niko can take his gambles. One time he's with the pack towards the B defense when he's got that multi-kill. Another time he's in long. Sometimes he's CT spawn. So you get to allow him to use his game sense, which we know he's got buttloads of it, and then he can put himself where he needs to be because the rest of the team is strong and stable enough to welcome that. And this is the scary prospect.
Which is all positive for G2.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Now we get to flip that coin right on around. So for VP, lackluster show up here, or is it just coming down to the comfort on Dust 2 that we're kind of talking about with the veterancy with some of these players?
I mean, when you pick Dust 2 into a best of 3, you expect a little more coming in from VP. There's no way around it. However, I do think we still have to keep in mind that G2 played some of the best Counter-Strike they possibly can play. So it was a little tough for Jame and a little tough for the VP boys to get it done. You said it, you know, there were a couple of moments presented in the game where they could have allowed themselves to come in and be competitive in that first half. However, I still sit back with a feeling that had we played on to the second half, regardless of VP having 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds, G2 were still the better team. They would have still closed.
Yes, no, I agree with you. I will allow myself to be disappointed with the lack of solutions that VP produced in here. Because it's one thing to have your A plan being squashed, and we saw them trying to be quick pace towards long. It didn't work out. We saw them trying to do a full short execute, which is very VP-like. It didn't work out. Great, I accept that. I would have liked them to be able to slow down the pace and maybe try and isolate mobs after 20 to 30 seconds. They try to play it fast, and Niko was here. The read was perfect. They get absolutely shut down. Same with short. You're going to do that short execute, send a couple players towards A long. Have that pincer move that we like to see. They allowed G2 to not have to think too deeply about what's happening. They allowed G2 to be relaxed, keyboard and mouse in hand, knowing what's happening, going all onto skill duels, not a whole lot of utility. But brother, how are you going to beat G2 at that game? You're basically playing them the game they want to have, which is skill-based, which is intuition-based, and Jame is supposed to have a bit more in the tank. I don't know if it's a map problem, because we know Dust 2 doesn't get that super mega technical,
sure.
But I really, they're trying to arm wrestle the mountain. What you gonna do, brother? It's over for you.
The mountain, the big mountain.
The Game of Thrones guy?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
like an actual
not a mountain.
mountain.
Okay, okay.
Which is also impressive if you can do that. If you can arm wrestle either of the mountains, I would say that you are certainly a force to be
You guys are so annoying. You realize I know
yeah,
you guys
I get it. I totally do. Hey, let's talk about, let's kind of focus our attention elsewhere. And by that, I'm talking about the second map of the series. Not just in general the mountains and the different terrains of land that we have across the planet, but however, Ancient, in a map that maybe showed us a little bit of a... damn, what's the word I'm looking for here? Showed us a little bit of a... Damn, I'm just drawing 2 blanks there. I'm saying G2 didn't have the prettiest of starts when we saw it the other day on Ancient. There we go, my God.
They didn't, but then they played it yesterday in the deciding map, and that was looking much, much better for G2. Again, a team in control, a team that really allowed themselves to be freed up. I like what I've seen from Mous as well on that map in particular. He was the one winning that map you're talking about, where they were struggling a little bit. I believe the scoreline was 12-11. Mous have a single AK in hand. He goes out in middle, he gets a double entry.
Ooh, the Mongols game.
Exactly, the Mongols game. So we have seen Mous being freed up. We have seen him find impact on that map. And we're in a situation where we were talking about the video as well. If you're G2, you had the opportunity of picking Mirage, which they were very dominant on yesterday, but they decided to go for Ancient, which tells me that's a map they've been working on a lot in practice. It's a map they've been playing over the player break, and a map they feel comfortable on.
Yeah, and they've already played it twice here, so you've had the opportunity to review these games together, right? They're a new team,
So
the learning curve, exactly, but the learning curve is really quick when you have a roster like that. Every conversation, you learn a little bit more about your new team, your new roster, how you guys behave together, so I think there's a very quick improvement that happens. You play a map 2 or 3 times at the same event, you fix a lot of the issues. I still think the conditions for VP remain the same. You cannot allow G2 to have an advantage and play the fast-paced, easy Counter-Strike. Snax did that against Spirit. When he realized we can hit the A site twice in a row, they're not going to expect it. You do that because you have financial dominance of your opponent, because mentally you have them in a corner. Now, picture VP with a 5-1 or 4-5-1 lead, and then things get a little complicated. Then you have Snax and G2 who have to dig a little deeper, and maybe they don't have that sub-layer of intricacies of Counter-Strike they want to play. They didn't have that. They didn't have to do that on Dust 2. Life was just great. They didn't need to do it at all.
Sure.
You have to force them to be a little uncomfortable, at least when it comes to the first few rounds, and then we have a conversation. Otherwise, in about 47 minutes, I'm going to be out of here.
Okay.
Yeah, start your timers.
Okay.
47 over under. And by that, I mean, you know, we're going to go longer here in terms of the series, Jacob. Does it end with G2 securing a final berth right here?
There's nothing really based on Dust 2 that suggests that G2 won't be able to win Ancient. However, I do think this map is going to be closer. I think the competitiveness...
Well, that's a
of
big
VP,
risk.
It's a big risk, you know, I'm trying to put it out there. Maybe VP will get 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds.
Whoa,
who knows?
feeling frisky today.
Yeah, I'm trying. I think VP played poor Counter-Strike on Dust 2, and I think VP will throw out that map and be like, that was not our map. Now we come into Ancient, we can definitely do better. However, with the way G2 are playing so far, with the way they've played at this tournament so far, and with the vibes they're giving us in terms of Niko playing some of his best Counter-Strike again, Mous being all over the place, he was being razor sharp on Dust 2, and I will also give it to Hunter. We haven't mentioned his name that much, but he's been rock solid throughout the entire tournament. It does feel like G2's onto something.
Yeah, guys, I want to continue this conversation. Maybe we can, but on our way to the green room, because we do need to go to a break. And in doing so, we can come back and we can get into the second map of the series. It's Ancient, and it's VP taking on G2. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
I think our feelings is okay, but we need to see in the matches, you know. It will be show how we feeling real, but we prepare at boot camp 10 days, and we are trying to do the best one on this tournament. I think it's you know, something new minds, you know, and it's interesting a bit to work, and it's like fresh weave on the game, you know, and we will see what will happen in the future, but now he helps a lot and working good. Of course, our main goals it's Shanghai, but a lot of important tournaments in the middle of season, like here EWC, Cologne, and we need to be in the best our form to win the tournaments, and we need to work a lot. Of course, we want deep run and we want beat everyone here and take the trophy. This tournament, it's like one tournament with this interesting system. It's like international in Dota, I think. Someone told me, you play one game, you go into the playoff, and you have single elimination bracket. And it's very important to be focused on your game and you need to control your mind, and I think it helps young players a lot, because when they play in tournament like that, it's give a lot of experience, because teams here want to show their best games, you know? And it's important to play matches like that. They give a lot of experience. I think they need to just maybe change Vertigo, and they doing some new Vertigo, like for previous update, and now it's new map. They doing this gap on A side and this like ramp, right side ramp. And I don't know why they're doing like this and changing, because they just change the map. And for us, it's not the best one, because second time they changed our best map. It was Overpass. Previous it was Dust 2. We was also good on Dust 2. We want to they change Vertigo or Nuke, and it will be great.
Welcome back to the semi-final slam. Currently, it's VP getting slammed into the ground by G2. That Dust 2 performance was very impressive. One-sided, but it was full of highlights, and G2 did it in style.
It's one of the things that makes G2 such a fun team to watch, because, yeah, they just had a dominant victory, but the Monacy clutch, the Niko highlights out towards long, the retake on the B-bomb side, Hunter mowing them down. Exciting team, and at the moment, we keep mentioning the honeymoon period. All these pieces are coming together very, very early on, and it's crazy because even Virtus Pro is very positive about the progress they've made, the balance they found stylistically, but all of it got shut down by G2.
Yeah, it really did. And this G2 squad is so scary to watch when you've got Niko popping off and you got Niko hitting those big numbers. You got Monacy on the squad not having to bring in these carry performances because Hunter and Niko returned. And this is going to be a difficult task now in front of Virtus Pro as they take on G2 on Ancient. This is G2's map pick. G2 get the T start. We've got to see something out of this defense for VP.
Yeah, and I mean, this now is, they better have had like the best reset of their lives between those maps, because you have your own map pick, you have your own game plan, and everything gets demolished in that fashion. It's going to feel real terrible getting up from your PC on the stage and walking outside to have your team chat between maps. So let's see what Virtus Pro can do now. Let's see if they can recover from the catastrophe of the first map. Aggressive down middle with 4 players. Hunter spots it out, gets the information, and G2 headed over towards the A-bomb site.
If there's one thing I remember about Snacks on Ancient, he likes to go A, and they are just charging through together, all 5 right into foot, and he deals with that pretty well. Snacks and Hunter both dead, and here comes that quick rotation from VP. Going through the donut. Monacy gets boosted on up. Mobs playing within the bomb site. G2 have that bomb down, so a timer on this play for VP, but they've got a kit and a smoke on the back of Flit. So they can take a few extra seconds. They know that smoke will help them out later into this round. But Donut now fades away. Mobs into a fight. Nails it on the electronic. And the second shot is so clean from Mobs. He turns back to CT. And Mobs don't stop. Taz is impressed with his new recruit. And it's now Fame left with a 1v2. And he does not have the kit. He does not have a chance in hell. Mobs was in such a difficult spot. And he just kept firing.
And Taz is just saying, keep it going, baby. Keep rolling. You've got this. Remember, this is the map Mobs dominated on against Spirit. He was a monster. And what a hot start. VP, that's a 5-on-3. They let slip out of their hands. Flit provided you everything to get started on the right foot here on Ancient, and Mobs rips it right away. Stunning shots. What a beast.
You gotta claim him as North American. You know, you have to, Jason, at this point. He stepped up instantly, joining the top tier ranks. Flashes into middle. It is going to be very easy for G2 to clean this up. It is one of the quickest rounds we've had at the competition, so get 2 in a row out of there, and that's going to fire them up.
This is going to be, let's see how this first gun round goes before we make any conclusions, but goal number 1 for Virtus Pro has got to be to knock G2 off kilter, to just take away some of this momentum and take away some of this confidence that G2's playing with, because nobody on G2 at the moment is scared of taking any fights.
It was just winning the rounds over on Dust 2. You think about Niko and that pistol round where he's just confident to just take a fight and swing.
No second guesses.
Yeah, well, second chance here for VP to get back into the semi-final. But Hunter out mid. VP to crawl back into Donut, so G2 have full mid control. They've got a lot of control early. How do they want to use this?
On the fade, you have to imagine Snacks will lead the way in towards the mid room. That's exactly what's happening. Split towards the B bomb site. Take attention away from middle. Nobody was home to begin with, so it's nice and easy. Virtus Pro perhaps looking at that Spirit game and how many times G2 attacked the A bomb site. They've stacked a third player on that side of the map. And Snacks has a really, really fast flank that James doesn't expect.
Now rotations become difficult for Virtus Pro because you know you can't go through CT, so you think about middle instead. Now Electronic spotted, he's getting sandwiched from two sides and he can't get a single kill. Virtus Pro unable to rattle G2. And they're gonna bring that bomb back over to the A site instead. It has just worked out so perfectly here for the T side.
Yeah, this is God tier. The double push and donut as well, but just a timing where G2's so well prepared for it. Flit and Norbert have shifted over as the bomb's not planted, trying to find something before it goes down. Now they're split up, and now Flit's gonna have a real hard time saving this weapon. So is Norbert, because everyone from G2 is ready to hunt.
Good work from Flit, but can't hold on to his weapon. Now Norbert stuck inside of Cave. Might be able to get away with it, but then again, Niko's relatively close. Norbert's going to hear those steps, that upgrade that Niko has gone through with. And Norbert, oh, is he going to get away with it? Niko coming towards him. Norbert hangs on. So at least there will be one rifle saved.
It's not enough to be happy about, to be excited about. Still getting rolled out of this map.
I mean,
this
you
series.
just said a second ago before this round started, we'll wait till the first gun round to see if VP can knock some of that momentum out of G2. If anything, it just got better for G2 in the first gun round.
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, super well played tactically. I mean, getting into position, getting into good positions, but playing well and having really good responses off Snacks' opening kill. Pushes all the way through, wraps around the A bomb site. That third player at A will usually have eyes on middle, but not this round, which gives Snacks that freebie. Jane even seemed relatively aware of the possibility, but still not expecting it. Three to nothing.
Norbert Flit pushing down towards Niko. That smoke hit his head and actually forces him to take that fight. And Niko's happy with the result. It's 2 headshots. Snacks sends a Molotov towards Cave. This isolates any teamwork between Jame and Electronic. In the meantime, Monacy has taken out the only A defender, so Jame is now getting tagged up. He's down to 44 health. And it's 4 in a row on the T side here for G2. Now, I briefly alluded to the fact that, you know, back in the last time we watched them play Ancient, we had Snacks calling A over and over again. The mind games he was able to get out of the calling was just really impressive, and I know he gained a lot of respect from the community about his in-game leadership and what it might look like just coming out of that first few games.
Well, this is the conversation that you had in that context of where, yeah, it's looked it's looked solid and good at this tournament so far and in some of these games we've seen, but the question is always going to be, what happens if you have Niko having a bad game? What happens if you have Mous not giving you the entries the way they did? That's when you want to see your in-game leader being able to tactically win you some games with his calls, not just being able to call a good game off the momentum of how good your individuals are playing, but at the moment, that's not a problem that G2's had to overcome. That's the level individually that G2 is at so deep into this roster at the moment.
Mous straight through, past elbow. Just disrespecting that initial smoke and not continue with the play forward.
Electronic's the only one here, so he wouldn't stick around for the fight regardless, just spotting for information. Niko with a little bit of a pre-fire, on point, but nobody home. And so the first steps are successful for G2. They force back the mid defense, they've got control of middle. Niko's taken away any aggression in towards Jaguar. And now he's got to spam into the bomb site in almost a second. He's back.
He is back for a second day. I hope he has some chicken.
We were told yesterday he's a G2 fan, so he's having a really good day. You get him some chicken nuggets, and he's going to be living the dream.
G2 victory. Just be the cherry on top. And now Jane forced away From his initial position, he'll have to fall behind the smokes, and this is not exactly what VP would have been hoping for. It is a great execute for G2 into this bomb site. Both VP defenders held behind smokes, and here comes Mous around the back. Oh, it's perfect. Mous just catches the good timing, strong position. Eventually, James realizes that they might just have to fade away here. They have to save. They can't compete for this. 5 rounds in a row for G2.
You give G2 an inch, you give him that opening kill, and they're going to make the rest of the round really painful. Just so strong at the moment, not making any mistakes. Monacy goes down, but Electronic, I don't know if he's going to be able to keep it. Hunter's not going to let him get away. Misses the opportunity, and a good response. Good job from Electronic getting away, but Niko still wants blood.
Pretty close to it, but it looks like James going to at least, yeah, they're definitely going to keep their weapons now inside of Temple. We'll pray away. And then that's 5 rounds in a row from G2. So this Dust 2 momentum, it hasn't stopped. It's still going here for G2. You have to remember, like, the start for VP, they won, what, the first 3 rounds, and then there was a Monacy clutch, and then
Dust 2.
And then they haven't won a round since then, have they? So it's become really tough in this series for Virtus.pro. They have disappeared.
It's been an 18-1 run going back to the first map, which is crazy to think about. Just how long it's been since Virtus.pro had anything to be happy about. Once again, late towards middle, little delayed take, flashbang into the sky. Fame just turns and Snacks comes through the smoke.
Pushed up is Electronic. This position can be strong, but it's all about finding these quick kills. And Electronic, he is certainly going to do that. Monacy has to trade it out, but he's lost 2 of his teammates. And G2 is the most compromised setup they've had so far on Ancient. Other than perhaps the pistol round, and Snacks, he's got 2 players coming towards him, and he's got Niko to back him up. He knew that peak was coming. He's seen the shadow coming his way. And James now with a 1v3 ahead of him. And you've got to feel at this point, you've got to start winning rounds. You've got to go for a couple of these clutch attempts. And Niko's on a race. He's trying to beat him over towards red. And Niko's been spotted. Realizes he's been spotted. Niko's still so confident. And he realizes now maybe we'll just take a step back to safety and play this one with Monacy.
But you're right. I mean, James has to go for this. He's got a good chance at it, a good crack at the clutch. Monacy planting the bomb. James just sliding over, looking for that first shot. Monacy's not giving it to him. And knowing it's the AWP on the other side going against them, there's no peeks. They're going to hold for James' move, and Monacy's got it anyways.
I mean, that's a 3v3. That's a situation where you feel like VP were about to take out Snacks, have a really good foothold in the round, and it still goes against them.
Oh, I mean, but so much is working out in G2's favor that you can't really design. Like, you look at some of these lurks that have been happening just when a player from G2 is about to peak, Virtus.pro player looks away from the angle. Same just happened here against Monacy. It just happened here in the double peak from middle against Snacks and Niko. And it's just every fight is working in their favor. And that's got to be some of the most frustrating things for VP is just when they look away, the fight comes where they were just looking. And I don't know how you get back into the flow of this game. First time out called from Virtus.pro. And we'll see if they can change anything up moving forward. This round, it's just pistols and a couple of SMGs. They don't have the funds that they want. But G2 is just, they're just cruising. They're having a joyride into the grand finals at this point.
I don't know if anybody would have predicted G2, apart from Summit, obviously, to win this event, but it really is starting to look increasingly likely that they're going to be able to challenge for this title overall. And I mean, they're going to be in the final if they just close out the next set of rounds in front of them. What a corner G2 have turned. And grouped up outside of A for the meantime. Niko outside of B, but the rest of the squad, their sights set on taking this opening on Fame. Monacy, it was a tough shot to hit. He doesn't connect it. You gotta hope that Electronic gets a multi-kill out of this 5-7. You gotta hope that G2 stub their toe entering this A site, and Mous and m0NESY combined just destroy the initial setup. Flit is the next player up, and he's only got a UMP, and there's nothing that SMG can do. It is gone. It is 7 rounds in a row for G2.
Mous was quiet on Dust 2, playing a low active, I mean, wasn't really needed on the CT side, didn't get a whole lot of attention over at Long, and when he did, Niko was there to get all the kills, but now on Ancient, you're seeing his impact on this T side. Confidently leading the way in the pack, confidently taking middle. Now this time the A bomb site. And G2's hitting critical mass.
Plenty of money for VP, and I guess that's the only silver lining. They can get another good buy with all that loss bonus. But will it be enough to bail them out? There's even a sign. There he is. There he is. Finally, a face to the voice.
Yep, we've got him.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah, get loud, baby.
Go and catch it. Thanks for coming out again. We got m0NESY boosted up. He's looking for that initial peak. There's nothing from VP coming from long side. Instead, it's Flit underneath them, and m0NESY is so fast. We say it time and time again. And he never fails to surprise us.
No way.
Keep peeking, m0NESY. Keep dying. VP down to just 2 players. This is Fame now trying to defend. He's done a decent job at getting one, but there's not much else Fame can do here. This has got to be one of the most frustrating halves of Counter-Strike that Virtus Pro have played in a very long time, if not ever.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Like, look at what's gone against VP. Like, you have that peak from Jaguar that he has the advantage over Snacks, and just as he's making the peak, a flashbang pops and he's blinded. Same thing over towards A ramp. Another peak's coming out, and m0NESY's just able to do a 180. I mean, individually, VP's been knocked out of their games, so they're not as sharp as they'd like, but everything is going in the favor of G2. All the timings. And it's given them so much confidence.
Terrorists win.
21-1 run for G2 since round 4 of the first map.
Those aren't pretty numbers if you're VP, but beautiful if you're G2 at the moment. Here we got to see it again. Just that flip down onto Flit. And you got to feel if you're the rifler that you're going to have the advantage. At least a second extra to react, or a millisecond, but honestly, just so fast. So clinical. No surprise who was called this timeout. It's VP with the second.
You guys are absolutely mental. You've all lost it. 4 rounds left in this first half. 4 rounds left for Virtus Pro to do something. Anything. Any kind of opportunity for a comeback in the second half. Anything positive to think about during the halftime break.
Two players taking middle. Snacks and Mous. VP don't have the resources to fight for mid. They're worried about an A play.
They're worried about everything.
They've got the AWP over here, though. And this AWP is going into the donut, and it is gone. It is just gone. Nothing more to add. It's just out of there. VP collapse again. Electronics out of ammo. G2 have 9 rounds in a row.
It's done, man. Someone throw in the towel. This is crazy, this level we're seeing G2 hit.
10-5 on Mous, 10-1 on Niko. 1 death for Niko so far in Ancient.
There's one single opening kill in this half on Ancient for Virtus Pro, and it was Flit in the pistol round. That's it. That's the only time they started a round with an advantage.
Niko is 36-7 overall.
On the series? Yeah. Look, Niko's one of the most fun players to watch when he's hitting this level. We saw it on Dust 2 just a little bit, but...
Dude, it must just be the billboards with his face on it, just firing him up.
Yeah, he got him jacked up for the rest of the week.
I mean, you can't walk outside and lose if you got billboards of your face all over the boulevard, can you? So, there's only one option for Niko. I mean, how good is this going to feel for Mous? You're just coming into a G2 squad. You're probably very nervous about your first event. You never played at this level. You're playing with legendary players. And you come out and this tournament's going this well for you. It's going to be a nice welcome gift.
Oh, flashbang is up. Norbert inside the smoke. Desperately trying to get something going for his team. Fame is alone at this bomb site. Utility is out. He's looking for someone to slide into the cubby. A little bit of utility usage to drop the counter nade. Smoke deployed over at the A bomb site. G2 taking this one a little bit more slower paced. Virtus Pro is set up for a late mid take. But James is forced out of position into the open.
Finally, an opening kill going in favor of Virtus Pro. Electronic, in fact, does a little bit better than that. He gets 2. So he'll back away. Damage has been done to Snacks.
And this is a little bit weird now for G2. Maybe the first kind of obstacle, well, definitely the first obstacle they've had in this half, considering the bomb has dropped all the way towards middle. That was supposed to be Hunter or Mous to pick it up after something. And there goes Snacks. Niko can't trade. He was backing up to go towards the bomb, and now he's got to come back for control.
It's Niko and Monacy left in his clutch together, and Niko is just erupted back in with a chance for G2. A 2v2 off the back of the initial 4. G2 advantage for VP. And now suddenly just Monacy, but 20 seconds is the problem. He picks that bomb up, and he's got to get a sprint on. He's got to run so fast. Unfortunately for G2, he is the flash, and he goes right into Jane in mid, who realizes he needed to pick that one up. VP, if they had let that go, definitely throw in the towel.
Took him 10 rounds to get on the board. And Electronic provides the early advantage in a 5-on-3. But man, I mean, even with the advantage he provided, Niko rips it right back, and you just feel like G2's not out of any of these rounds. Always a danger on the map.
Flash out, Monacy can peek.
Huh?
I don't know. There's just a little bit of stone protecting James from that one. And this time, the shot will ring out from James AWP. It's Niko that falls. So another opening kill here for VP, and back-to-back rounds they've got it.
Good information gathered by Fame. He's going to shift over. He saw 3 in middle. Calls that out to Electronic and joins him at the A bomb site. James AWP comes to take control of Red Room, hold the angle, deny access if they can.
And James is waiting. Here's the swing. Mous gets past the scope. Dishes a little bit more damage out to James, but the upper will stand. And he will get another opportunity to take out Mous, one that he will take this time. G2 starting to get stalled out. Electronics push through A main. He's got a lot of info from that play, and James is just getting easy 1v1 fights, just walking into a sniper. That's 3 in the round for James.
They've been coming at him one by one. Nobody's been there to trade these kills when G2 steps up to the plate. Monacy decapitates Flit And there's Hunter as well. Oh, it's starting to pan out real well for G2.
Switch to the AK as well. So Norbert might just swing and think he's got an AWP against him, but he's going to wait around that corner. Mous is going to clear him with the AK, and fortunately for VP, Norbert able to get something done with the MP9, and Hunter, while he's not ready for Electronic, that was ever so patient on his flank, eventually gets his reward. So 2 rounds in a row now for VP. They're looking to secure 3 rounds here at the half, which is exactly what they had over on Dust 2.
Bang. Beautiful job by Jame in this round. Good mobility getting back towards middle as well. But yeah, first time they've maybe been given some easy kills here and there. The one on Niko is a nice shot on the jump, but from here that's Jame in his comfort zone. Little bit of life, 2 rounds in a row. I expect this round to be way more aggressive from G2.
Yeah, Mous just sent out mid, sent out to brawl and battle. And Electronic, because of the utility, is forced back behind that donut smoke. At least he's still alive. Here comes a fight that Norbert might fancy himself in if Mous was to step into the open. Mous has no intentions of doing that. G2 sending players through donut. Snacks and mobs currently occupy donut itself. Niko down in back-to-back rounds here.
Well, that's Flit getting him back for the first gun round. That's exactly how Niko got the entry on the B bomb site. So, you know, fair is fair.
Missed timing there for Jame. Unfortunate on scope, and Mous is going to punish the repeat. Now that's a gap, an opening into the site to try and attack, but it's not worked out here for G2 right at the end. 3 rounds in a row to save what would have been a disastrous half. It's still difficult, very difficult for Virtus Pro, as they want to try and stay alive here in Riyadh in this semi-final. 9-3 half. G2 lead the way here on Ancient. They're one map up in the semifinals, and they're very, very close to a grand final showing on their first run out with this new roster. This is an impressive showing from G2. There was some life, at least, from Virtus Pro right at the end there. They put an end to a 9-round streak. Were able to collect the last 3 rounds to at least have something to play with coming into this T side.
More importantly, they shut down G2's run dating back to the first map. It was 22-1 run in rounds, going back to Dust 2 early on in Dust 2. And just to stop that has got to, I mean, I don't even know if it feels good at this point. I don't even know if you get too excited about it, but it's at least given them something to work with other than just getting deleted out of the map entirely. Let's see what they can put together. T-side pistol run can close this gap. VP could still come back into this game. It doesn't look like there should be any possibility, but it is there, however small.
Niko. Stay in front of that smoke, stay in front for the fight. Flash comes up, he needs to land it. Eventually he does with body shots and snacks. Oh, he's so clean with that USP. Honestly, a little bit more of the silencer showing through that smoke than he would have liked, but it really doesn't matter.
I take back everything I just said. There's no chance.
Yeah, there's no chance. You don't get a bomb plant, you don't win the pistol. It's all over.
So much attention on Niko pulling all the eyes to the left. Meanwhile, Snacks is chilling in Cubby, has all the time in the world. Nobody can find him. Nobody can hear that silenced USP. And James, once again, last one alive, is like, all right, well,
we tried.
I guess
I got to have a molly for the post plant.
Yeah, it could have worked.
But it's not going to pan out the way VP would have hoped.
Taz giving his old teammates high fives and smiles all day long so far.
That's clean from Snacks.
He's completely blinded for that second kill.
He's a pistol player.
All right then. 10-3.
Oh, look at that. It's Glocks. It's Glocks and 1P250.
I mean, it's much like Dust 2, where it's just the disparity in the scoreboard is too much.
Yeah, you didn't really give yourself enough leeway to suffer a pistol round loss.
The only way you come back into this game is with AK-47s, with Galils. And even then, it just seems hopeless. It feels hopeless. Niko's now 39-10 so far in this series.
He's got to break that 40. Very likely that he will. 1 for 1 at the start of the round. Not like it's going to open up too many options for them. 45 seconds remaining in the round itself, and m0NESY and Mouls, they've got mid control. They've even got a resmoke coming in just as VP wanted to go through it, and coming through it might be the best option for them with a distraction set up over the top of Heaven, and James actually gets a couple out of it. Suddenly it's a 2v2 and there's weapons on the ground, Jason, so there is options now opened up for VP.
I think both players of G2 in that situation were a little bit too hungry for that kill. They turn at the first Glock, turn their backs towards middle, the smoke they just deployed.
They're going towards Snacks, and I was going to say he had a weaker gun, so perhaps they can take him out, but that MP9 gets away with it, gets back behind the big box, and now Flit has to worry about different angles, but he sees the knee of Snacks. Snacks now knows his threat is in front of him. Flit with limited time. Oh, Snacks, he's just going to play with him right to the end, allow Niko to come in from Donut, and he secures it right there.
Smart veteran play from Snacks, just stalling him out, knowing the timer on the round is in his favor. 9 seconds left. Flit had to do something to force him into the open. It's 11-3. Little bit of danger in the round, but it still felt like G2 was in control the whole way. A little bit of it slipped here after this engagement, but Snacks ready and waiting at the A bomb site. Now we get those AK-47s that VP's been waiting for. Last chance. Last chance to get involved in this map, and it goes against Electronic. A good trade, an important trade to keep things even.
Snacks with a resmoke. m0NESY starting to make his move in mid. Will it work out in timing? Flit Temporarily distracted, but he's come back at the right time, and Monacy's head provides itself. Second chance now on Mous, and oh, good trade from Mous. Snacks unleashed now out of cave. Nearly wins that fight versus James, but doesn't, and the bomb now goes down inside of the B site. A lot of space for VP to play with. And now a consideration for G2. Do they want to save
Nope,
or
they're
go
gonna
for
save.
it? And there's no money left, so they're going for a save call.
Yeah, and it's a smart call as well. Even with this kind of a lead, it'd be easy to be overconfident and kind of go for this, but still playing some smart Counter-Strike and saying, you know what, let's just use this lead, see what we get in the next round, save some money. We can buy up some weapons around this. We can still make it dangerous moving forward. Instead of giving VP a window of opportunity to get back into things. Mous Navi is going to be the next semifinal of the day. To find out who the second grand finalist
Who have
is.
you got winning that one, Jason?
You know what? I might stun. I think Navi.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now.
It seems crazy, I know.
I think it's just with the way Bit's playing at the moment. It's going to be hard to stop them with the depth they've got right now, but Mous, who knows? It's going to be a real good, close semifinal.
Mous is such a good team. It was like I said yesterday, I just have some feeling about Navi right now where I think they're going to be super confident in themselves, especially considering the scalps they've already taken. They'll be playing the winner of this series, obviously, and at the moment that feels like it's unequivocally going to be G2. 2 rounds away from the grand finals here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. I love you too. Round 16.
Snacks is always playing with some sort of compromised weapon. There'd be an MP9, 5.7. He's always got a load of utility.
Look at the team he's got around him, you know? It's like, you ain't gonna take weapons away from any of those guys. Electronic and Norbert just tanking the Molotov and getting out with this fast smoke towards Donut to give him some access over towards Red Room, but Mous is waiting.
Into that mid-fight, Mous comes out on top of it. It's Electronic that goes down, but Norbert realized there had to be a swift response. There had to be a trade. He steps into it. He hasn't had many kills here, Norbert, nor have a few of his teammates. That one could be very important for the outcome of round 16. Snacks, he's done this so many times. Just as that smoke is up, he makes his way out. Oh, James, is he going to check for him? He is. Snacks is going to lose this fight against James again.
Yeah, they need to hustle back. There is kind of a missed smoke from Virtus Pro, so that's a resource they would love to have because they've got none remaining. More utility streaming into the B bomb site. It's only Monacy who's rotated over with the FAMAS. He does have some nades to work with, but this is all a fake, a ruse. VP's going to go to the other side of the map, so now it all falls onto Hunter's shoulders.
It's only got an MP9, and that Molotov is now giving away his position. He can't get a single kill despite coming the closest you can, right? He's 1 HP left on Flit.
This is another beautiful round tactically from Virtus Pro, but it's all based off advantages they haven't really been able to get many of. If you go back to Dust 2, I mean, player advantage, you have quiet in the mid-round, you have plenty of time to work with, and you get to start throwing those little fakes, those little bits of utility from middle, those bits of utility into the B bomb site to take the defense away, and then G2 has to scramble to get back in.
Yeah, Monacy has to think about getting out of here. This looks unlikely. Oh, AK now picked up, but James already had him, and that is 5 rounds for VP, so just sort of getting into this game for the first time. And it obviously helps that G2 have had pretty weak purchases in the last few rounds. They don't have the AWP out on Monacy. There's a 5-7 for Snacks. Eventually that full buy is coming back, and that will be the difficult part of this game for VP.
No cause for panic yet if you're G2. Still a 6-round lead. Plenty of opportunities to close this out. A push through A main from all 5 players. And VP's actually headed to this side of the map. 3 through Donut very, very fast. Just playing contact, waiting till they see somebody. Mous with a deagle, good start. And they won't know numbers, but now they will. Norbert has seen the push coming. VP have an indication of where the stack is, so they should be able to dodge all the danger.
Run, Norby, run. His teammates are stepping up, bomb is down, and he's won the round here. Just keeping them distracted, keeping them pinned, now lining them up. Monacy down on 30 health. He wants this kill. He's not going to get it. Norbert does very well. And we're now at that point where we can get the full buyout again for G2. There won't be an AWP for Monacy. He had enough, just enough to get a glass cannon and nothing else. So he wants to go to the rifle. And we're very aware of how capable he is, even with the rifle in his hands.
Have we seen the AWP on Monacy yet in this half?
No,
I think he's been on rifles. Right? I've seen him with FAMAS a couple times. That's one thing Virtus Pro hasn't had to go up against, and that's one thing that's going to make G2's defense immensely stronger when he does eventually get it out.
Snacks with an MP9 again. A lot of early utility being tossed out by G2, trying to soften up Virtus Pro early into this round. Electronic and Flit already through Jag. They want to apply pressure to Snacks. They know he's been around here aggressive multiple times. They don't find him straight away. Big peek from Fame in middle. Flit's lost most of his health, but there hasn't been a kill yet up until Niko, who draws first blood. Minute 5 seconds left. VP, a couple of players into this B bomb site. Norbert's trying to create that space to make them feel a lot more comfortable so that they can bring that bomb back in. But the bomb is not yet arriving. It's still outside those B doors. And Norbert is doing more than they could have asked for him.
Yeah, but look at two players chunked down very low. Fame half HP, Norbert 2 health. And now they're getting stalled out by Flashbang. So James steps up to the plate with this AWP, looking for a peek.
Oh, he's got a good angle here. They cross into him, but a missed shot from James. You don't see many of those. Fame will fall, Norbert follows, and VP now have to suffer elimination point. G2 1 round away from the grand finals here at the Esports World Cup.
Virtus Pro scrape together what they can, and it's a pretty solid buy. AK-47's up and back in James' hands. Monacy gets a freebie from this round. Good job from Niko and Snacks. Going 2 for 2 to ensure control of Cave. And VP's attack at the B bomb site gets stalled out, slowed. And now they must win 6 in a row, fighting for overtime.
James attempts the opener into position. He often has won that initial duel versus Snacks. Can't pick it up. Snacks is no longer playing aggressive. He's not trying to get any further than Cave. Oh, Snacks, he's gonna grab that opening fight. Flit was persistent. Now the peak. We haven't seen Monacy sniper, and now we see what it can do. Electronic falls down on the T side. VP diminished to just 3 players. A nice peek from James, well played as Monacy's caught in the open.
A little bit overconfident. He was in a couple safer positions, but decided to get aggressive. Still a tall task. Fame is gonna have to open things up.
Bulbs gets cleared. Fame opens up perfectly. Now VP have a chance to get into the site, and that plant is coming in on default. James is holding for the CT swing, and this shot he will nail. It does not look like this is going to be a G2 finish unless Niko and Snacks can create magic on this retake. Distraction being set up by Snacks. Niko now dropping out into Brokey. Out of the temple, into the fight at Donut, but he loses it, and it's all Snacks. All Snacks on a USP. And we know what he can do with it, but it's usually in the pistol rounds. And he switches out to an M4 that was down on the ground. He's got a kit, but he has no utility. This is not going to happen for Snacks. This is not going to be closed by G2. The VP stay in the fight for a little bit longer. Snacks falls away. And well worked towards that A site. And it does feel like if Monacy was maybe slightly more disciplined, they could have closed it there and then.
Yeah, a mistake out of Monacy to take that. And again, I think it's a lot of confidence, obviously, in himself, a lot of confidence in the scoreline of G2. But again, like no matter how much you've beaten up Virtus Pro, the players are going to take advantage of those mistakes. And he really wanted to flex on James with that repeat. So 12-7, and Virtus Pro call a timeout after the round win. The AWP advantage down the stretch of that round. James holding angles with impunity.
This is the last timeout in regulation the VP can decide to call. And the money's not in a great spot for G2.
No, not at all. I mean, but again, every time they've hit, the nice thing for them is because they've been so dominant in the first half, every time they get to a low economy, they have like they just look at the scoreboard and it's like, we got rounds to play with.
Yeah, that's true.
Obviously, you don't want to give them up, but you don't feel panicked making the decision to save.
Yep, safety net catching them.
Nade stack brings Flit down low.
Well, that's usually how these kind of rounds start. Niko with a deagle. Snacks has a rifle.
Ooh.
Niko jumps on by, gathers info.
Yeah, but now he's pinned against the wall, and they know this position. And the M4 is still sitting in cave, so it's just the pistols trying to defend against this.
Well, they're going to be focusing on Niko, but the threat is still there. It still stands until Norbert finally gets rid of the threat of Niko's deagle. And it really doesn't look like there is going to be one of those big moments, but Snacks, he could create one. He's coming in with that M4, but ends up getting caught in an awkward scenario that leads to absolutely nothing. And Monacy,
I think he heard the footsteps from Monacy coming up and maybe got a little bit tweaked out, a little bit scared.
Yeah.
Maybe like Monacy says, I'm coming from heaven, and he turns to look.
Well, Monacy doesn't have a kit. There is maybe one down on Snacks, but it is going to be a headshot straight away from Monacy, who now does have a kit, who now does have a kill.
Oh!
That is absolutely unbelievable from Monacy. From nothing to a grand final, this is the best player in the world, and he keeps delivering for G2. This kid is absolutely insane. We have not seen anything like it. Highlights from nothing, time and time again.
And you can hear the crowd chanting his name. So many engines on this team, so much power and strength on this team at the moment. Niko playing lights out across the series. Hunter with a good series. Monacy obviously just styling. And delivers another highlight reel to bring G2 into the grand finals. Virtus Pro, they talked about how well they're becoming balanced, how well this team has improved. They've got a lot of lessons to learn from today. G2 showed up in their honeymoon on a different class.
Lightning when it strikes brings an end to them all. VP knocked out here at the Esports World Cup. And G2, first time in the new roster, and it's a grand final already. And they are looking like they are capable of winning this trophy. They will play the winner of the semi-final between Mous and Navi. And they have got to think, no matter who it is, they've got a shot at taking it.
But, I mean, look, they just won that trophy in Dallas, and it was the same kind of feeling, obviously, with a different lineup in a stand-in situation, but building to that critical mass, building to that momentum, and knocking down to everyone who steps up to them in the playoffs. Looking good while doing it. And let's go down to the stage to hear from them.
I mean, at times that was the Simpsons meme, wasn't it? Stop, stop, they're already dead. We talk about a honeymoon period. This is more than a honeymoon period with this team, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. It just everything clicks this event, and everything is going our way, and hopefully another day tomorrow it's going to go our way. So yeah, keeping high hopes up.
I spoke to Taz yesterday after you won, and I said, were you expecting this sort of play? And he gave me a smile and said, yeah, we're looking good. Did you expect to be this good this early on with this new team?
Honestly, I had a very good feeling going up against Spirit even yesterday. I knew that we have a very good chance of winning, and I even told the guys we're going to 2-0 them. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what was going on and what is still going on, but we are doing very good now as a team, and maybe it is a honeymoon, but honestly, we don't really care at this point. We just have to take it map by map, event by event. We will see what's going to happen at Blast or Cologne, but for now, we want to enjoy this honeymoon.
Some great fans you got here as well who are cheering for you. They were going wild at times. You've been around a while. I'm not saying you're old. I'm saying you've been around a while. When a game goes like that, when it's all going your, what is the feeling like?
I mean, it feels great. It's been a while since I played this good. I mean, I don't think I played this good in CS2 yet, so it feels good to come back to my form. I don't want to jinx it, to be honest, but I felt very good at the start of the season, even at the boot camp, so we will see. Hopefully I can keep up this form.
We can hear everyone cheering for Monacy right now. I mean, how he ended the map was ridiculous. Is he the best player in the world? I heard Jason say that.
Yeah, for me, he is. He is definitely, I think he has everything that he needs. I just see him way more versatile than Dong, for example. And for me, yeah, he's definitely the best player in the world.
It's great to watch him play, it's great to watch you play, it's great to watch the team play. Let's bring over the key now, because obviously, because you've bested them, you get the key. This will be given to you with a handshake, I'm sure. There you go, a fabulous moment. Somebody will now crush this on the other stage. Who's going to do it? Who's going to do the crushing?
I mean, yesterday it was Snacks and Mous. Maybe today I'll give it to Ilya for the last highlight that he got for us.
Mate, it's a pleasure always to chat to you. Congratulations. You guys, I think, have gone from a team we wanted to see to a team that's possibly, maybe going to lift this trophy. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for Niko and G2. They're through to a final.
Well, what a showing here from G2. And obviously, I guess maybe the key to success here for them is to just continuously change lineups, because that would appear to be what's working quite well for them. Yeah, an oiled machine here, and it obviously should go without saying, but G2 go into the grand finals, VP, recalculate, recalibrate, and hope for a better day.
I mean, what more can you say? Very, very dominant performance coming in for G2. You knew it was going to happen. When you're up 9-0 on the second map, your own map pick against VP, dominating the T-side like G2 were. Malp sitting at 7 kills, I think, after the first 2 rounds. Everything was just going up in a higher end for the G2 boys. Again, would be foolish not to say that VP didn't show up today. Would be foolish not to say that VP didn't play great Counter-Strike, but I think it was more so G2 playing way above expectations. It was more so G2 coming in today, super, super hot, super well-drilled, and playing some beautiful Counter-Strike.
And according to the statisticians, or whatever that word might be, statisticians.
Yeah, these guys.
Those dudes, those guys. According to them, and I'm talking about the HLTV.org crew, Niko dropping his highest map rating in CS2 and second highest of his whole career in the first map of the series. So does that bode well for VP? Don't look like it.
No, this is definitely not a win condition if you're VP. And I really like that you mentioned Niko, because that's a topic I think we have to hone on in. The fact that he himself says, you know what, ever since CS2 came around, I never felt that comfortable. I never felt that good. I don't want to jinx it. Well, my take is that it isn't just up to Niko. It's not that just Niko woke up one day thinking, I'm going to go back to my extraordinary level. I think that in this system, he doesn't have to overcompensate. I think he gets to focus on what he is doing. He gets to pick and choose his fight. Doesn't have to push for too much. He has balance in when he decides to actually get stuck into the fight. And so what happens is you build confidence. You have less frustrating moments. You have less moments than you regret on the decisions you made. And then he accumulates that confidence, and we get to see the monster that we knew that Niko could be. And if you're a fan of Counter-Strike, whether or not you're a fan of G2, if you love Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike is better with Niko exceptional. It's just a fact. He makes the game special. He defined a style of rifling that he and only he himself is capable of doing. And finally we get to see it again, because damn, I missed it.
Got nothing more to add.
Okay, how about this then? Give me a comment here about what he just said about Donk and versatility and versus Monacy. Because that's an interesting conversation, isn't it? And I would love to hear your hot take, Jacob.
Donk and Monacy?
Well, yeah, you just heard Niko say what he said, right?
Yeah.
He mentioned Zyweeder. Didn't take that route.
No,
not here.
That's true. I don't know. I think Monacy right now is making a great case, obviously, for being one of the greatest players we have in the game. I think Donk is a different conversation. He has slowed down a little bit as of recently. I believe this event for him was probably the worst he could have imagined. So I think that whole conversation in terms of who is the best player in the world right now, we can have that throughout the rest of the year. I don't think there's going to be a definitive answer, you know, to begin with. So for my money, that duel is completely up for the grabs.
I mean, the argument also relies heavily on team's result. We know how it is. Whoever gets the further, the deeper in tournaments, whoever gets their hands on MVPs, well, if this is going to be a G2 that is reliably at that level, hell yeah, Monacy is going to have his name on that. Because, I mean, granted, Niko doesn't go into extraterrestrial
I was just
level.
about to say, the problem is Niko is stealing frags now. So what does Monacy do?
You think Monacy is going to go Niko and be like, brother, listen, could I just like get the MVPs? You know, I have my own horse in that race.
And since Mous is new to the team, he hasn't quite got comfortable enough to ask the same exact question.
Oh no, he cannot quite yet, you know.
Hey man, stop taking all the.
Mous is like, in the contract it says, Mous, you're not going to get MVP in the first 2 years, just FYI. Like, no, there's a pecking order here.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But obviously to end the game out in the fashion that Monacy did, like, kind of crazy.
I mean, there's an argument to be made for the versatility. And honestly, really, maybe just I could hold the candle. And even in terms of flicks, I don't think that's the case. But tell me, what department of the game can Monacy Monesi not do?
Yeah.
What can Monesi not do currently in CS2? Can he clutch? Yes, he can. Can he play with the pistol? Yes, he can. Can he rifle when needed? Absolutely yes. Can he open rounds? Absolutely yes. Is he a good T-sided player? Yes. CT-sided player? Check. Is he mobile? Check. Is he versatile? Check. Can he be impatient? Check. He's got everything. What do you want me to tell you?
Can he win the Esports World Cup? Can he win the major?
Well, find out tomorrow.
That's true. I mean, they are in the grand final. What's up, Jacob? You look.
No, I'm just like, there was a lot of checking.
There's a lot of check. My list goes pretty long.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Monesi is fantastic. I mean, if I were to build a team, I think the player I'd pick firstly out of everyone right now in the world would be Monesi. So it speaks volumes.
But again, Mous. Let's not forget about Mous, right?
Sure.
We can't forget about him. Did this showing look better than what we've seen on them in Ancient with the utilization of Mous?
I think Mous so far in this tournament has been doing more than we could expect from him. I think he's still coming into new roles. He's still coming into a new team. Again, he's coming into a new world where he has to accept that he's now the favorites in most of the matchups he's going into. He's playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike. He's playing for an organization that has ambitions and aspirations of winning trophies. He's no longer an M80. He's no longer in 0-0 Nation or wherever he has been before. He's not a Tier 3 player. You know, Mous is here to win trophies. He's here to make a difference on the server, and so far he's done that way earlier than I expected.
I agree with you. I don't think we've seen him tested truly. Like, just think about the last maps he's played here in playoffs.
Yeah.
You spank Spirit on 2 maps, and then here you've lost what, a handful of rounds against VP, and that's it. No team has really put him in a position where maybe we get to see the weakness. Like, maybe you force him into one of these very high-pressure situations alone, isolated on the bomb side, on the CT side. He doesn't exactly know how to anchor that position. He gets exploited. None of that has happened. Very clearly, on the T side, he's found the rhythm. Yeah. He knows how to fit into that system. He's comfortable. He's so comfortable taking like 50-50 duels or 40-60 duels. The duels that aren't easy, he takes them. Doesn't matter what. Takes a little bit of space, go for the duel. He can do that. Maybe on the CT side, there's going to be a learning curve. Nobody forced him to learn that yet.
And that's the issue, and I fully agree with you. It's not his fault, though. He's only being presented, you know, these easy wins against teams like Spirit and, you know, World
How
Play
dare
today.
he
Yeah,
think that easy?
it's like, no, that's
bait.
the problem. So I agree with you, and that's why I look forward to Cologne as well. To CT2 with the way they're playing.
You gave up here on the pressure here.
Yeah,
like, there's not going to be any pressure.
even in the final, that's going to be a different one. I think at Cologne, if we were to see T2 at this stage, if we were to see him play, you know, inside that arena after they potentially win this event, they would instantly be one of the favorites to go into the playoff. And can he perform on a stage when the pressure is at the highest and when he's playing a team that, I guess, shows up on the server, then we can start having more check marks on matches end.
So you're saying VP didn't show up today?
I'm saying VP went
fair.
nowhere
That's
to be
obvious.
found.
No, that's fair.
I'm saying it was obvious.
It's not a hot take.
It's not a hot take.
It's a mild
set
take.
me up right there, yeah?
One doesn't simply... No, I'm kidding. What we can talk about, though, is our MVP. Guess who it is? You guys want to take a shot?
Niko.
Yeah, imagine that.
Do you have any other hard question that you want us to answer on the fly? Like
Square root of
this, man.
get out of my face. How about that? 43 and 17 again. Breaking some of his own records there in the first map of the series, and then they didn't look to slow down in the second.
I mean, we had the conversation many times, you know, peak Monesi within G2, it would have been so nice if that would have been together with peak Niko.
I know.
Is there a world now where we're heading into the second part of the season where Niko slowly but surely is ramping up to become the best version of himself again, and Monesi continues to be peak Monesi? Because if that's the case, you have 2 of the 3 best players out there.
Yeah, listen, it's about to happen. At least it feels like it's happening.
Yeah.
If you're looking at Dallas, if you're looking out here in Riyadh, you're having a Niko that is once again rising to the incredible level he had in CSGO, and truly this makes me feel that the issues before were first of all systemic. These were systemic issues that Niko were trying to fix, and this isn't to take any responsibility away from him. Like, I'm not saying that when Niko wasn't performing, he was just a poor victim of circumstances. It's not what I'm saying. He probably was overcompensating, he probably was a little impatient, he probably was frustrated, all of that came together. But now, within this system, ever since Huxi left, you make the links you want to do. This is turning into something quite special from Niko, right? Dallas, Riyadh, sample size here.
Honestly, if you want to try to explain it, I think sometimes when you're a star player that has experienced as much as Niko, it's about new motivation sometimes as well. You know, you're changing your in-game leader, you're bringing in Mous, there's a lot of new projects, a lot of moving parts. I think he's highly motivated right now. We know what a motivated Niko can do, what we saw right here.
Yeah, and it shows. And I'm talking about setting him up and lighting him on fire. Well, that's what Niko did. However, a little bit lukewarm over on the other side. That's Virtus Pro, and we're talking about Electronic, who's been gracious enough to give us an exit interview with Freya.
Electronic, I know moments like this are never easy, so I really appreciate you giving me some of your time. First of all, just want to go back to the map veto. You guys picking Dust 2 against G2, who've looked, you know, pretty decent on that map as well. What was the thought process behind that?
I mean, we did a lot of mistakes on Dust 2 as a team. So it means that we didn't deserve win today. It is how it is. I mean, we made a lot of mistakes, I will say, even like this, you know. But anyway, we have to keep our heads up, you know. We have blast like in 1 week or maybe less, and we have to fix our mistakes. And I hope at the blast we will play better in those stages, you know.
Moving on to Ancient, obviously the pick of G2 in this series. You guys starting off 9-0 down. Can you give me a few words as to kind of, you know, the vibe, the atmosphere in the team at those moments? Because we could see, you know, some of you guys getting frustrated on the cameras.
I mean, it's always frustrating when you lost 0-9, right? The vibe in the team was on point, I will say. Everyone wanted to do a comeback, but we didn't make it. It's all right, I guess. At least we make a fight after 0-9, you know. There is no words from our side, you know. We just lost, we just got smashed. That's it.
Speaking of, you know, some words that James gave before coming into this next part of the season, he said you've kind of got to, or the team have kind of got to restructure a little bit around your arrival. In terms of the first taste of that in this event, how much change do you think the team has made? Like, how satisfied are you with the direction the team's going?
I mean, I feel like we do a lot of work. We do it pretty good. You know, in the future, we will really strong. I can feel it, you know, everyone wants to be on top. So, yeah, we will grow as a team.
And as you mentioned, Copenhagen, Cologne, just around the corner as well.
Yeah.
I want to give you a moment to say anything to the Virtus Pro fans at home watching you, cheering you on.
I'm really sorry for that bad game today, but as a team, and cheer for us in the future. We will do everything that we have for the next stages.
Electronic, thank you so much for your words. And yeah, see you in Cologne.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, rough exit there for the side of VP, and you could see the frustration, or rather not frustration, but just it's a loss. It's an L, and you could see it there in Electronic's face.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than a loss. It's a helpless loss. Right?
Yeah.
It's one where you feel... I've had a couple of these in my career where the game is over, and it basically just happened.
Yeah.
The game, it just existed. You feel like you can never really grab it. It kind of flew away from your hands, and it wasn't really representative of the progress that we had seen VP kind of showcase early on. This is frustrating because we were hoping for a better fight. I'm not overall really worried for this roster, but I'll just say this. Fame, who was an incredibly exciting player when he joined VP, is apparently suffering massively right now in this very constellation. Last 3 events that he's got, all in the red, very complicated for him. So whether he's lost space and decision power within the system, I'm not exactly sure, or if he's got to call his own numbers just a little bit more. Yeah. He is going to be someone that's going to go under scrutiny very soon, because he's supposed to be a much stronger anchor than he is, and it's been complicated.
I think that's where we have to dissect it, because I agree with you. This game, it just flew by without really being able to do anything, and it's arguably one of the worst ways of losing Counter-Strike games. You just feel like you're sitting there and there's nothing you can do about it. However, for the tournament as a whole, I think for VP to be in the semi-final, for them to take down Vitality and play the brand of Counter-Strike they've been playing so far, with Electronic being activated, with James being a little bit more assertive as well. I think there's a lot of good signs coming out of the VP camp, so I'm not too worried. However, I think it's more so the case of G2 really hitting the strides today. You know, playing some absolutely beautiful Counter-Strike, and for VP, I think coming into Cologne, coming into the rest of the second part of the season, it's going to be just fine. There's still a team that is moving upwards in my book.
Trending
upwards, moving. They're doing it.
No, I get it. Yeah.
Stonks.
Yeah, now I get it. Okay, that's what all I had to say was stonks. Gentlemen, I just want to ask you, I know we're getting rid of you here shortly. Is there anything you want to put a bow in this one?
No, I feel like
you've done that?
Contributed enough to the conversation. It's going to be great watching you guys work. I'm just going to sleep in undercover. You know, I'm going to make myself like a green tea. Maybe put some pouches under my eyes and chill, watch you guys. That's going to be great.
Yeah.
And we'll be working, so.
Yeah, per usual. Look, we're going to go to a break. We're going to come back. We've got another semifinal staring us down the barrel right now of Mous and Navi. Of course, that'll be coming up just shortly, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Are we?
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
I'm here with Navi for their roundtable, sitting down with Alexi B and Blade. Welcome.
Welcome. Glad to be here.
Happy to have you. The table, as you remarked, is actually around this time, so we've got that taken care of. I want to start out talking about last season, right? We'll sort of do last season into this season transition. Obviously for you guys, pretty good season, major win. That's got to make things feel pretty nice. It's sort of one of these where you have that massive peak, and then you had also that little lift at the end with the final and blast. How do you feel about it? What were you thinking about it going into the break, the season as a whole?
You can start. I liked it a lot because we finished like on a good note. The grand final of London, and if you watch like other teams, for example, not all of them were like in grand finals or winning trophies. I don't know, like if you take like top 5, for example, not all of them were like winning trophies or grand finals constantly. So in this list, I think it's good for us to have one super good trophy like major and to be in the grand final of London. But at the same time, we had Dallas and EPL, and I still think that we didn't show up like we could, you know. Reasons behind it is different, but still, it was a good lesson for us. I hope that we learned our like experience, how it can be like in terms of motivation, in terms of enthusiasm and all this stuff. Because next year, for example, is huge, loaded with tournaments. You need this experience already. Even actually this part of autumn and winter will be very loaded. So I'm happy with our results and our season.
Alexi?
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. And I think for Navi, it's been amazing since they shifted everything to going international, trusting players that didn't win anything for a long time, and winning a major after, right? Obviously, what Blade mentioned already with other tournaments, we played really poorly as well during the season, but to end on a good note in London was pretty important for us, because kind of only winning the major and just playing poorly overall, it's like us as players, we don't really feel that satisfied, right?
But yeah, it's been nice, and when you look at it from the outside, for me individually, it's obviously winning a trophy again and it being the major, obviously highlight of my career, right? So I can't say anything bad about it.
Yeah, I had Vitality before, right? And it's kind of the contrast between those of Vitality were always in that final, semi-final conversation, but don't have any trophies from last season. You guys have that massive peak, the trophy everybody wants, right? But didn't necessarily have that same level of consistency. When you compare those two things, do you think it's better to have a season where you peak at the right moment, or better to have a season where you have that constant level?
Hard question, I think.
I mean, I think for sure you need to peak at some moment, because I don't think Vitality is satisfied to be in semis and finals and not peaking, or if you assume peaking would be winning a trophy, right?
Yeah.
So I think many teams in the past as well has made changes when they're not winning the trophy. Like they feel like they're missing that last step, so they're making changes and they want to. They're thinking that something is wrong because they cannot make the cut, right? So I think you need to peak at some moment to feel the satisfaction of all the practice, all the bad results, so to say. So I think peaking during a season at least once, or doing something that the whole team made a goal or makes everyone satisfied, I think it's important.
Yeah, and it completely depends on the team. Like, since you said like Vitality, you can ask any team and maybe the answers will be a little bit different, because it depends on how do you put your team. Like, for example, Navi 2021 lineup, we were not satisfied with semifinals at all. Like, we wanted to be at least finals and winning, but at the same time, if you're losing in the finals, this is the worst. Like, one step from the trophy, and you know your potential, and everything pressured you, and you knows that you were like expecting like to win tournaments with huge lineups. That's why I think like it depends on lineup, because I put our lineup like we're kind of still building. Our players must become like much stronger in the future, and so when we kind of signed this lineup, it wasn't like we had like super strong starter players like from elite teams, right? It means that they will have this potential to become. And for Vitality, I think it's much harder because they already have strong, like Saivo was 6 years in a row, like top 2 or something, right, as a player. And that's my point, like very like strong elite players. It will be harder for them to not win tournaments. If we are putting ourselves like on a list, on a path, like we want to improve, to evolve, and to win some tournaments, and it will be much easier for us to to admit like, okay, why we lost. Not succeeding, for example, in EPL wasn't a huge tragedy for us after major. We learned our lessons, but still not like that kind of level as I think FaZe and Vita should have, in my opinion. But this time, of course, we will get there where we also the team like this, that we like cannot afford to not to be in playoffs bracket.
The conversation about timeline, I feel like that was something you stressed a lot during the major and after the major run, was almost like this is ahead of schedule. Like, didn't really expect to be at that level that early on in the lifetime of this roster.
Is this turn?
No, I mean back at the major.
Okay.
Now, at the end of that season, do you feel like the team overall is further along on the timeline that you had in your head of when you expect them to be that top-end competitive team?
Like you mean, like I said, like I didn't expect us to win majors so fast?
Yeah.
I think that this is like unique experience.
Yeah.
And first you think that it will help your team. Then I realized like it kind of moved us a little bit down, because that's how we play EPL and Dallas. Some people call it like major hangover, for example, right? And yeah, exactly. I didn't expect it even to happen, because maybe I don't know, like, because if, for me, it's like my point of view, if you're like a young player, even winning a major will not change anything, right? You still want to show even better next tournament and even better next tournament, something like this. But everyone is different, like it depends. And we for sure saw like a little, how to say, like deep, like in terms of motivation for sure. And we admitted like already as a team. But at the same time, it helped us because it's huge experience, it's huge like status level and so on and so on. And it was for sure you can use it. If there was a dip, for sure you can. You didn't use the stress, like kind of benefits from this. And I think we will use it. We use it already in London, and we'll use it this season also, because no matter what, like we still were winning those teams. It doesn't matter how they were performing. Like we know our level, we know what we are capable of. And if we play bad, we are not delusional. We know if we won or lost tournament or the game, we know at what level we was in our real like Navi game, okay, like Navi level, and that helps me a lot for sure to prep for everything, to mindset, to give a mindset for a team, and still this lineup has more potential than it was, for example, even in London. Even now, I see after the break how we started the boot camp, and it was completely different than how we started after winter break last time.
I'm curious to ask about that because I actually had kind of a little bit of insight in that in Katowice, I was just down the hotel room from your practice room. I was like in the same hall. And I remember after some tough losses, there were some moments where, you know, I could hear the team talk. I could hear the conversation going through, and it wasn't easy at that point, right? There was definitely a lot that was being worked on and being stressed. Obviously, whatever you guys were talking about there worked because it got close. But yeah, right at the beginning of last season. So then into this season, how are you feeling about that boot camp, about that first move? How are you feeling about that ramp up as we head into this event?
Did you lose to Complexity 5-2 in Katowice?
I think it was Blast.
Maybe.
Yeah, Blast to go to Arena.
Who did we lose Katowice actually?
Katowice against Spirit.
No.
You're testing my memory, and my memory is bad.
We at least lost to Spirit on Kato.
Yeah.
No.
But maybe it was not elimination.
Yeah, I think this was pre-elimination because there was
maybe Heroic. No, I don't know.
Astralis, I think.
Astralis was Cologne for sure.
Oh yes, Cologne. Well,
I even forgot like what happened in Katowice, but yeah. What is the question?
No, it's sort of just
we lost to Falcons.
That's right. Okay, yes, okay.
And we were like leading on Ancient, very strong on City side, and then we won Pistol, lost Anti-Force, and yeah, that was tough because we lost the momentum and gave them the momentum.
Yeah. But I mean, what you said, I think it's completely true that those times obviously was the start. We started to play with Wonderful, and we weren't that. It was still like these great times of like having a player break, a lot of things happening in the team. It was new, you know, refreshed team, but at the same time we're failing or we're making mistakes that we don't want to make. Blowing out of a big tournament feels like never feels good, and yeah, I feel like as Blade mentioned, when we go to boot camp now with the team, we already know each other, we know tendencies, we know what we like, we know what we don't like. Everything is easier to start, and I think we take that into account, and we try not to allow mistakes that we were making last bootcamp. So we're always trying to evolve and setting higher expectations of everyone.
Hello everyone, I'm here with G2 for their roundtable. I've got Taz and Snacks, and Taz is starting off strong here. How you doing, guys?
Good. Perfect. Good.
Thriving.
Very nice. Good travel.
Well, we'll start with I think the topic that's on everyone's mind. It's the reunion, right? You guys haven't played together since 2018. Been 6 years. What's it like coming back together in a team?
It's not good.
I mean, this is totally different. I mean, for at least from my perspective, I'm not playing anymore. Jano wasn't leading that much in VP. Now he's the IGL. He has evolved, and he's old now. Back in the day, he was young, so it's different. And I was always old.
Yeah. I think this builds into the question of like how much have you found that each other have changed in those 6 years, like personality-wise? What's that?
I think it's better when Tasto is gonna start again.
I don't know.
I don't think so. That's changed that much, you know.
I kind of feel I'm similar to what I always was. I mean, at least I hope so.
Yeah.
Just a little bit less pain in the ass. That will come later.
Do you think taking up IGLing has either matured you or what, just added stress to your life?
No, it's I would say like this. You know, like Tas mentioned already, I was like IGLing a little bit. So, and before VP times, I also were doing like this job in the team. So I don't feel like any pressure or something. I feel like I always like to talk a lot with CS, and yeah. I like this, like I don't feel any pressure.
Okay. I do want to ask, because it's been, mentioned on some podcasts, things around the community. Was there any bad blood after the VP stint? Was there anything that you guys had to get past?
Small one.
A little bit?
A small one. Nah, I mean...
Hey, keeping it short, yeah. But hey, we know what they say about time. It heals once, and I just believe that esports, I mean not esports, but overall in life, if you hold grudges, if you keep to the past, you will not be able to succeed in present. So I think it's very important that it's behind us, and for me it's a totally new page, and I will not judge based on on some hiccups in the past, because we also had good times, and we also know what each of us can bring to the table, and I think that's the most important part.
Yeah, I would say like after the time I almost forgot every bad moments. Like obviously there were, but also we have a lot of like good moments hanging as a team. It was like a really good time in my life, I would say. It was nice to traveling with like 5 guys from the same country, like the same culture, and it was just a nice experience. And obviously after that time, I would say like everything goes away, mostly like the bad things. And I mean, I would say like every time like some changes in the team or whatever, especially when we play for like such a long time, it's a hard task to take, and like obviously it might be some problems inside, but I feel like after time it's fine for now.
Was there anything you guys had to like talk through just before you made the decision to join a team together?
No, I don't think so. Like maybe after we have like small talk, when like on the tournament before when I was playing in GL, like we had some talks, like normal talks, like I didn't feel like we have some problem to each other, like normal talks about life, about CS. So yeah.
Okay. I think this next question is going to be a little more directed towards you. How do you go about this rebuild, right? How do you go about making decisions to bring in players, to bring in a new in-game leader and Snacks, to bring in mobs as well? What was the thought process there?
I mean, basically, when you're in an organization like G2, like the target is to win, right? So since I joined, like I knew that any result that is not winning is disappointing. And I actually believe that what we had in the first 6 months since I joined was some good results. Like it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. And I believe that after talking with the guys inside, talking with the staff and seeing how everything worked with the team, like we had to do changes. And it wasn't even, it's always hard to make changes, but if you want to go and win, you kind of need to have great chemistry inside the team. and you need to have a lot of firepower in current Counter-Strike meta. So from my perspective, it's a lot of stuff connected. It's like, obviously I have my vision, and you can see that we picked up Mario, and I'm like, hey, how do you feel about entering? And he's like, yeah, I can do it. And then like we went through it, we were talking a little bit, we went through some players or like, you know, maps, how I see it, and I think he's doing really good, right? And when it came to Jano, it was about like, I knew what I can expect from him, definitely on CT side. Like I know that he's the type of a guy who will get you time. I know that he's the type of guy who can play op, can play rifle, can play max 7. Like he don't care what he has. Like he will always try to find a good timing or like space for him on site. And we needed a guy who will be like playing the small sides, right? When it comes to T side, I spoke a little bit also with Jano, not even a little bit, but even more. And it just felt that it can work really well with the guys we have. And basically, it's like listening to players, listening to stuff, and you know, having your own idea how you want to mold it together. It's really hard how to explain better. Like you have different type of teams. You have very young teams where a coach basically can have a full say, full word, but also sometimes you have teams that are more, they have core. And when there's a core in a team, you also need to listen to players because you want to build a good chemistry, good machine. And if you not listen to every piece, it will never work.
What does that actually? So it's interesting to think about like the vision and how things slot in. I know with G2 as well, you guys have a sort of a more built out structure. You have, you know, Pesa, the general manager, you've got your manager who travels with you as well. You have that core that's been together for a long time. So what does that voice of input look like? Is that you leading the conversation, or is that you saying, look, I'd like to do this, and then making sure that everyone's on the same page with you?
I mean, I think that this is a little bit going inside the kitchen of how things work in G2.
Sure.
I don't think that I should, spoil everything.
You don't want to tell me the recipe?
But hey, we will see if this is the recipe soon, right?
Secret sauce.
But definitely, like, it's always a conversation. And I think if you try to do something on your own, it's way harder than when you're listening to everyone, like people around you, because I believe that G2 have a lot of smart people in organization, and not only staff but also players, and I just think that you need to always hear the voice.
Okay. Now, obviously, you guys had a bit of a strange end of the season, you know, winning an event, but with a stand-in, winning Dallas, having that moment, kind of a fairy tale run, it felt like, in the middle of it. Did that change your thinking about how the roster needed to move forward? Did that crystallize anything that you felt about what needed to be done?
I would say yes and no. I mean, definitely winning Dallas with a stand-in put a lot of pressure on organization, and not even from outside, but also inside it could feel like you could feel that maybe a change is needed. And I just felt that this team was on fumes, and we just needed to, let's say, reinvent ourselves.
Okay. Now, coming into it, you're a guy who stood in Dallas before. What, looking at this G2, right? What they did last season, what they did last year, what about this roster appealed to you?
Actually, I don't know like fully how to answer this question. What should I answer? That's maybe you help me.
There you go, coaching. Get the input in there.
I mean, is there any question?
It's sort of like looking at this team.
Imagine this, like you look at the team,
sure.
You know the pieces.
Sure.
Hey, there's Monesi, there's Niko, there's Hunter. Hey, we just dropped in Mous, and the, like, hey, do you want to?
It's a good looking bunch.
Do you want to lead this team? Hey, there's a lot of people who would say, no, I don't have, I don't have the guts to do it.
Yeah.
And I think this is the biggest challenge. Like, how are you as a person? Because obviously, like, people think that it's only about CS knowledge. If it was about CS knowledge, there is plenty of people who can lead the teams. And fortunately, CS is not only about that. It's also about how are you as a human being. How are you around people off the server, on the server? How are you when there is a pressure on you? How will you react when things go wrong, right? Are you the guy who be able to change the state of mind of the players? And then, are you good with tactics, right? But what sort of tactics? Okay, are you the guy who's building structure, or are you the guy who's more of a default person? Do you like to call strats mid-round, like more? Do you like to have like this set stuff to finish the rounds? Like, there's so much things that players can be good at, right? But it's like, I think that you need to be, first of all, really good at the human level to lead the team like G2. And not only like G2, but you need to inspire players.
I mean, the question is also hard. Like, I'm here kind of like for 6 days, I would say. Like, the practice, we had only 6 days. So, like, what I can tell, like, coming here to be as IGL for those guys, obviously a nice thing. Like, I would say, like, it's a dream to, for example, win a major or just tournament with us again after such a long time, and with Niko and Monesi, Mario, and Hunter. Yeah, it would be really such a nice thing to achieve again. I would say, like I mentioned before, like, I don't feel like any pressure. I feel like those guys are, they know what they are doing in CS. So I felt like instantly that it's not gonna be a hard task. I hope so. Like, we'll see obviously on the tournaments, but if it came to experience as well, I would say, like, I'm playing for quite a lot of years, already in CS, and before, like, I have this a little small team, like in the IGLing role, so, and like to work with people, and I feel like also after the VP times I already know how to like work with some people, also like to work with psychologists, help me to understand like everyone is like a different person. So that's what I said, like, I don't know like instantly how to answer this question, because it's hard. Like, I just feel like it's gonna be a good journey in this team. I hope I'm gonna do the best to make this team like happy, be like outside on the server, on the server, to feel good in game, to feel about the strats and everything. I feel like it's not gonna be a hard task, like I said, like I mentioned already, but I just hope that for the best.
The season starts tough, right? There's a lot of events back to back to back. You've got EWC, you've got Blast, you've got Cologne. What's the expectation for that ramp up? What does that look like in terms of, how much practice you've already had, how much time you expect to have on task here, when you expect to be like full fighting focus, you're happy with where this Navi is?
I think this tournament kind of a little bit ruin our schedule, usually, because it pops up. If you see, like, for like last 3-4 years, you can always have kind of like Blast and then Cologne, and you have time for vacation, and you have time for a little bootcamp. This time, like, you fit in this schedule, like this huge tournament that basically demand from everyone like good results, because it's a kind of elite tournament with like kind of World Cup, they call it, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, we want to succeed here, but I expect us to peak in Cologne, because this is how I have an experience of seeing like team evolving after the vacation, kinda, for like last 5-6 years. And we had a good prep, kinda, in terms of what kind of, how many days we had. Not a lot, I think 7 or something, 6 practice days. And 3+3, and it was, the way how we used this time was pretty productive, let's say. And but still, I would rather, like, if you want to peak on the tournament, like we did, for example, before major, we had kind of 2 weeks at least maybe like 12 or 13 full practice days before major, right? And that was huge, and it was like full prep. So we would love to have this kind of prep here, but it's impossible because we need still to rest a little bit. So that's why I think like it will be good this tournament than Blast, and things that go like one after each. For me, like Cologne will be the time where for sure this lineup will play the best out of these 3 tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean we will play bad here, but it will be, I'm pretty sure it will be much better in Cologne than here.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. And I think the thing about going back-to-back tournaments, momentum and how you perform in different tournaments is important for the whole team, and like how hungry are we, and if we have a lot of confidence going from tournament to tournament. And I think the most difficult part is that you need to practice within the tournaments, and all the little time off you have, you need to do repetitions and make sure that everything is flowing well, but also learning about mistakes you make previous games. And then going through the whole season, you obviously have a major building up to everything, and you need to fill a boot camp to some time that you might have off these tournaments. So I think the schedule is going to be pretty hectic, but we're trying to make the best out of everything, right? And you have to be focused on this, but obviously making decent results and setting up goals that you can achieve, I think goes a long way for everyone's mentality.
With respect to like hitting that peak, finding that form, what do you think are the biggest challenges for Navi this season? I mean, at this point, you've had a season with this full 5, right? You've had a little bit more than that as well with Wonderful. You have that a better understanding, I guess, of each other, of who you are and what you need to succeed. So what do you think is going to be the big challenge?
Yeah, I think
paddling.
Yes, yeah,
the most challenge will be
team building. But as I mentioned already, I think it's to make sure you try to hit your goals.
Sure.
There's gonna be more expectations of us individuals in playing in Navi. Navi is a organization that we all want to represent, and we know that we need to meet a certain level. And we're trying our best this season. And as we spoke already, it's going to be a lot of tournaments. So you can't expect to maybe win them all. You know, other teams are trying to fight as well, but you need to meet your goals. You need to feel hungry and motivated, and you need to feel this as a team for a long period of time. And then during those practice days in the middle or boot camps, you need to find that extra hunger. And I think it will be challenging for the whole team, and I think we need to, you know, keep each other in check and keep each other like as good friends during this whole time, you know. And I think we have what it takes, and we have a good schedule. We've been speaking about how to try to manage everything, but yeah, at the end of the day, obviously tournament results and everything will matter. Mm-hmm. You cannot feel good if you know, keep losing and you're not meeting your goals, right? But yeah, I mean, it's the first tournament of the season, and we feel confident.
Yeah, I think that is correct, and I actually expect us to be more like in semifinals, finals this season, from this tournament till Shanghai. And for this, you need like a lot of strong mentality that we were actually working on bootcamp or started to speak about this. That you change the status of players, status of team, and you feel different when you go inside the matchup. And because I learned that from our previous lineup, and a lot of mentality will matters in these matchups. And the schedule is much harder than previous one because there's RMRs in China, and you need to do like to go back or stay there. Like if you stay, who you're gonna practice? A lot of like different obstacles will be. But yes, I think schedule. First is mentality. Second is schedule is things that we need to focus a lot because that can kind of be a challenge for us, like you said. And if you notice, like previous season, I don't remember like one team winning 2 tournaments in a row. If you speak about elite tournaments, something like EPL, Katowice, Blast, all this, like when you have like top 10 teams, most of the like top teams in the tournament. And considering this, just imagine how hard it will be. Like if one team will win 2 in a row, it will be already like strong. 3, it's huge. So you need to admit like that, like I said, you will not win all of them. You will not be will be in the finals in all of them. And now mix it like with the schedule also, like because it's very, very tough. It will be like, we checked it can be like 3-4 days at home, and then you insta go to another tournament. So this is, for me, can be a really strong challenge, hard challenge, because we didn't expect something like this or experience something like this previous season. We always had a time like to reset, and in my kind of system, like how I saw it from the beginning when I came to Navi, I said instantly, like, guys, if you want to succeed on one tournament, specific tournament, you need like to have at least 2 weeks of nothing before. So because minimum, because you need like 1 week to rest after that tournament, and then 1 week for prep for next tournament. In perfect scenario, 3 weeks, because now you have 1 for break. Imagine like you're winning Katowice. You need 1 week for break, maybe 6 days, then 2 weeks for prep, because you need to change a lot of stuff, because people will learn how you play. Also reset mindset like of players, that more enthusiasm you need like to win tournaments. And how you can have this like 3 system from like my point of view, not possible. That's why for me it will be a hard also challenge.
I think you're sort of notorious, famous in the scene for the level of prep that goes in, the packets, this whole aspect of things. So when you're moving on the fly, I mean, not having that time, how much do you have to adapt what you want to do in terms of the system? How much are you still trying to enforce like that level of, I guess, preparation and control versus maybe shifting a little looser just because of how much time you're going to have?
I see it now like as a pack of tournaments, like I said now.
Yeah.
It looks good, like this tournament, Blast and Cologne. This looks pretty solid, like in terms of how you can prep. And specifically Cologne can be really nice one. But after, I didn't see yet, but the main question will be, I think, the main question always how much time you have. That's all. And speaking about Shanghai, RMR, it depends if you're Legends or now it's not Legends or like elimination stage, opening, like last stage, I think it's elimination, right? First is opening, then elimination. So if you're elimination stage, you have more time. Maybe you can come back home. If you have opening stage, it defines a lot. And just imagine, like for us, every year, Blast World Finals was the last tournament of the year. Now it's just I think 2 weeks before RMR. So it changes also a lot of because, like I said, it depends on time. After this will be EPL. After this, coming Cologne. EPL. Then I think Blast World Finals if you qualified, Rio World Finals. We don't know where yet. In major, yeah. So it depends how you manage all these tournaments and find in the schedule time for prep to reset. I think prep is like you said,
like 6 or 7 tournaments that sound crazy.
Yeah.
And then you need to think about like a lot of them are like we're gonna be away for a lot of time. So then you kind of like need to instantly travel to a boot camp. And obviously, having also played for many years now, you know that it's not possible to keep someone's focus. Of course, if everything is going according to plan, maybe it's a different story. But sometimes you need to reset. And it's not too long. You need to reset. But then when you want to make like 3 days for people to reset, you're already like reaching the other tournament that's coming up. So it will be tough, but at least we have good hands, like they're looking at the schedule and trying to find out the best possible.
There was also a joke about Valorant. Now compare this.
Yeah, season's already over.
Yes.
Looking at next year as well, right? I mean, 2025, everyone's kind of anticipating that. We've already seen what the calendar is going to look like. There's going to be a lot going on. It's almost going to be what we have this season, but maybe even like on steroids, that next level of just...
You mean 25?
Yeah.
Yeah, 25 is unknown territory. I don't know. I expect like a lot of burnouts at the end of 25. Because this is something I wanted to avoid always. I think it's very, how to say, and not even, it's very heavy problem. It's not something you can fix. If it happened already, you need to change a player, for sure. And for the player, also, he will basically say, I don't want to play. I don't want to compete anymore. And because I don't have motivation, have energy, and all this stuff. And that's why we for sure must focus on this. Like this mental health is very important.
Is it something where you're looking at the calendar and you're already anticipating, like, we're going to force a break here? You know, we're just going to decline invites, decline tournaments because we need this time?
Yeah, but we don't know the schedule yet. I just know that there will be still Blast ESL and this tournament also. And other tournaments want to fit in.
Yeah.
And we need to speak with our like esports director and to sit and to see the schedule basically.
It's hard to think about the schedule that's coming up when you have all of this ahead of you. You know?
Yeah.
So, but it's good that at least us players, we try to focus on what's ahead of us. It's always crazy to think about what's happening next year when you know the next 6 months is going to be pretty hectic.
One more thing on the team focus, and then we'll shift into some more general questions. You talked a lot about, you know, meeting your goals as a big emphasis here. What are those goals for this season? If you're at the end, if it's, you know, December heading into player break, what does a successful season for Navi look like?
I mean, I wouldn't look at the whole season yet. I think, like Blade said, like think about it as blocks, and we've been speaking about Cologne a lot. So I think for us, this is the opener tournament, and this will dictate the preparation and everything, what's going to happen in the next tournament and in the next tournament. So I think that we all know that this tournament, we're here to deliver. We tried our best to come from the vacation and make a productive boot camp. And the full focus on this one right now. And then we're going to look at other goals. But obviously, the block now is until Cologne. And obviously, the goal is to perform the best in Cologne, but also we need to focus on this tournament as well. Like when I'm here now, I don't want to think too much about Cologne. I'm thinking about this one and the opening match and everything. Like super important, because if you drop into the lower bracket here, it can be chaotic playing best of ones and only one team gets through. So just focus on this now. That's the goal.
Yeah, short-term aspirations.
Yeah, but I think you always have two perspectives. One is your achievements already. For example, take Beat, like he has already Grand Slam, 2 majors, right? And one thing is like your team, like what you want to achieve as a team. Another one, like what you want to achieve, like as another step, or like in your trophies or something. For sure, it will be great, like to have 1 more major for us, which is unbelievably huge. Will be for sure. Like it will be like write our names instantly, like in history, two majors in CS2.
Yeah.
It's only started like CS2. People will start to speak maybe something like, you know, like CS2 is broken game. I don't know. But still, like that's a dream come true for sure, and we'll work really hard for this. It's at the end of the season also, in my opinion. But if you think like another perspective, like the team evolution, we like work a lot now like on quality CS as our like team goal, and for sure like I want truly to achieve this, to see like how we play with a big good quality CS.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Now, with over 500 teams competing here at the Esports World Cup, you're probably wondering where they come to relax. And I have just the answer for you. Of course, it's here in the Player Lounge in Boulevard City, where I think we're starting off at the most important destination over my shoulder, the coffee station, of course. Now, I was here yesterday, and I did see a certain Virtus Pro, so I'll give you 2 seconds to guess Fame's coffee order. That's right, a cappuccino. At 6 p.m. I can hear the Italians crying already, but I think we should move on over to where the fun and games are actually happening. No pun intended, because we've got plenty of arcade machines for the players to be playing on, to be gaming on, to be letting their hair down. Of course, we've got the classic. We've got Pac-Man over there for your veteran gamers at home. Of course, we've also got the foosball tables. We've got a game of Tightrope. I'd never played this before, but I saw VP yesterday, and Electronic looked like a bit of a fiend on this machine. And last but by no means least, the air hockey station as well. Now, I need a teammate. Well, I guess an opponent. So, Trace, if you can hear my cries, please come on over, because I think I'll absolutely smash you at this. Aside from the coffee station, I think the second most important part of this player lounge is the juice bar, which is over at the back corner, where we have a certain bartender Brandon. And I've got a very important question for him. We've had lots of players coming in here. I've seen lots of amazing faces. What's been the most popular juice order?
By a mile, mango.
Very good taste from our players, but I think we should move on over upstairs, because that is where the players actually get to watch the games going down at the Esports World Cup. And as if by magic, we find ourselves on the second floor of this beautiful auditorium, where the players and teams can come and watch the other players and teams competing in the other different games going on simultaneously. Of course, we've got Dota 2 at the moment, PUBG Mobile coming up in a couple of days' time. And as you can see, plenty of screens to be watching the action unfold. And just in the distance there as well, some ping pong tables. And I know on good authority that G2 fancy themselves as a bit of a ping pong masters, specifically back at ESL Pro League. So interested to see how Snacks and Mabs are going to be integrating on that side of things in the team. But that is it for our tour of the Players Lounge. I hope you've enjoyed, and tune in for more tours of the space around Boulevard City.
Oh, yes, indeed, Freya. We got the keys, and that's because Snacks and company have delivered the proverbial Gogoric over there earlier, just in the series prior in that semifinal. So now we look forward onto what's going to be Mous versus Navi in our last semifinal, that best of 3, one which we've got to send one of these teams in there to play against G2. And of course, joining me in the studio, not going to try to do this alone. Hell, I don't think I've ever tried to do it alone in my entire life.
You could pull it off, though.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that. But what I do know is Yanko is joining us now. We do have Pimp here in the middle. So we got one Serb, we've got one Dane, and then I'm just me. So don't worry about me, worry about yourselves. Guys, welcome back. Next semifinal, huh?
Yeah, and it's an interesting one, right? Mous versus Navi haven't played this year at all, which is a bit strange considering the amount of tournaments that we have, but that's just the way it goes. And, you know, both teams that are on the way up, so to speak, both with something still to prove. Mous that they can bounce back after sort of a quiet end to last season, and Navi that they are able to actually be a contender team and lift some of these trophies.
Yeah, they're trying to continue the first part of the season they had. Obviously, winning the major was a big surprise for all of us, getting into the final in London as well, and now they find themselves in a glorious position, and I think that speaks for everyone who's left in the tournament still. If you're Mous, if you're Navi, obviously if you're G2 in the final, you're pretty happy that some of these top dogs over here on my left didn't make it that far, because right now this tournament is up for the grabs for every single team that still remains in the tournament.
It is. It's right there, right? You know, we're talking about the Dr. Suleiman upcoming showdown, which is our last semifinal. That upcoming showdown, again, featuring Mous versus Natis Vincere, Navi for short. And for both of these teams, how they come in here can be a threat on any given day.
I think Navi yesterday played some good Counter-Strike, and I think Navi have, I don't know about you, Yanko, but they keep surprising me in a way where I look at this lineup and I kind of want it to be less good than it is. Every time they join the server, I feel like they're playing good Counter-Strike. It's cohesive. There's certain players popping off once in a while. Obviously, JL have had his moments. Now Bit at this tournament is doing well, but it doesn't make sense to me that they continue to play so well.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and that's why we're going to take this second to go ahead and thank Jamil Motorsport for ensuring our players arrive safely at the Boulevard, Jacob. That's what we're doing it for, the Jamil Motorsport arrivals. Now, you'll see Mous trying to wade through the crowd. There's a lot more people outside now than there are during the day. I wonder why. Probably because it's really hot.
Because the sun is down.
Yeah, exactly that.
This great ball of fire that's just, you know, causing tremendous heat. But yeah, I think for Navi, you know, the thing is that their floor is pretty high, right? That comes from the structure and Blade and Alexi setting it up, right? And not making too many mistakes. But the question is always, how high is their ceiling? Because that's what determines whether you're actually able to lift some of these trophies. Like, that's why we see them, you know, final of Blast in London, playoffs here, playoffs there, but can't really do it and go all the way. And on the other side of things, you have Mous, who is similar in a sense of also high floor, also a very good team, but they also shown us a pretty high ceiling that when things come together for them, they're actually able to win some of these tournaments.
Yeah.
He agrees. I think that goes without saying. Jacob does agree. Let's talk about some of those pieces within the Mous camp. Let's start around the IGL and Shuhei. Tell me about this man.
Yeah, I mean, he's taunted to be arguably the biggest in-game leading talent we have in the scene, and I'm not even sure we can call him a talent anymore. I think pretty much any team out there would love to bring Shuhei into the team. I think Niko said in the interview leading into the VP match that Snacks was one of the few options that they had available. I think could G2 pick from any in-game leader out there, they probably would have pointed towards Shuhei and thought, let's bring in that guy. He's fantastic. He's done a tremendous job leading Mous and leading this team into a glorious position. And we cannot forget that he's also surrounded by a lot of young players in Jimfad, in Torsi, and some of these up-and-coming guys who haven't really matured fully as players yet. So I think the way Mous are playing right now, especially going up against Navi, it's bound to be an interesting matchup.
They're definitely a unique team in the scene, Mous, in terms of their camaraderie, in terms of the chemistry that they have. I mean, you have Shui, Exertion, and Torji together from the academy team, right? So it's been a long time, and then obviously the addition of Yimpat and Brolan, who have both done tremendous work for this team, has meant a lot. But I think really we have to talk about Torji, because, you know, up until Shui came back and Dexter was the in-game leader, he was really struggling, you know, one of the weak links of the team. And then it seemed like ever since this last lineup was formed, it bred the new life into Torji, and he's been one of their best players. I mean, every game, especially against the best teams, he finds impact, he's annoying, and he's always in their opponents' faces.
And I think that's an underrated fact we also have to address. Obviously, when Frozen was in Mous, we thought to ourselves, Frozen is world-class. He's a player out there that makes the difference for them, and we were all thinking to ourselves, when Frozen is leaving this Mous lineup, can they come back to a high level? Can they find a replacement that is good enough to come in and pick up the spades, basically? And yet they've been able to play even better Counter-Strike without Frozen. So it is really a team that is the sum of the better parts, I'd argue, and they're doing so well considering what they have to work.
And that's a testament to the system and the structure that they've built, right? It's not dependent on one player, even if it's such a great player like Frozen, and also props to Roland, who's came in and done a terrific job of filling that gap. So yeah, Mous just one of those fun teams to watch, and because I like the answer Torji gave. I think in HLTV confirmed when they asked him about FaZe, and they keep losing to FaZe, and FaZe is this big brother almost, and he just said, well, you know, we have time on our side because they're so young, you know, they're just going to grind them out sort of and do it, and that is on their side, and they've been gaining that experience and getting better in some of these stage games and all of that. So for Mous, yeah, you want to win some trophies, but you also understand that you're in a really good position with the roster.
Yeah, and Jacob, they're calling them what? The sort of academy, not academy team, but like a feeder team,
used
right?
to be, yeah.
Because the idea is that international lineups on international lineups, and both of these teams have found a rhythm for their success.
Yeah, you could argue so. I think even more impressive for Navi in that sense, you know, going away from obviously playing with Ukrainian and Russian players over there. They've been transitioning into a European lineup, and as I said, you know, looking at the lineup that is behind you, Trace, right here, I don't really consider Navi to be a team that should contest to be a top 4 team in the world, which they are right now. They are getting into the playoffs. They are in a semi-final. They did win the major a couple of months ago, so I'm very impressed with how well they've been able to transition into becoming an international team, whereas for Mous behind me, I feel like that was always prone to happen. That was the whole system that was built up with the academy team, some of the players progressing into the main team, etc., etc. They've done it on a budget, both teams, and I think that's impressive.
The biggest question for this Navi roster is, you know, who are the stars, really? Like, who are going to be the stars consistently? You know, you've had at the major, obviously, JL played on an MVP level, but we haven't really seen that on the same level from that point on. Wonderful has his moments every now and then. Ima so-and-so Bit had a tremendous final. You know, one of the main reasons why they were able to take down FaZe, but also it's here and there, right? And that's what Navi, even Blade said in one of the interviews, you know, we have some tier 2, tier 3 players that we're trying to figure out who can make that leap into tier 1. And that's what your floor is determined a lot by your coach, in-game leader, structure, protocols, and that stuff. The ceiling is solely based on the players and their individual skill, right? That they can perform at the biggest of stages, in the biggest of moments, and deliver you some of the crazy stuff that we see, you know, that we've just seen in the G2 VP game.
Yeah, a level of just control, which is what we get. What we can't control in this moment is looking at our head-to-head. And you guys identified, who'd you get?
Who'd we get?
Oh, that's a good question. They're behind me right now.
Exertion and Bit.
There we go. Bit,
It's a pop
obviously.
quiz.
Now Bit having a fantastic tournament so far. And you posed the question, who are supposed to be the star players of Navi? And I think a year ago, 2 years ago, you'd say Bit, obviously, when he was playing in the first year within Navi together with Simple, he was owning it up, posting great numbers. And then for some reason, he slowed down a little bit. At this tournament so far, he's again firing on all cylinders. And then obviously going up against Sershan, a player that I think is constantly developing and maturing as a player. He's finding consistency. He's finding impact pretty much every single tournament. Of course, he's not the type of player that is poising a 1.2, 1.3 rating every single tournament, but I feel like his consistency and the way he's playing on the server, being super aggressive, always involved in the moves and trying to be a catalyst for Mous is definitely a step in the right direction. I hope Bit can do him the honor because they need that within the Navi camp.
Yeah, Exertion, a very cerebral player, right? Understanding, you know, when he's able to take space, and he does that really well, puts a lot of pressure on the opponents, which opens up the map for Mous and makes it easier for Shue, you know, to call, to end the rounds and so forth. And for Bit, on the other side of things, more of a mechanical beast when you think about it, right? Just the headshot percentage, right? Like we saw, is always, you don't get a lot of time when you get on his screen. And it's for him, it's a little bit about developing that and developing his game and growing as a player, right? Because the talent is undoubtedly there.
Yeah, it definitely is, because he's one of the last components of that former Navi era that we were looking at, Jake.
He is, and he's the lone man standing together with Blade, I'd argue, right? Still within that squad. For Bit, I feel like, I don't know, it's slightly annoying to see him play this well, because I feel like next tournament we know what we get, and that's a less good Bit. And that's been the case so many times where we have one tournament where he's popping off, where he's having a series that is fantastic. The major final, the final map on Inferno, I believe, against FaZe Clan, where he was going absolutely nuclear. You think to yourself, all right, we got our Bit back, you know, the Bit that we saw 1 year ago. And then the next tournament, he's just bang average again. So I don't want to get too hyped around Bit in terms of the long prospect right here, but for this tournament so far, he's done tremendously well.
I think
go ahead.
I think this matchup is also interesting because, as we mentioned, they haven't played each other. And you look at Navi and last season, they were pretty much owning G2. Well, a lot of teams were, but they also had a really good track record against FaZe, right? But they couldn't do anything to Spirit anytime they played, and that's what, you know, was the cause of their demise at a couple of tournaments. So where's Mous going to fit in for Navi in that equation? You know, is it going to be a team that's super comfortable for them to play against, and then we see Navi being able to dominate the matchup, or is it an uncomfortable one like the Spirit one?
So my question is going to be this to you guys. You know, we're going to get into our vetoes. We're going to get into all the nitty-gritty of what this series constitutes. But I want to ask you guys, you know, where all these positive things stop. Like, where do these teams fall off when it really matters? So what are their kryptonites?
Well, for Mous, as soon as they leave Europe, they get into trouble. No, I mean, for Mous, up until Dallas, they were impeccable in group stages. They haven't lost a single game in the group stages of tournaments, which is just insane. And Dallas was a one-off because they took time off. They didn't practice before the tournament, you know, came in, bombed out. So that was a lesson learned. I think it was some of the stage games, right? Big crowd playing against an opponent like FaZe, who is more experienced, or like G2. And here, yes, we have a stage, we have a crowd. It's not just as massive and as loud as some of the other ones, so it might not be an issue here.
Yeah, I think experience is what we are looking for when it comes to Mous. And there's only one way of gaining experience, and that's by being in these situations. Luckily for Mous, they are so good in the group stage that they always find themselves in the playoff. And over time, they're getting more and more experience. I agree with you. This stage is not the most frightening one, but it still is a stage, and there's still a lot of money at stake. And it's still a title, it's still a trophy that Mous could hoist here potentially. So I think that pressure is going to leap in at some point. Whereas for Navi, we spoke about it. The ceiling of that team, that's perhaps a little bit lower than some of the other top teams that we've seen here, but fact of the matter is that Spirit is out of the tournament, FaZe is out of the tournament, you name it. So I think right now Navi are quite happy with their ceiling.
And for Navi, I think the issue is the firepower. In terms of like the individuals, the key ones, as we pointed out, don't always show up when it matters, right? And sure, you have structure, you have things to fall back on, but that can only take you so much. If you have on the other side of the server, you know, if Jimmy's playing well, Torji, Exertion, right? You need JL, Wonderful, Ima or Bit as well to do the same, right? And then it comes down to outsmarting each other and who can be better in the clutch.
Yeah, and in this clutch, we're going to clutch this moment, rather. We're going to grab this one right by the horns. Vetoes. And again, maps, strong suits, weak suits. I want to know where your hat lies on this one, Jacob. I know you've went up at the all night crunching the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. We've seen both teams play quite a lot of different maps throughout the tournament. I think Navi have looked exceptionally solid on Mirage for the vast majority of this tournament. We had the one half against Furia where they went up 12-0 and were dominating on the T side. We know LXB loves to call on that map, so I would be surprised if Mirage is not involved in this map pool. However, Mous likes to play that map as well, so it's a bit of a coin toss if anyone will pick it against you.
Yeah, I think maybe they just shake on it and decided it's the third map. Mous have only lost it to Furia yesterday in the last 6 months, which is also crazy. So where can they take it on the picks? Nuke is another map that both teams play for Navi, really good at times. I don't know what they could really pick here. Depends how confident they are on the Dust 2. And that's what their pick is. Mous played it only 3 times, all 3 times at Betpoom, and won all 3 times, but that was right after it was released. So maybe not a lot of information then for Navi on that map. I don't know for Mous. Maybe Ancient.
And that's maybe Nuke. Maybe Nuke, maybe Mirage. I think there's a lot of different maps in the pool right here they could pick. It's going to be Nuke, and then I think Mirage should be prone to be a third map. Both teams would like it, but that's also one of the points we can make right here. Mirage coming in, nice fast right there, nice production. But it's also coming off a break, right? And you know that as a coach yourself, when you have a break of a month where you don't play official games, you have the opportunity to change your map pool a little bit. It could be that you're changing your perma pick. It could be that you're changing your perma ban. So there has been a couple of teams where there's been question marks surrounding what does their map pool look like. And I feel like both Mous and now Navi as well with the Dust 2 pick coming in are trying to experiment a little bit with that.
And in those experiments, it's hell on earth probably to do them in real time, in officials, which is...
In a semifinal.
In a semifinal. But neither of these two teams are wavering with the idea of roster changes and uncertainty. They're not going through the same dilemmas that the other teams are.
Yeah, and I think these are 2 of the more prepared teams for this tournament, right? Both doing a boot camp before the tournament. Mous even had a little bit of extra time because they didn't play Blast. Dallas was their last tournament. So, they should be fresh. They should come here with fresh ideas, and I'm just expecting a really good game here, much closer than the first semifinal.
Oh, you can't get much further away from one another than that first semifinal. I mean, Jacob, just run us back real quick. What happened there, bud?
Nothing happened. G2 just absolutely smashed VP that didn't show up today for some reason. Obviously, m0NESY, Niko playing well, and all the boys over there doing a good job. I think it's going to be much closer, as you're saying here as well. For me, it's a 50-50 game.
Let's see who are going to be the Niko and m0NESY for these teams, right? I think also for Mous, if you're going to win trophies, right, who's him, Trace? Who's got that dog in him? That's what I want to know.
Who is him? Who is Himothy? Who is Himi Neutron? Him Kardashian? Like, where do we stop? Like, you tell me. You like that one, Jacob?
I didn't like it.
Okay, well.
Chicken on the stage.
All right, fair enough. Watch out, man. The chicken might run over here and get you. Yeah. I am looking for those playmakers, though, and what you're saying. So who you got?
I mean, for Mous, I feel Exertion is the obvious playmaker, together with Torsi as well. He is, at times, very aggressive. He has some flares to his game. We saw yesterday as well. He picked up a scout at a certain round and just annihilated 4 players within the matter of seconds. So Torsi had that explosivity to his play, I would almost argue. Not on a m0NESY level. Probably never will get there. Few people will, but still a player that can make the difference. And when I look towards Navi, it's harder for me to pick one player. I feel like it can be all the players on different maps. Obviously, Bit has been the guy so far in the tournament. Wonderful. We used to talk and praise a lot. I feel like he's slowed down a little bit. Still playing at a high level, but not the same impact that he had in the beginning.
Yeah, I think for me, Torji as well, because even in some of those losses on the stage, he's been the one bright light, so to speak, and he's playing really well. Also a guy who's fearless, right? The moment isn't too big for him. It gets a bit trickier for Navi, and I think the reason for that is, I mean, look at Nuke. Ima is playing Yard on T side, but Alexi is playing it on CT side, right? So I think that's sometimes it hinders the ability for players to have continuity in terms of roles because it's mixed on some of these maps. And yeah, I think it has to be wonderful as well on the op. And JL, I think, they won the major based off of him playing on an MVP level and finding impact time and time again. So that's going to have to happen for Navi on a consistent basis if they're going to be lifting any more tournaments.
Well, let's do this then. Let's go ahead and let you at home have your say. That's right. It's going to be stcplay.gg. That's how we're going to get those predictions calculated from your end, and then we'll jump into our own at the same time. My next question for you guys is going to be about this, about Shuhei and Alexi B as the sort of drivers of these buses respectively. What can you tell me, I guess, or the audience, what can you tell the audience about their styles and their approach to leading teams? What does it look like and how does it translate into the server?
I feel like they're kind of similar. similar in a lot of ways they approach Counter-Strike. I think Shuhei is more like a modernized in-game leader in the sense that obviously he grew up with an academy team, he grew up with, was a gamer leader at a certain point, and now he's moving in back to Mous, where he gets to infiltrate the team with the way he wants to play Counter-Strike. He's also the old school kind of in-game leader, despite being from the new generation, that likes to create space for his star players around him. He's centered on the map, he's involved in a lot of stuff. Same could be said for Alexi B. He always puts himself out there, almost like the old MSL style or Kerrigan style, where they were the first point of contact and then the teammates around them would create and follow up and basically annihilate the opponent. So I feel they're kind of similar in the way they position themselves on the server.
Is that because it's easier to watch the radar when you're out of the round? Is that why? Or
I mean, it used to be a theory.
Yeah, could be, you know, but I think now everyone helps with that. And I think, you know, for sure, maybe there's a little bit more of momentum calling and just it's a little bit pacey. We've also seen a little bit inconsistent, right, from his individual performances at times, and even he put it all on himself. The loss on Mirage that he called a terrible game.
Did have 2 kills, you know.
Yeah, and then for the side of Navi and Alexi B, you can tell that it's maybe a little bit more structured and there's more default play, which is also the way Blade likes for his teams to play, right? Like take map control, take zones. There may be abuse some of the reactions from the CTs because nowadays every single team does a lot of reacting, a lot of proactive play on the CT side, and just a little bit slower maybe for Navi compared to Mous.
Yeah, and you know, without even having to say this, I'm just going to remind you that we are going to be going to that stage here real soon, gentlemen, so don't you go anywhere. We're not going anywhere either, other than the fact that we do have the semifinal in front of us, featuring that of Mous, featuring that of Navi, and featuring 2 teams that don't want to get their keys crushed, if I can dare say so myself.
No, and I think it also adds additional pressure to both these lineups that they know G2 is awaiting in the final. Obviously, the way G2 have been playing so far in the tournament have been absolutely stellar, but it's still G2. It's not Spirit, it's not FaZe, it's not Vitality, it's G2. So if they can win this game, there's a possibility of hoisting a trophy.
I mean, the way they've been playing, I'm not sure you want to see them in that honeymoon phase, but yeah, first they need to take care of this game.
Yeah, taking care of business. Who's going to do it first? Let's find out. Let's get them on the stage now.
Welcome everybody once more to the stage. The Esports World Cup Counter-Strike continues. And we go on to our second semi-final.
We certainly do. We got 1 finalist already. G2 looking absolutely supreme, but it takes 2 teams to make a final, hence why 1 team will be playing for this. And there is another broken key inside of this little window here, this little aquarium of broken keys. Although I have to say, I like the fact they were out before, but considering I was very tempted to steal one of the keys, that's a bad idea.
Absolutely, and at the end of it all, once the winner has won, they've put their key in the middle, they're gonna take 3 of those broken keys and put them into their own trophy to keep.
Do you know, I was talking to Taz about this, and he was saying it's such a great idea, and I do agree, it's such a great idea. I asked him, who would you put in? This is Taz, the coach of G2. He was like, I'm not saying, but believe me, there's a team. There is a team that's going to go in there. Absolutely.
I love that.
So then, let's get our 2 teams out here onto this stage to play for you for this, the second semi-final, the second place in that grand final tomorrow. Please welcome to the stage, it's Mous. So here they come out on the stage. Mous led with the key by Yimfat. Exertion. Shuhei. Brolin. And Torzi. That is mousesports on a lot of people's minds, the favourites until the last match for this trophy.
Absolutely, an uphill battle for any team that goes up against Mous, but even more so for Mous' opponents, Navi. And here they are once more to the stage. Navi enter. Starting with Ime. Wonderful. JL. Alexi B. And Bit. They are Navi.
Do you know what? I think we've got a game on our hands here. If you listen, there's a reaction here. Who's winning this? Is it mousesports? Is it Navi? Yeah. I love a game of Counter-Strike. So a place in the final is up for grabs. Someone's going to get there. Someone's going to get their keys crushed. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
Well, of course, OJ. Let's get it on, but not quite yet. We're almost there. We are just almost there. Obviously, we've got to let them take a seat, put their in-ears in, and then the sound canceling on top of it. But let's get down to predictions.
A little bit of a huddle face in
Maybe
there
that
as
too.
well.
Yeah.
You know, some speech. Who's the guy who gives the speech on Navi?
Ooh, Alexi probably?
Probably Alexi. Well, I mean, what kind of speech are we talking about here? Like, hey, guys, here's how we're going to do it. You know, here's how we're going to approach the game. Or, hey, let's pick our heads up and really get into the game.
At that point, it's just more hypey. You know, it's more just remembering how you want to play in a sense of be aggressive, communicate, high energy. You know, let's not get down on ourselves. If we're losing, if the score is bad, let's just keep believing.
So tell me this. There's Jimfat on the other side, right? And then you've got Bit. Is Bit the answer for a guy like Jimfat?
I mean, two very, very different players. I think Jimfat right now is making the case to be an up-and-coming, you know, anchor guard of the game. I think he's playing absolutely beautiful in some of the hardest positions the game has to offer. Whereas for Bit, he's playing in different roles and playing a different version of Counter-Strike almost. They are going to face a lot of the times because Bit will be in first and trying to get a lot of these opening kills potentially against a guy like Jimfat. And I think if there's anyone who can shut down the crisp aim of Bit, it will be Jimfat in the form he's in right now.
Yeah, because it's such a tough position since you need to be a complete player, right? So, like, you need to have the mechanics to be able to win a 1v1 duel. If someone's testing you, a 1v1 fight, or just trying, you know, searching for a frag, that you're able to punish that. You need to be a very smart player to understand what's going on in the actual round, you know, not just on your side of the map, but on the entirety of the map.
Situational awareness.
Yes, exactly, you know, because sometimes the best decision is to just stay and fight until the end. Sometimes it's to run away and buy time for the rotations to come in, and it changes a lot based off of the economy, the point in the game, you know, the round itself, what's been going on, and it feels like Jimmy has all of that.
He's one of those players that is always playing on his intuition as well. I feel like there's few players out there where you can pinpoint towards them and say that you are playing on your intuition. I think Jimfat is one of those guys. We had Flusher back in the day, you had Glaive when he was in his peak, you know, but it does feel like if you were to ask Jimfat, why are you doing what you're doing? I don't think he'd be able to translate it and tell us why exactly he's reacting in the way he is. It's just something that he has a talent for and an intuition for.
Sounds like you, Trace, when you play.
Like
Anyway,
alive.
guys, leave me alone. Anyway, STC Play results. We asked and you answered, which is exactly what you did when you headed over to stcplay.gg. You gave us your prediction, and now I want these two, one of them, to put their foot in their own mouth.
Go ahead, Yanko.
I'm going to go with Mous. I think they've shown a little bit more. We talked about ceilings. I think their ceiling is higher, and I feel like they're the better team.
I 100% agree with that, but I think Navi's going to win.
Okay, so a house divided. I'll take that. I like that. I also like when we play the game and we listen to the Twitch chat when they're saying, stop talk, start match. Guess what? We're going to do exactly that only because you asked so nicely in the Twitch chat. That's right. We're ready to jump into a semifinal. Mous taking on Navi in a best of 3, in which we will crush one of the last keys remaining here in Riyadh. Who's it going to be? We're going to find out with Alex and Chad.
Thank you very much, fellas. It is a big one for us here, the semi-final, to find G2's opponent. One side we have Mous, the other Navi. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned, and G2 have earned themselves a spot in that grand final. It's time to give them an opponent. Chad, is there a clear front-runner for you coming into this one?
No way in the world, as the desk highlighted. These two teams haven't faced each other in 2024. These two rosters have never faced each other, and we're about to learn how they tussle, how they tango, and, well, to see Dust2 as the pick from Navi might be looking to exploit that small sample size that Mous are running with. Last time they played this map was 63 days ago. Dust2's only been reintroduced to the pool for 85 days. We just had a 4-week break. Mous were essentially on a 6-week break because of the whole Dallas situation. So how outdated is the tape? I'd say pretty much so. Well, we get things underway. Mous selected to start on the CT side. Navi on the attack. Dual Beretta's smoke for exertion. Smoke flashes and a molly as we are going to be setting ourselves up for a B execute. Jimmy's going to be important in this one towards back plat. Will the molly be on him or will it be in the site?
Here comes the util. That will already give them an inkling as to what's coming. Zasha throws out the disruptive smoke. Will they cancel? Well, immediately does get brought down. It was actually a combination of the two defenders. Zashan softened him up for Jimmy.
Difficult to pivot now, isn't it?
They're going to have to fight Torchy if they want to leave. Unless you go and route him all the way back through spawn. It's a different ball game. Shui, he's looking to bolster the numbers towards lower. And I say Spawn, yeah, they are. They're actually going to completely pull the plug on that, Chad, and reset. Now, surely a heavy advantage here for Mous. What do they need to prioritize to lock this down?
Well, time is going to be the biggest issue for Mous, right? You had them exactly where you wanted them, but you've just discussed Bit rotating back, so can he find them a way in? Long looks like it'll be the port of call, as Alexi still shows leg towards lower. Bit has to find an escape route, so this next duel against Brolin is going to be key if there's anything to be said in this round for Navi.
Oh, nice from Torji. Steps in front of his teammate's aim, but rewards himself with a headshot. Ime trades. Not out of the woods yet. Mid under control for Navi. Brolin starts to concede that long space in pursuit of bolstering the numbers towards the A site. We've got 30 seconds where they need to find this commitment, and it is short.
Might get a plant here.
Shui. If he could find one on the way in, that Molotov could make things difficult. Towards the ramp position. Got vision, and it's down from Imez. Lovely shot on the recovered USP. Brolin falls as well. Navi set up for the plant and set up for a pistol, a recovered pistol. First plan didn't work, but plan B is going swimmingly. Back from Zershan.
Jimmy's still alive as well. He was beast mode yesterday.
Zershan caught out on the jump, but inaccuracies from the both of them. Bit and Wonderful crumble, and it will be a Mous pistol.
Bowed them out there, didn't they? Yeah, that round looked great for Mous to start the U2 and the dual Berettas with the B set up. A lot of teams you see going for these B executes on the pistol rounds, but this one destroyed immediately. I feel that Navi, once they got into the site, they could have played that post plan a little bit differently. Had some advantages, two players both coming up from CT spawn. Didn't play the bomb, took the fights, lose the round. So Navi, they get the bomb down, they get themselves into a force buy position. It's likely to have the same CT setup from Mous that we saw back when they played it last. I said 63 days ago. That was at Bet Boom. They came straight off an EPL best of 5 dominant win, went into Bet Boom about 2 days later and had to play Dust 2 as their first map without any practice. But they're still 100% on it, so might be a comfort map for Mous. Mid control already taken, swarming towards tunnels. 3 players essentially leaning towards B with Torji's scout in middle currently. They have early info with Brolin long, Shui playing towards short as well, so they will be able to find out the pressure points early, but they're set up well.
Nice find from Exertion early. Lexi B cut down by Torji, and he swaps out to the USP comfortably. This heavy investment from Navi, and just as I thought, it would have been a clean one. Ime and Wonderful both managed to do some damage. Unfortunately for Ime, he's taken a boatload of that himself, down to 8 HP. And unable to really do much more with this. So Mous have weathered the storm of the Navi second round force, and it does seem from the pistol and now their second round that B does seem to be the name of their early affections. Best case a plant here, but it would be baffling to see that happen. Torji currently looking towards mid, but just a quick glance towards long. If his internal timing is right.
Well, if we could take a look at the B defenders right now, I think that would tell a little bit more of the story, right? Because they're scared that he's in the site. You can see here they have absolutely no idea that Ime is actually completely evacuated. Now, they are giving him the rope. Essentially, you said, yeah, a plant seeming baffling. Now Torji addressing that fact. They're investigating B, so the pennies drop. The biggest gap is short at the moment, but there it is. The scout comes through. Torji with a very impactful round. No bomb going down. Sure, a couple of extra casualties towards B, but pretty well handled from Mous. Should be a full eco from Navi.
Lovely handling of business there. You can see JL, it's a tough one to run out, especially with the smoke. A hard 90-degree choice to be made. He chose incorrectly. Happy start for Mous, and this one should just be a bit of fun, sending Zershan up to go farming.
It's a good round to do it as well. I know it seems risky against the pistols, but if you can start putting the fear of God in them that you are going to go for these aggressive maneuvers and actually be able to manhandle them, I think using the spawns to harass lower dark is something that you should be seeing a lot of, and should be there using that Xbox smoke against them. But yeah, look, even if you drop that mid-door smoke on the CT side, just pop it a little way through, you can use that to path in towards lower, not be seen by the AWP, just throw a nade and get out. It is going to slow the T-side default down and force them through some utility.
Yeah, JKS throws that. I've been watching his POV. Throws it all the time when you're in your games, Chad.
Oh, yeah, well. Wonder what he's up to now. I think there's a liquid boot camp going on. We'll see how he performs.
You've lost your buddy.
And the other one, too. So it'll just be me once we get home. But All right, first gun round. AWP's out for both Wonderful and Torji. Can be an Orpa's Paradise Dust too. Calling for the pedestal.
And when you're up against a good Orpa in the server, as Wonderful most definitely is, mid becomes a terrifying prospect on both sides of the map.
Interesting again to see this immediate response. So they heard double mollies long, so that tells you that they're normally starting pretty heavy, right? You get two players up close and personal, one player traditionally flashing. But they might just get put in a vice here. See this reposition from Mous, it seems ahead of the play.
Zershin, having a dangerous game he is. Alexi flash, Dale applies some pressure. Jimmy's done very well for the first. Ymir back for the trade back in. B-side lost. CT scrambling. Bomb being planted. Gotta give this one a look in. Kits are plenty. Brolin and Shui equipped. Piece this one together. They've got to get some answers about middle. Is there a lurker to be concerned about? And are they really going to prioritize so many people through tunnels? Typically, it's the other way around, but instead it's just going to be Shui from the door side. A lot of pressure on this fight from Ymir. He has to do some damage. Shui trying to kick up a fuss, act bigger than he is. Look at the bomb, ticking away. We're about half gone now. Pressure applied to Mous. Despite the number advantage, Ymir looks away. It's working wonderfully now, and Wonderful in a spot of bother. Tagged up to 50. Time against the Mous players, though. If he could just hit the one on the defuse, God, it's close. And Mous will make it 4. Very, almost perfectly executed retake from Mous and a little avant-garde. Is that unusual to you, Chad, or is that just my newbie eyes?
I think there's some trickery going into that as well, because you saw the CT smoke. I'm questioning, hey, did he intentionally miss it? Or was he trying to smoke tunnels? Because they had a HE left as well coming through tunnels. Were they going to try and pop it open, then bust in last minute? Regardless, they do stick the landing on this. But yeah, it feels like there's no room for error in that type of a retake. But trying to subvert the expectation, you see that smoke there just to one side of the upper tunnels, and they brute force their way back in. So, yeah, Mous not wanting to have to funnel through doors or window. They called that to happen quite quickly. Alexi overextending out middle after his teammates got in towards B. He was a bit of a free kill, giving the number advantage for Mous to be able to set up for the man advantage retake. So very well handled from Mous.
Yeah, a couple of discrepancies right now. JL, Bit, and Alexi yet to frag 4 rounds deep. Saying that, we saw JL yesterday. He was quite low on the scoreboard, but he was the one to close out that map with some heroic deagle plays. He's certainly got that superstar, major MVP, the only one in the server tonight.
Yeah, and also Yanko touched on that, something that Navi are going to look to have to replicate, right? This team, towards the end of the season, with a good showing, getting into the finals in London. Clear of the smoke. Torji says the same. And oh, okay. You take that one, won't you, Brolin?
Oh, Bit chased him down, though. That's a valuable one back. And oh, JL asleep at the wheel. Zershin's going to overlook this from Ymir. 2 towards the tons, and these just trading back and forth. However, Alexi B and JL still don't get the chance to play around. Bit parks the bus in long. And that will allow the others, Ymir and Wonderful, to try and find another port of call.
I think the push from Exertion, when they were out long and they killed Brolin, they assume it's for a bit of a classic long 3 to 4 players would be there. So by finding what he thought was the lurk in tunnels onto JL, not ready for the second piece of that of Ymir, the bomb being able to swing back, there's still U2 on the likes of Ymir and Wonderful. Now, do they want to try and contact in, or do they want to use their nades? You can already see information being garnered. Giving up long is Mous. Good timing on that block smoke from Torji will make them probably second guess if they did want to try and finish towards B. Jimmy towards back plat, and the AWP in a really good position to be a nuisance.
If you want to cross, you're going to have to use one of your 2 remaining smokes, or are you going to test Torji? You're testing it. Oh, he just averts his gaze. That's a frustrating death. And now look, pivot. This is all instantaneous calling. Put some pressure onto mid. Keep that B player's feet planted. And now it's just Shui up against all 3 of them. 18 seconds, though. That smoke could do everything for Shui. He's no longer scared about long. He just has to isolate a duel. Shui steps up for the first. He's under so much scrutiny living in the name of the game. They need to close the gap. They need to plant, but he's on the site, still alive. 5 seconds left, and now down goes the bomb carrier. Navi running out of the time necessary to win this one. A smile creeps onto the face of Zershin. He knows that they've booked him there.
I don't think that could have worked out any better. I'm pretty sure that kill from Shui dropped the bomb down towards CT spawn. Bro. So at that point, as they were flailing, looking for the fight, they really had to be dipping for the bomb, and then that put them in the line of sight of Jimmy rotating from B. So Shui did so much there with the limited utility, and it looked like they had them regardless, but Torji with that flick away from the doors, he gets punished, so the leader steps up.
Huge from Shui.
Yeah, that's it. You see the bomb there spill over.
So grateful he had that smoke to change the game, change the round. Navi pieced together a threatening half investment. Torji, you don't see AWPers go for this one too often. LXCB, though, warded off by the AWP shot. Smokes and departs. Quite quick. This is a different pace from Navi.
Well, when you hear the AWP rattle off through the mid doors, obviously he can rotate back unless you just want to hold W, but then you give them the sound cues. He has been able to reposition over towards Car. Now, if they use... Oh, they're only going to have one smoke, so I guess we'll just see the bridge smoke, and then these flashes have to be potent. They have to be perfect to push Torji off of the line. But he still has full utility himself, and there you go, another well-timed piece.
Ooh, he hits the shot onto JL, crossing through. The nade looks good as well. Look at the damage onto LXCB. Torji holding the fort, doing his best, nails another quick one up close and personal. Through the smoke is Shui, controls it for 3. Mous, they are cooking with gas right now.
This is dominant stuff, isn't it? I didn't think we could have it quicker than what G2 handed Virtus Pro to start the day's semifinals. That was a really quick series considering how long yesterday's Virtus Pro game took. And G2 are in hot form. Mous, you could have come into this series arguing that they're the ones who have shown more struggles so far during EWC. They lost a map in both of their series to the likes of Sashi and Furia. Whereas, well, Navi beat Furia 2-0. Oh, there you go. Okay, an opener. Wonderful. AWP on AWP action.
Torji was feeling aggressive. He's been feeling himself, and can't blame him. Bit now hitting headshots. He's brought down after 1.
Well, where that came from.
Exertion's been, because of that aggression from Torji and his early departure, Exertion has to go and cover that. Does leave a vulnerable Brollan, the long anchor, forced to find himself back towards the site, so there's gaps all over the place. This defense like a sieve right now. Look how separate all of those blue dots are in the top left. XCB seizes some of that map control for himself. Brollan actually re-aggressing for short. Gonna try and catch a timing on the peak. Here's them. Wonderful's posted on him. This is a really big one. Does hold down the Mous 1. Good work from Xerxes to contribute, but Wonderful still hitting shots. Despite that low HP, swallowed the grenade. But hits the double, and Navi destined for their first. And JL, he puts the cherry on top. There you are, Navi, welcome to the scoreboard.
I hope when you get that AWP head-to-head opener over towards middle, so good stuff from Wonderful, but Bit there as well. Ruthless through the long doors looking for that fight, taking down Shui. Here's the opener, and Torji, yeah, didn't even really have the gun in hand ready for that fight. This could have gotten out of control, especially if Xerxes gets the double up there. Maybe a new conversation to be had in that round, but money available for the Mous buy, but Cyclone will call an immediate tactical timeout. I want to make an adjustment of his own.
I also don't think he's probably going to give Torji a slap on the wrist for that, because it's a sign of an AWPer who's, what, 10-3, feeling himself, trying to just throw something new into the mix. It's not going to work every time.
No, and I think it's also a pretty good junction within the half to opt for that timeout, to have the conversation of how, you know, you want the next flow of rounds to go. If you can win immediately back here, you're already up to 7, half's 1, and hey, how many more are you going to be able to put on top as the icing on the cake?
Wonderful's going for the decoy, going to try and peek off of the decoy shot, hope he gets an advantage in the AWP head-to-head, but nothing going to be delivered his way.
Some misutil for Mous towards long as part of that control. The corner smoke putting a bit of pressure on them and keeping some eyes for now. So Emma looking for this gap, like to see it. Oh, blocked it, body blocked that smoke, so no lurk smoke won't work against Navi. That does actually alleviate a lot of pressure on these B defenders. But look at the real estate out middle. See Mous more than happy to play Shui through short, but right now they're not in position.
This angle that Torji's holding, though, it's designed for Wonderful to peek into him. Oh, he was, excuse me, I thought he was on the boxes. He's actually above. So Wonderful can post up on this angle. How's his setup? They acknowledge and have conceded this space, albeit impressive to have found it so early from Navi.
I think the key for the B defense right now, with the time trickling off the... Oh. Okay, straight into him.
Nearly 2 from Wonderful.
Well, the util's still in play. Jimmy had a smoke. He just used it. Still an incendiary to try and stall this out if it is a mid to B play. Looks like they're changing their tune because the AWP is in the dirt. Good call.
Yeah, Brolin's going to have to get himself over to Shui as fast as possible. Crossing past Imet is a nightmare, though. That deep corner. Xerxon walks through unannounced. Held at bay by the smoke. Time again becoming a factor. What is this from Shui? Pushes in through the smoke, flashed in by his teammate, and his teammate only gets the one. Brolin down to JL. JL not ready for another. Xerxon good on it and bit the headhunter to try and close this one down. Can he even get the bomb in time? I'm not sure he can. 10 seconds. He's hoping for the fight on CT, but I think Jimmy, just by living, has won this round. The clock is Navi's worst enemy right now. Nothing for you here. An AWP to save, but a 7th round on the board.
Boy, and they get that easy opening onto Torji. That's 2 rounds in a row. Torji's been picked off. Just drops down to his demise. The pivot, yeah, you understand the call. Okay, the AWP's not going to be over towards mid-long. It means we should be able to sprawl into the site. But as they go up, that smoke's in play. They're covered off, and then Shui with the chaotic maneuver is able to take down Wonderful. Sure, JL's there for the trade, but there's more bodies. Brolin for the fight. This slows it right down, and the rotation had already made it through that CT smoke, so well handled from Mous. That was a pressure situation.
Yeah, their rotations are looking really good, really, really good. How many times have we seen a Navi player just not expecting there to be another? Always in the right place at the right time, using their util to facilitate efficient rotations. And for Alexi B, I bet this is a nightmare to try and call yourself out of trouble. Smokes the doors.
Yeah,
keeps that info blocked, yeah.
Brolin really hasn't been tested long early, right? I think that it was, one round where they've popped out. This is going to be late, and you can see the position called it reverse back when I was playing, but that was many days ago, just above pit, and this is a difficult clear.
Yeah, you get a bit of a shadow advantage here. And he still profits with one. He's out. It's lovely from Brolin. A double kill in defense of his position.
Tough position.
Not always the most glamorous, but he's played it to perfection. Now he can just dig himself into the pit. You don't want to be over-committing to that if you're Wonderful.
Oh, there's a couple of kills for Xerxon here.
Yeah, you think so. Sees him. Poised and tapping. Takes down JL. Living priority for Xerxon. Gets himself out of dodge. They are going to pivot back towards the B site. He's gone pushing. Jimmy, however, has their cross locked down. He uses that AK to perfection. Double from Jimmy. Mous looking like an unbeatable CT wall right now. It's that lovely blend of some solid anchor work and some necessary aggressions for some info.
Yeah, and that's great that the players are reading the game on such a high level that they're seeing these. Doesn't feel like they're forced. There's no times where like, well, how come they haven't pushed? Seem to be making the right calls throughout Mous. So absolute dominance right now on Navi's map choice. And again, I'll return to some of the stat lines that I was discussing. Oh, that's a hefty amount of bodies crossing over and wanting to fight middle. So this is a bit of a change. We will have some early action.
Shui up to the plate. This is terrifying. This is terrifying, but he's not scared. He is not worried at all. Bombs delivered to lower tunnels. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so the last time we saw Mous play this, they've only played it 3 times since it's been reintroduced to the pool. It was reintroduced in the pool 85 days ago. Right, that was during Pro League, the last season.
Crazy to me,
right?
Okay.
Yeah, but that's because we had 4 weeks worth of a break.
Sure.
So there's a big chunk of your days, right? There's 30 of your days at least. And also Pro League, it wasn't in play because we were mid-tournament. So you had to wait until Pro League ended. Then it was Bet Boom, and that's where Mous went and they played it immediately, I do believe. I think it was just a couple days after. And they played against, it might have been Bet Boom themselves, and they picked it against them straight away because they had been able to practice on it while Mous was focused on the current map pool that still had Overpass in it at the time. So they'd only played it at that event. They didn't play it at Dallas, the event they didn't practice for. It's a bit of a scoff in that one. And then that was their last event of the season. So Mous have been on ice for quite a while, but they were boot camping in Hamburg in their new facility before coming here. Navi were boot camping in Spain. So both of these teams wanting to get a good kick going into the second half of 2024. But that's one of the problems, right? Both of these teams would be pretty comfy with the map pool that we have in front of us right now. Dust 2, Nuke, Mirage. Mous have had a lot more time to practice on this map.
Was this really Navi's pick?
Yeah, we're going to Nuke next. But that's a map that Navi could easily just do the same as what we're seeing right now. So, hey, this series could have legs, or it could just be domination. Right now, the conversation's one way as opposed to the other. And the long corner smoke respected, right? You see Doors and Bluebin Molly forcing out extra util. Corner smoke always had a bit of fear. Crowd would like to see Navi started to get activated. We just want an entertaining game, really.
I'm entertained by just how incredible Mous are playing right now.
Look at this, they've left nobody anchoring long. They're so ready for something mid/short centric.
This is a real hard setup to break. Torji should just be able to get one and drop off. Setting Broline up for any cleanup. Look at this setup. You are not getting through this. Neff tries his luck. That's a shot and a half from Torji. Just the tip of Imez's follicles. Pokes up from the staircase. Nice work from Wonderful, reading the reaggress. They go off of this. JL pokes his nose into mid. Shui reaggressing, and they're not expecting that lovely angle. And another headshot, this time onto Alexi B. Does he finish the job? Hits him even lower through the staircase. We've yet to see Alexi with a frag contribution.
Oh dear.
Jimmy's well aware of
Still
where
you
they're
two
going.
left.
Oh, and it's
Come on in, boys.
brutal. Everywhere they go, there's a nade. Oh, and this could be perfect. Alexi, on your head, son. JL swallows it. No HP for the rest of them. And it's clean as that. Shui, right place, right time, multi-kill again.
Yeah, there's a few little details that is impressive, and I suppose that's either Mous just playing fantastically well or not feeling the pressure. These B defenses, they've always had util left late, so that means that their setups, right, the way that they're using their util, the economy of that is fantastic. That banger shot there from Torji, isn't it? It's been having a good game. Was cool enough for the last couple of rounds. But the other one is, Mous have never given Navi the staging area of Cat to execute onto A for free without disruption. I
see you.
They've always been in that limbo area or harassing, flashing forward. Here's Bit, been out long with a fight, won a couple before, but stalled out. Shui, in-game leader, just denies 2, and that could be 11-1 on the half.
My God. This is throwing the towel at this point. A CT side. I'm sure Navi will remember. Good grief, could they really close it out clean? 11-1 on the agenda. Alexi 0-11. And there it is, locked in at the half. Mous are speedrunning this semi-final, the Esports World Cup 2024, and Mous in pursuit of a grand final.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Some cyberbullying here in Riyadh as Mous have taken Navi to church. One round is all Navi have to boast as we come back into our second half. And this is Navi's pick as well, Chad. I think we might just want to start talking about map 2, or?
I think Mous are wanting to buck the trend of the 2 a.m. finishes. They thought, all right, guys, let's get everybody home, well rested. It's grand final day tomorrow. The least we could do is get everybody in bed nice and early. Mous versus G2, that sounds like a pretty tasty morsel, especially if Mous are going to play at this form that we're seeing right here, right now in the semi-final. And it's a nice step up, right? These guys are considered studio merchants. Well, there's a crowd.
There's a crowd, Chad.
It's a step up, and I think Yanko was even talking about the continent. Well, they're on a different one at the moment, so look, a couple of big ticks going in their favor if they can pick this up, but still a whole nother map and a half ahead of us before we can get there. Exertion, mid-doors smoke safely.
I've been missing that one in my repertoire. Long-range Glock, oof, puts Bit on notice.
Can't get luckier than that, can ya?
Let's see if Wonderful can pass his test on long. He does flick back nicely, and that's all the util. Brolan takes the fight. That was brave. That would have completely squandered their smoke for the cross. Instead, he's managed to find the equalizing frag. Now they want to come and test Jimmy. A two-man push into the fin.
Glock good at this range, though.
Yeah, I'd say
Glock
so.
just good.
He's crouched into the angle and does deliver the double headshot. Just like that, the round crumbles for Navi. A is lost. Now you have to get past Jimmy if you want to get in. And he's already chipped away at JL on the mantle up the Xbox. A flash, this could be good, but Jimmy's already pieced out of there. Now the bomb going down. This is so difficult for Bit and JL. That early damage from Brolan onto Bit. JL brought low by Jimmy. Getting back in, it feels like a impossible ask. Impossible task. Legs are broken, Bit's hitting some heads, or at least one. Not the second, though, as 12 secured. Mous in pursuit of that magic number in the second round of this second half.
Yeah, well, put a fork in it. This one's looking like it's done. It has to obviously be the Navi force buy. They're going to take their third of the tactical timeouts and see if any resistance is possible. But at the moment, it looks futile. Wonderful gets one, a good trade from Brolan, but it's the double from Jimmy. And it looks like he's having a bit of trouble when this fight first starts. But the Glock in CS2, I don't know what it is about it. It just feels like it's had a bit of a buff.
It does, doesn't it? Just put your crosshair in their vicinity and keep on clicking.
Navi haven't even warmed up. I don't even feel like they've been in this game at all. There's been a few rounds. And you go back to the pistol where they had no advantage on the first half of play. Then they battled their way back in, and then they gave up the number advantage retake. And you have a hard time discussing rounds where it's felt like they could have closed. Even rounds where they had number advantages and they tried to go for finishes, Mous just made the perfect play.
Navi's frag total is less than Jimmy and Shui's frag total.
Oh, Lexi might finish the game with no kills, Alex.
Yeah, well, that's certainly a contributing factor. I've been missing this smoke. I wanted to learn it from Torji, but we are...
Well, Exertion didn't throw out perfect last round, did he? Because you could see above it.
And JL is going to be on the warpath, has caught out Jimmy. Doesn't finish it off.
No way!
What is that? Oh, it goes from bad to worse.
Jimmy's in fine form at the moment, isn't he?
It goes from bad to worse. This is unfair.
But Alexi, he can get a kill, Alex.
He needs one.
Come on, Alexi.
5-7. Look at the HP. Bomb's going B. Jimmy's going to even bring the fight. Okay, AD. Yeah! Alexi B on the board. He picks himself up an AK-47. Brolan makes light work of it, and here comes Alexi B with his second as well. 5 bullets all he needs if he can find the head of Brolan, and he does. 1 HP. Can Alexi B come up huge? His first 3, and now it has to be an ace clutch. It's not to be. Torji denies, and just 14 rounds is all we need on Navi's pick, no less. Mous sprinting towards the grand finals, a map to the good already.
Absolutely dominant stuff to kick things off. 2-1 against Sashi, 2-1 against Furia, and a whitewash against Navi. Right now, they are in the driver's seat, and talking about Navi, doesn't feel like they're warmed into the game. They need to go and switch themselves on because Nuke coming up next. That one's going to be a blink and you miss it moment.
Wow, has anyone checked to see if Navi is here? Do they have a pulse?
They are tracing. It started here. 3v2 post plant, right? And you let it slip away. Some unnecessary peaks, unnecessary aggression. All of a sudden you lose pistol. Second round, again. First gun round, right? Then Mous gets into the swing of things. They start playing with confidence, and it's all over.
And that's it.
And that's it.
That's it. Go to break.
No, you're not wrong. You know, I remember the pistol round. I think it's Emma standing on the bomb side, fighting CT spawn for no reason at all. And at that point, it just completely crumbles for Navi at that point. Gotta say, though, that Mous are looking like a well-drilled machine when it comes to Dust 2. They were looking super, super hot, super much in control. We spoke about some of the players, you know, coming into it. You had Exertion playing well. You had Torsi firing on all cylinders. Roland shutting down Long a couple of times. They tried to fight him. Jim Fed as well on Dust 2. It felt like everything was just going right for Mous, and it's very hard to say something smart about a game that finishes 13-1.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about everything going right. There's also evidence of everything going wrong for some people in this game. Who was missing here from Navi?
And
I'm not talking about him specifically.
Okay, Alexi got rounds in the final round of the game, his first kills, but it didn't even matter at that point. And it wasn't necessarily the fragging and failing to find kills that lost Navi this game. It was constantly being out of position, right? And being at disadvantageous situations, whether it's a man down or just Mous having all the correct information and being one step ahead of Navi.
It is crazy that you can pick a map like Dust 2, come into a matchup like this in a semifinal, and then show absolutely nothing. At no point did it feel like Navi had anything to offer. And I even feel, I know when the score is 12-1, but the very last round, you see them double push in towards upper tunnels, and that kill they can't even get. And if you can't get that kill, you may as well just leave the server, quit the game, and just go home.
And style points to Jimmy for it too, because you know he did have to do some maneuvering around.
He would just not touch the keyboard, not touch the mouse. They still would have found a way not to kill him.
Facts. Let's go ahead and run round 8, Yanko. What did it tell you in your heart?
Yeah, I think for me, this was an example of like a round where Navi just is too slow. They find this kill, right? And now you can look at the time. It took them 30 seconds to sort of group together, and they only have 2 players on Cat now. Brolan is having a field day, JL is here. Now it's 20 seconds left, he dies, the bomb is down. And the fights just keep happening, they keep happening, right? And in the end, Bit runs out of time. And I think for me, the problem is, why does it take you 30 seconds from when you get the kill on Torji to organize yourselves and sort of say, okay, we killed the Opper, let's just go away and win out the fights. Like, sure, you're blocked on Cat, but if you believe the call, right, there's 2 guys there at most. So break the smoke. I don't know if they had a nade, maybe they didn't, but you had a flash. Like, at that point, you need to trust the call and just go. You can't wait out for all these things. A guy needs to run long, because if there's one player on long and he dies, then you guys are 4v1 against the one guy standing behind the smoke. Like, you need to trade that, plant the bomb in a 5v4 if that's what you think is the best call. Instead, they're spread out around the map. Brolan is able to get some kills. Shui gets a kill and creates chaos running through the smoke, right? And they run out of time. This wasn't the first time it happened either.
No, and I'm curious to what it is, because they're just cramping up on the server. They're not utilizing the few opportunities they had in this first half to do anything, and I don't know what it is, you know.
It all starts, it's the pistol. I'm telling you, it started with the pistol, because if I'm an in-game leader, man, or a coach, or as I was, and I'm sitting there, and like we're starting a game on stage, and we have a 3v2 post plant in the pistol and we're throwing it away, what are we doing? Because you're playing a really good team on the other side. They're going to make some good decisions, good moves. You're not going to have 3v2s every single round. So when you get them, you need to take advantage of it. And now you're 5-0 down. And if you're Alexi, you're mad a little bit because you can't kill anyone. You don't get good opportunities. You're 5-0 down and you could have just won the pistol and at least had one round, right? And if you convert, it's a completely different story in the first round.
He's a little upset over here.
You don't say.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
because it's stupid. It's like it's just that stuff where it's like, it's not a face it game, guys. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, what sort of Counter-Strike is this, you know? And then all of a sudden you're down 13-1. And that's the only silver lining is it's 13-1. So you'll go outside and say, guys, we just played like shit. You know, like, let's just forget about this. It's just one of those games. We're better than this, and let's reset.
So that's actually something they can have in their pocket, Jacob. I'm sure you've been in that situation before. You ever get
many times, many times. You know, yeah, I'm used to losing 13-1. At that point, there's nothing you can use this game for whatsoever. You have to reset, readjust, and just accept the fact that you're now going into a best of 3 where you have to win 2 maps in a row. At no point did Navi show up right here. It makes it even worse that they were the ones picking Dust 2 into this matchup. So not too satisfied with that. You know, I like your little rant right here, Yanko, but I don't really have anything to add. It's a 13-1 game where Navi couldn't get anything done, and credit to mousesports for utilizing all the opportunities they got.
Yeah, I'm just drawing back to that this sort of disjointed cat approach right there. It is rather frustrating to see the game be played or lack thereof playing in that.
It's true, and there was many mistakes you could find out. Pistol round, round 8 that we just had right here. I also do need to give credit to mousesports. I think every time they're presented an option to punish Navi for a mistake, or even in some of the rounds where Navi couldn't even get long control, they couldn't get in towards the B-bomb side. They were caught in the rotations where I think it was LXB and a homie trying to go up catwalk. All of a sudden they have to go back into dark, and they're stuck behind the Molotov, and the round is over before we even see the round unfold. You can just see how it's just completely gone wrong for Navi, and that is Mous playing well, that is Mous rotating correctly, that is Mous being, on top of the game right here. So as much as I want to jump on the Navi train and saying they're shit, which they were, it was also Mous.
But also first gun round, I just remembered, Navi, okay, they're 3v4, but they're inside B bomb site, and Ime is playing big box, and he's not watching tunnels.
Yeah,
like he's watching exit door. Your two guys are inside. Who's gonna watch tunnels, bro? If not you. They come it's a retake with 3 guys from tunnels. Navi took the site and had 2 more smokes. And I said this round is over. Like they're gonna re-smoke door 2 times. That's it. Tunnels is a narrow choke point, and all of a sudden they retake without losing a single player.
It's just that one moment he moves across there. That's it.
Where your individuals need to show that they know what they're doing and they're good players and they can play these situational rounds and play good Counter-Strike. Every single time Navi didn't do anything and fell apart.
Fell apart, or maybe even never got off the starting line, Jacob. That's an unfortunate reality for the map pick there of Navi. So, sure. Silver linings. Do we want to pick any up if we start talking about map 2 of the series in Nuke?
Yeah, I mean, it can't get any worse, let's be honest, but they're also starting on the T side now, and I think that could be a bit of an issue. The way Mous are playing, the way that they have players pretty much all over the map, who are good in their positions. I'd argue on Nuke, Mous is a strong team. You talk about Jimfat closing down ramp, likes to be a bit aggressive with that one as well. I think Torsi is very underrated on that CT side. He's roaming a lot with the AWP. He's not very static. He likes to be in yard. He likes to be inside hot. He likes to go aggressive. So I feel like if you're Navi right now, with the way you're conducting yourself on Dust 2, with the way you're playing, you have to mentally reset, but you also have to hope that Mous are going to go down a level. Otherwise, I'm afraid this one is going to be over and done and dusted in less than an hour.
Just a good start, just gets any momentum going for Navi, right? Like, because it's not just that they were losing round, they weren't close to winning some of these rounds, right? Mous was always one step ahead, and trust me, when you're in the game, you feel it as well. It's not just that you didn't win the round, it's like they were exactly there, they knew what you wanted to do, they're, you're eating nades all the time for 40, 50 damage. It's just very difficult to play against. So for Navi on the CT side, winning a couple of rounds, sort of the players getting some of that confidence back and remembering what they're capable of.
So that's hypothetically what maybe Blade says out there in the parking lot, right? But Jacob, what do you...
I hope he's cussing them out.
Gotta say something.
You have to.
So, Jacob, what do you say in that moment? What do you tell your team? You just got absolutely bamboozled on map 1 of a semifinal, and now, well, this could very well be it.
It's a good question. I'm not being paid money to do that, so I don't really know. Never been in the position either. Yanko can probably testify to that, but I think at that point you just forget all about Dust 2. Like, you speak about Nuke, you go through your preparation, obviously. You talk about if there's any glaring mistakes, or let's say there's an individual who's not communicating, or there's an individual causing a trouble or acting out or something, you address that obviously, but then you just focus on Nuke. As you said, starting on the CT side, hopefully Wonderful comes alive. Hopefully LXB gets more than a kill in round, what was it, 13, 14?
The last
one. At that point, the very last round, right? 3 meaningless kills whatsoever. So there's only so much you can do as a coach if your player decides to not shoot anyone.
It's funny you should say that, Jacob, because I was in that situation in the semifinal of Beijing. First map was Dust 2, our pick, playing against Prime Astralis, of course. Lose 16-0, right? we're outside, we're talking, and it wasn't like this. We didn't really have a chance. So I'm okay, guys, screw it. Who cares? It can't get any worse than this. It's over. We weren't really in it. It's map 1, whatever. Let's just get into the second map, remember a couple of things, blah, 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 blah. It was way better. We lost 16-2.
Awesome. And we're never going to forget that game, right, Jacob?
That was a great game.
You're never going to let me forget about that game like I could.
Well, not now in the confines at which you've given it to us. Of course, I can't forget that. Gentlemen, I want to ask you if you think Navi's going to be bringing us to a third map, but I can look at least on Jacob's face, and I can't tell if that's just like a normal smirk of sorts, or you think so.
I'm jumping ships. Mous is going to win.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, thoughts about that, right?
I think it's just very hard to make such a big turn after map 1 if you're Navi, and also Mous playing really well. They have all the confidence now. They're good on Nuke. Starting T side, I think they close it out 2-0.
It's not looking good. But either way, we do have a break in front of us so that we can find out what happens in that second map. And, well, if you're Navi, perhaps showing up into the server today, this would be a good start, and this would be the time to do it. This is a semi-final, and you don't want to get your keys crushed. We're going to go to that quick break, and we're going to come back. We're going to jump right back into this series. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup. Okay, let's go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
We had a pretty good break before this tournament. We had around a month off without playing Counter-Strike. Coming into this tournament, we already boot camped at our new facility. It was a good experience, and also I think the practice was pretty efficient. I would say that I was pretty happily surprised with my team, how quickly they were able to get into shape from such a break. Maybe we don't have a written objective as to what we want to do here, but definitely inside we know that we want to do better than the first half of the year, and that is going to be our goal. I think with signing Brolan fully now as our player, we kind of maybe completed the puzzle in a way, although we already did feel that whenever he was even here for just a loan. Personally, I believe that we've never really had a major issue with communication in our team, despite us being an international roster. The language barrier is not there as much as it would be in other teams. I definitely like the direction that Valve may be going. Right now we have like 3 maps that are pretty new or for example, Dust 2 is new to us, or it's now back in the active map pool. I was actually pretty surprised with EWC. I think there's a lot of benefits coming to us players or the esports scene in general from them. One being is that they are helping organizations come into the scene with not only Counter-Strike but also other teams or other teams in esports. So that is really nice to see, and having, or your organization having more teams, it just includes a lot more players, and it builds the esports in general, so there's a lot more players involved. That is really nice to see, that you don't only have Counter-Strike as an event. And in terms of the event itself, I think it's creating or going the right direction as well. Like as an example with the trophy, it's very unique and you don't really see it anywhere else. So I'm really happy about things like this, that we're trying to change things up, and it is going in a positive direction. So to me, there has been a lot of positive influence coming from EWC so far.
Shui, in-game leader of Mous, talking a little bit about EWC, and, well, one map away from Mous taking it all the way to the grand finals. He talks about that trophy. They're not far away from lifting it themselves.
Yeah, Mous are hot, and Jimmy's on fire right now. Another great performance from him, and had a great one yesterday as well. But that game started at 9 p.m. local, finished at 9:33. We had a 3-minute ad break. We had 3 Navi tactical timeouts. There's a minute 30. And then you had 1 Mous tactical timeout. There's another 30 seconds. So we'll get it up to 5 seconds of not game time. Maybe we had roughly 28 minutes worth of Counter-Strike in map number 1.
Ooh, yeah. No, I'm very intrigued to see if Navi have got anything to say on map 2. I'm sure it's hard to shake it off. I would imagine that a strong start here on the CT side of Nuke could give you enough to kind of shake it off, treat this as the start of the semi-final for you. Because, I mean, you got 1 round. Some people only got frags in the last round.
Yeah, if Alexi can start with a kill,
yes,
that would be fantastic news. But no, we discussed this yesterday throughout that VP series. One of the struggles that Vitality had was just pistol rounds in general. And that one still went 3 maps, still went about 4 hours. But we are getting the pistol round underway. Navi now getting a chance. See if they can kick things off on the CT side. Will Mous be able to run with this momentum that they've garnered, and will Jimmy keep up this amazing form that he is in? Bit about to be tested towards ramp. Here they come.
See what you've got for us, Bit. Just falls away, concedes the ramp control. And they're jumping to chase. Brolan shows himself that he is looking to commit. There is support behind the side, though. They may overlook it, but Bit doesn't even need assistance right now. He's taken another head. Could he get another? That's the bomb. Should be staring at the floorboards to try and escape. And now very separate. Look at this from Torji. He might be able to catch him as re-clear of the lobby. He catches a glimpse and hits the goosh. Headshot provided, but the bomb now lost. That's a big round from Bit, who's been having a great tournament up until this semi-final started. So let's see if Torji's got anything left in this one, or is Bit about to leave with 4 frags in this one. Looking good. Torji, though, better. Takes his head off, and JL going to be swinging out on the timing. Wonderful. Ready to receive on the low side. Wonderful, still moving, and JL spots him. Distraction and execution. Wonderful, converts it. Navi get a necessary pistol.
Would have been some insane shots necessary there for Torji to close that one out, but that is what you need to see. Navi not fumbling the number advantage on the pistol round, setting themselves up, likely going against a Mous eco. No bomb going down, no extra cash injection. I'm sure they'll just take the save and get the buys coming into the next with the AKs and the util necessary. And we were talking about the map pool before we got into this. Navi pretty comfortable on a map like Nuke, so I'm sure they're not feeling too out of the water having to play this.
Yeah, looking good against FaZe yesterday on this map.
Oh, the manual door opening. They're not doing it with that nade, and now it's being closed again. And open once more, but the other way through. In there. I'm going to take a couple fights. You heard from Yanko there saying, hey, screw it, can't get any worse. Back from his coaching days. Well, maybe take a couple of fights, and that's what we're seeing now. Wonderful towards Yard. One and done. Torji with an absolute zinger on that deagle, but look at this. Yeah, they're definitely playing a little bit more liberally, aren't they, Navi?
Yeah, JL's having a field day, isn't he? Just running around on the silo, not letting them get anything close to comfortable. Sounds like Riyad's happy with that one. Definitely crowd favorites are Navi.
I think in terms of viewer base, whether that be here as well as at home, I think if we had the Navi versus G2 final, that would garner the biggest fan bases. I think in terms of the most exciting Counter-Strike that we could get, and maybe I'll be eating my words come the end of this series, but I think it would be Mous versus G2, or at least what we just saw from that one.
Yeah, that Dust 2 is very impressive. Nuke, perhaps a different story. We'll find out as the guns come out.
Fast from Exertion, stalled out by an incendiary right in front of his face, going for the standard smoke wall. They're going to be able to break through. Alexi, let's play this Yarn position, peeks out.
Yeah, he's ahead of the clear as well, so that's big from Xerxes. Gets himself across.
Imma's down here.
Hits, takes the fight, converts it. Neil in position. There is a walk, though, with the bomb on Shui's back, escorted by Torji. Bit pokes his head up and nearly takes off Torji. Puts him down to just 3 points of health. Into the fence, clears out the aggressive rotation from Imme. That was brave, but punished. Already had a window of opportunity. Alexi. Oh, what? Roland flies off of main roof, deletes the fin. JL in trouble now and trying to use that SMG for an aggressive peek or two. Takes back lobby, surges into it, concedes the sight. Oh, that would have been nice, but doesn't quite nail it. Trajectory hits the smoke. Good headshot back. Jimmy gone. Torji, despite the low HP, could be on for another. Wonderful alone. Torji should be an easy frag, and whoa, he even makes it costly. Shui locks it in. And we have Mous back on the board early for their T side.
According to the kill feed, Brolin's feet were on the ground there, but you could have fooled me.
Yeah, that was crazy from Alexi's POV. Sometimes I do prefer seeing the kill from the death POV. They look good. Yeah, I'll have one. Bon appetit.
You do everything a little bit later here. I had a 7 p.m. coffee.
Yeah, no, honestly, the mall is open until I think 8 a.m. I don't know.
All right, well, that's where your late night entertainment. Ooh, okay, well, Navi not forcing back immediately. They are just going to take the save with a loss bonus of 1900 coming into next for the buy. Brolin will get an easy one. Swept under the rug by Bit. Swings out with the MP9, but there's more fights as far as Jimmy's concerned.
I'm concerned for Jimmy. Perhaps not so much anymore as they flush them back into the sights. Tetris to be cleared, looking good. Shui individually has been looking like one of the most dangerous players. Multi-kills just every round they come his way. Every time he's tested, he seems competent and capable.
Yeah, he is, I think, in terms of the way that the team is approaching the game, it allows the in-game leader to focus on his crosshair a little bit more, and he's going to take a few more of these risks as well. As far as in-game leaders are concerned, he's one of the younger in-game leaders for sure. So mechanically speaking, we're not putting him in the same bucket, but you look at it, you look at Carrigan yesterday, it was Carrigan versus Alexi tussling on that first number play between FaZe and Navi. There you have it. Round number 2, we're all tied up, and is the momentum going to shift immediately?
All the in-game leaders have been having a good tournament. I think even Snacks has had some top scoreboard moments. We're talking about Blitz and Mongols during the resurrection stage, but Shui in the playoffs, and he's playing as comfortable as ever. Get that wonderful AWP out. Rolling with a Mac.
Yeah, and there's nothing fast off the back of it. He's actually just mulling top hut to start the round. Might see the aggression from the EWC.
Ooh.
Yep. Oh.
Lovely start for the round. Navi get a gift.
I might not have been expecting the AWP so quickly, just considering the way that the finances have fell. That one's been dropped across from JL, so only made possible by donation.
That MP9 getting a couple of kills, came with extra cash, and I mean the fact that Wonderful's already out, back towards Yard. JL.
Timing.
He just looked away. Look at Shui, perfectly catches the timing.
That's frustrating.
Just fell off the angle.
Nade'll do it.
Or not, but the bullets will.
Have to save. Even after such a comfy opener. That happened so quickly, and it just came down to the timing there that JL moved away from Hunt. They just waltzed out. Confidence on display yet again from Mous. Beautiful stuff.
It's not like it was a sound cue, really. Nothing, no sort of misplay from the Hut player other than getting time. Shui walks out. By the time JL's into the angle, he's not expecting someone so far out so soon.
especially when it's not telegraphed, right?
That's a tough one.
Sometimes if your main player is looking towards yard, there can be a time when you have to patrol between Squeaky and that hut door, and normally people aren't just walking out hut because it's one of those angles where you can get your feet spotted if they're up in the rafters. Worked out quite nicely. There's other little details, right? Because we are functioning looking at different things at the start of the rounds. It tends to be more stuff towards outside, right? Okay, do you see the deep molly? What type of a fight are they going for? But your lobby player gets there early enough, you'll hear the drop on towards the heart, that information being communicated and then potentially executed upon. Unfortunate for Immer there on the clear, was already very low, and wow, I guess lucky to stay alive with that nade. Navi will use their first tactical timeout. Blade to get back on the mic. He probably just feels like he was having a conversation because they would have been outside discussing what went wrong with map number 1 or focusing on now map number 2. But it would be a shame to have back-to-back blowouts in our semi-finals if you missed the G2 game just moments ago. Well, it feels like it. They gave us a nice extended break, didn't they?
Does that say more about G2 or does that say more about Vitality, the result we saw?
Virtus.pro.
No, sorry, I'm just the way in which because we were watching VP versus Vitality.
Sure.
And it was like a.
I
think
where
I'm going with that.
Yes, no, I do. I think one of the things is, and again, at the start of the season, you're always going to put me in this point of conversation where you look long term and you can look in the microcosm of this event. And in terms of the honeymoon period and the type of Counter-Strike that G2 are playing, you can't argue with that. But then if we talk about long-term G2 honeymoon period, how will things track over time? Now there's going to be tape on them, etc., etc., etc.
Hello. Another opening for Wonderful. Didn't make a difference in the previous. Yep. And Brolan. Masters of their ramp craft, but Brolan gets the better of Bit here. Levels us out. Shui working his magic once more. He's going to do so silently. Alexi B will not have anything to report. Certainly that there is a possibility. They're loud into the lower side though, and Imet's got a lot to do with only a FAMAS, just outgunned. It hinges on JL now, and he's done well. And he's done very well. Finds himself the AK, gets away, back turn, Shui poise, converts the spray, and Wonderful.
No way.
Him. How's he done that? Well aware of the possibility. Alexi B up against 2, and Shui, he's already got his feet planted for a triple. We talk about this guy and his aim. And he does it on display in the semi-final.
Feels like Mous are everywhere. You know, they get an opening kill again with the AWP, but the next minute there's 3 guys walking out ramp, Bit having to take the heads-up fight. Brolan wins it. They're leaking in towards the lower side. There's multiple Navi bodies there. JL stalls them, but then here's Shui.
That was magical. And it's always scary in the back. You can see to just take that additional time to make sure that frag comes through, but ready to pivot onto Wonderful as well. And this looks quick. Pace change into the 5-7s. It could have been scary.
Hero M4.
And already using that Hero M4 to great use. Now we get the 5-7 in the feed. Alexi B plucks another out the CT vent. They're swarming, and it's working. Mous with a aggressive approach, but it's immediately been sent straight back to hell. That's a humbling round to lose.
They're already tracking, making sure Torji can't save. Spotted 1, Alexi. With the information is just going to pivot away immediately. They know now that he was heading towards spawn for the save, so multiple avenues to try and take this gun away. Keep this round quick.
What a horrible position for Torji to be in. There's so much time on this clock. So much time for the CTs to be finding a different angle.
Well, that's a way back in some way. The fact that first fight's happened, now he's actually starting to have a little bit of a look.
Yeah, not far off, actually. Solid attempt, but they try and change up the pace, and it's punished. See this one again. Now, JL, we didn't catch it immediately, but he charges into Hut, takes down Brolan, and that awakens Immer and Alexi to find themselves some frags with the sidearms.
Yeah, and those 2 MP9 kills that he just got in that round previous, facilitating a little bit of extra cash for him to go for that type of a fight. It's a bit of a bonus there for Navi to bounce back immediately, especially after 2 rounds in a row. Wonderful getting opening kills in the AWP and rounds not converted. So that is a lifeline to keep their head above water on their CT side. Mous would have already been looking at 5. Have a quick little tech issue. We'll get that one sorted for you ASAP and get back underway. But a free AWP for Wonderful is going to feel exactly that. Still money for Mous to purchase, no dramas there, but getting to the end of the finances if they cannot set the winning ways back in action. That was pissed around with conversion for Navi. First gun round, Mous were victorious, and that was 4 on the trot until we do see Navi posting their 3rd.
Here we go, round 8, second map. Already Navi have put up more of a fight. Wonderful. Presented with a smoke wall. Information on the cross, no longer a possibility. They'll throw their HE, nothing behind it, but just Zershan trying his luck, and Wonderful on the second clear is good for it. Charging Bit, testing him. Wonderful in support, shy of the mark. The flash obscures him. Not gonna go for the repeat. Bit ducks under. Already good rotations from Navi. With this man advantage, they can hold on to it. Crossfire established. Bit and Ime to be tested. Bit with an AK is a terrifying prospect for anyone up against him. Jimmy working his way into the angle. Imet ready to receive. And ahead of the play is Bit. Goes hunting for Brolan. Does a lot with that. Jimmy, however, is kicking up a fuss. That could have been a disaster. JL commits to the spray successfully. And Torji, I would say unwinnable. This is Torji we're talking about, and he has time. And he has, damage onto Wonderful. A block, a burst, and not enough. He thought he'd done more damage with that wallbang.
Yeah, likely thinking it was the leg shot, right? So the burst fire should have finished him, but the fact it was through the wall, you can see his reaction in the cam. He would have really started to heat up with that one because he could have pivoted wherever he wanted. There was time to work with on Torji. The trade work from Jimmy, especially focusing on that second. Yeah, look, it was only chipped into just below half HP, so still had some work to do.
Yeah, wanted to catch how much Jimmy put down towards JL there, towards control. That's his reaction to his death. Felt like a labored spray from both of them.
If you're Jimmy, you take 2 that far forward. It was JL, you know, once he's that low on ammo, he was in trouble. Well, we're just down to the pistols here. Jimmy with a Deagle, the rest with Glocks. Shui showing more than a bit of shoulder will be removed from Bit, who Bit's been challenged a couple of times over towards ramp. Keep searching, keep farming. Bloody Glocks.
Good one. That's a very awkward one.
Guys, that's two guns. I know one of them's only an MP9, but still, that's 2 weapons they can pick up. Not another fight with the Glock at range. Come on now.
Let's pull our jets here, fellas. Wonderful realizes he should probably get away. I say that. No, he doesn't. He pulls out a Deagle and starts looking like he wants to fight. Zershan gets that M4. Him is not shy. He's not scared.
They've already got more than they were worth in this round, Mous. So if they do somehow manage to get a plant out of it,
imagine.
There's no way.
Yeah, especially with this rotation, it's very well done. NXEB's heard all of this. Wonderful's going to be coming through ramp. Door opens. Zershan trying his luck, seeing if he can get away with another kill. He's in trouble. He does transfer into one. Immer down. Okay.
Where the hell was Immer looking?
I don't know. He's on his own little adventure. He's on a side quest.
Well, wasn't any secret of the business of exertion there.
Loud as hell.
Yeah, it couldn't have been louder.
Been around.
All right, well, 3 kills with just 1 Deagle invested. You'll take that if you are Mous. But Cycron's time to get on the microphone with the South Deagle timeout there. 30 seconds of a conversation. It's been 3 back consecutive from Navi, with the bomb not going down in any of them. So, would look to change that as the first key. Hey guys, let's try and get into the site. Let's see if we can put ourselves in some post plants. Juggling the guns across. We'll make sure that everybody has everything they require on Navi. You can see how strapped they are. There's almost diffuse kits across the board. Head armor for everybody. Incendiaries, smoke. So they can open these rounds, stall out Mous. And they'll have good responses. You can see nades being left as well to deal with smoke walls.
Wonderful loves an aggressive maneuver. This time Torji was ready, but Wonderful's quicker. On the AWP, leaves with 2. Roland didn't even get a chance. Top of the silo, loses his head. And that's what you want to see from players like Wonderful.
He has been very active with looking for CT side openings. The ramp pick, obviously outside. He's had it from a multitude of different angles now. He's tried that same play a few times, but this time going wide around red.
it's reminiscent of the simple CT side AWP we used to talk about.
And I think if the rationale is, hey, let's try and get Wonderful to get these picks early, it doesn't allow Mous to go for mid to late round executes, right? It really just unravels them, and now they're in the mid round. They're having to piece things together on the fly without any space, thanks to Wonderful.
They're coming for Jimmy. This is a all-in angle, and he doesn't get a thing from it. Wonderful, a quick scope.
Hands to his head there from Jimmy as well. Knows he could have done a lot more.
Yeah, down the vents, JL lets him know.
Sure, he has
Wonderful.
a smoke.
Wait, we could be on for an ace here. If he can punish with the clear, Shui's going to be sitting Doug for a fourth. Wonderful. Quad kill, and Alexi B puts it all to bed. That's the impact we're seeing from Wonderful now. He is comfortable.
It's got to feel nice for Wonderful heating up in this fashion. Already at 15 kills. We're 10 rounds deep, but no matter where he goes, he's hitting absolute bangers. This second one to top silo without X-Ray, just a little head poking over the top. Punishes Brolin, who was looking to get him as he scampers away.
This half is just a frag movie from Wonderful. Seems brave to be taking the majority of your squad, in fact the whole team, going towards Wonderful's domain. Alexi B will throw out the initial clear, flashes, and despite all of that, does miss the shot, miss the info window. Shui tries to wrap through main. Oh, ahead of them. There's a lot of Tech 9s running your way here, man. Now you've gone down, your rifle falls into enemy hands, wants to put that into someone healthy.
It's been heard.
He's gonna get caught out here, completely deleted by Zershan. This is falling apart. Falling to pieces for Navi. Another one for Mous. Brolin lays down the law with that AK-47. How funny, how quickly things can go wrong on Nuke.
Yeah, and you could see that it got ahead of two players there. Emma as well with the rotation. He was late on it, and then he just gets overwhelmed. And then the same for Bit. They heard him jump down ramp, and Exertion was already pushed up. So ahead of schedule, but right on time for Mous. To get their fifth, and they can still tie up the half at 6-6. So now, as far as the rounds are concerned, right, we are looking for a Mous great T-half, 5. That's great. You're happy with that. You're more than happy to go into the halftime break, big smile on your face, knowing that you've done more than enough, and that was without the pistol. Maybe we'll hold on to a couple of rifles. There's money to buy. Wonderful's AWP can come out. A drop can go over to Emma. Bit could buy himself, but they can also hook him up. Just make sure everybody's full on the util. But this was just a lighter investment from Mous. Pistols in the hands. Impromptu smoke wall towards Yard. A bit of a distraction from Shui. You can see Bit frustrated with that one.
Yeah, understandably so. Just a half investment from Mous, and they managed to pull across that 5th round. Will it be 6? Now we'll be looking for an edge into that second half. Wonderful indeed. Again, bests Torji. Rolling in that off angle. Overlooked by Wonderful. Forward position. In there, flushed out by the flames. Down goes Alexi. He's done everything he can. Zershan, however, has managed to get away with that. How is he still alive? Wonderful, couldn't finish him off. A tag onto Zershan, the double kill. And now they know that top site's theirs. Molly stomps Bit up the ladder. Braun bringing that bomb through. Nade to finish him off right now. Bit, 4 HP, gets the frag. Element of surprise, but traded. He's up to Wonderful to come up clutch. 16 frags, but this one has a round hanging in the balance of his decisions. Zershan looks away. Wonderful pips the gap. Did he
saw the
see
head.
It? Yep, teammates have told him. Pre-aim is perfect. It's 6-6 at the half. Mous, spectacular turn of events for them. The last 2 rounds of that half of theirs. And they tie us up even Stevens at the half. Esports World Cup continues. The semi-final has had a little bit of everything. First was a quickie. 14 rounds was all we needed to conclude Dust 2. And now Navi and Mous meet in the second half of Nuke. A 6-6 scoreline. Navi finding a couple of early leads, closed down by Mous in the final two.
Yeah, more than a couple, Alex. Wonderful was 6-0 in opening duels, but I want to focus on the O. Mous only managed to get one opening kill in the entire first half and still managed 6 rounds.
Well, that's testament to their team play. Strong individuals on Mous. Waterfall smoke and searching outside with the P250 is wonderful. Dropping onto the main roof. Surgeon has help. Rollins with him, but Imez run him down. That's the fight the clock is looking for. Only the one from Shui. And JL deleted by Torji. Maybe there's more to be said about this one than I thought. Mantling up quickly is Bit. Jimmy underneath towards Hell. Torji. Is he anticipating this angle from Imer, holding just a tight gap? Doesn't find the conversion. Now he looks to reposition. Jimmy the same. The windows are broken. Options available. And Torji down. Big frag from Imer. Oh, loud up the ladder. Quick turn and wonderful with his 17th. Yeah, not just openings. He was just fragging in general.
Okay, both pistols starting to look like a recipe for success for Navi. This is Mous's pick of Nuke. We're discussing the comfort in the map of both these teams. Mirage, the third and deciding map of this series if necessary. You get stereo opening kills from Emma and Bit. It does make things a whole lot easier. Torji between a bit of rock and a hard place, and Jimmy unable to assist. Wonderful with a perfect toss of the bomb, and well, fast A into the forced buy.
See how this goes. SMG from Brolin doesn't get anything done. A bit of damage onto Alexi B. Body shots for Shui could work, and they do. Need another, and nails JL. Pinned down. Ima brings him down. You need to rush this plant. Navi, you have the top side. Jimmy uncomfortable. Rotations required. His teammate loud up the ladder. Got a good idea as to where two of them are.
Waiting for the sound cue. Now the nade comes in.
Softened up. Very good nade damage. Both Bit and Ima catching that one. Torji. Well, that smoke's a bit deep. He will have something to work with upon the first one fading. Look at that. A misplay. Could have the element of surprise. Imet staring at it, but with that low HP from the nade. Now on Tetris. Re-smoke is good. Imet and Bit. Tidy things up. Navi not wasting any time. Just straight into the top site.
Oh, as we always say, that round's worth 2 because it was the force by now. It'll have to be the Mous Eco. So 9, almost the destiny for Navi, putting themselves just a few rounds away from closing this one out. Tough for Mous. A good attempt on the force buy. The nade damage doing a bit, but the Deagle's not able to land those shots, and they felt like they had smokes coming out of everywhere, Navi. There was even the ability to redeploy after that missed main smoke.
Navi are chilling now. Oh, it's JL's SMG just farming up cash. Zershin caught out on the dismount. Another Mach 10 frag. So they're going to be flush for cash here. Triple kill with that. He's already got 1,800 in his back pocket, has JL. Oh, that's Torji. And there finishes this off. Sends Torji down the slide of Secret.
Well, Shui can drop the AWP across to Torji. They can make this purchase happen for the first gun round of the second half. 3 rounds difference, and Mous need to respond immediately. They were able to do so in the first half of play after the pistol, their full eco, and then the guns coming into their hands. Can they do the same now that they're on the defense? That's the opener for Navi. Early smoke ball towards yard, door blown off. Harass utility towards main. Torji's getting hot.
Lucky to get away with his life there. Very low. JL has found first blood. Rollins having a tough time on Nuke. 4 and 12. Zershin looks destined for success on the edge of the smoke, but it is fading.
Full committed now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is going to have to focus up. There does present his head. Good work from Zershin. Puts us into an even 4-on-4. As just Jimmy looks away, Bit starts clearing. The timing, it favored Jimmy, but Bit too good. And already an uncomfortable round for Mous. If they go down lower, you're not going to be looking at a retake, and Alexi B knows that.
Well, these were the moments on Dust 2 where Navi fumbled, but they've completely outmaneuvered Mous this time round, so it should be looking good for the 10th. And then as soon as the site is given over, you'd be expecting Mous to have to save, running out of rounds.
That's a bit overextended by Bit.
Still tough to get back in from where they currently reside, Mous.
Don't even know if you're going to give it a look in. Two of them gambling towards the low side, flying up that vent, a death sentence. Xerxes knows it.
We start piecing this round together. Shui can smoke off Squeaky Door from main. And then flash in and up the vent for Exertion.
Yeah, but JEL's good for it.
Either needed to be a deeper smoke or a shallower smoke. One of the two, really.
Shui's going to get run down, loses everything as well, so they are going to punish as much as they can. They even want the orb. They are not done. Wonderful doesn't want to buy one. He wants to take one. JL's on his way.
Oh, hit the brakes. All right. Well, they'll let him hold on to it.
Oh.
Well, no, with where well, I'm guessing in that sense, he probably should have given it a crack.
Yeah, that's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world.
I think the thing is where you know the finances. Yeah, look at that. JL nice and deep behind that molly. But impactful kills for JL in this first gun round. But with the saved AWP and where the finances are at, you know that Mous, if they do opt to invest, it isn't going to be the best to buy. So you think, okay, he can hold on to the orb, but what are they going to have around it? And actually, they've been able to whip something together that's somewhat respectable. So with about that 35-50 on the likes of Jimmy, he can get out at A1S and armor. Exertion's been able to treat himself to a little bit of U2. I think Shui might have to operate with a lighter weapon, so more utility. They are going to juggle across the nades to work out who needs what. You need at least one to be blocking that top side. So Exertion and Brolin have been given the incendiaries. Exertion and Brolin have been given pretty much all of the nades. Shui's even invested in a decoy. We'll see if that has any rewards. Mous, how do you crowbar your way into this game?
Torgy going for the hyper-aggressive peek, and it was close to being nice first blood onto JL.
It's good that he still has the balls to look for that. In the previous, obviously, going through main and just getting singed down, a different way to take that fight, but he's pinned for now.
He's moving. He's moving quite quickly. More passive stance from the lobby hold. He throws out a well-placed nade.
Very deep.
Torgy searching. He's going to be cleared. Left eye. Wonderful has the advantage. Down goes the AWPer again, and JL builds upon it. Brolin to the white screen. Oh, this team play is looking too good from Navi. From 0 to 100. You're hanging out in lobby, you let that first fight be found. Wonderful plays it well, locked him in with that Molotov. Just crouched into the AWPer's angle. As an AWPer himself, he knows a good fight's a good fight. Version dead, Bit not messing around with any knives. He's just there for the headshots. He's here for the third map. He wants to take it the distance.
Choices for Mous heading forward. Loss bonus going to be maxed out going into the next round, right? 3,400 coming into the bank balance. Jimmy loses everything. Emma takes it away. So what? You take a partial and then you full buy, and the scoreline is 12-6. You need 6 consecutive rounds just to take it to overtime. Now, obviously, this is not as dominant as map number 1, a 13-1 scoreline, but this second half, it's been dominant indeed. Not a single CT-sided round for Mous. And as long as they haven't been trying, Torgy's had a couple of attempts at going aggressive towards lobby looking for these fights, but he has not found the opening kills in the same success that Wonderful did within that first half of play. And opening kills, they are few and far between for Mous within this map. Within the first half, only one, that was for Brolin. The rest were all for Navi. In the second half, you see here, they're even struggling.
Cyclone focusing his attention towards Torgy there. You could see even after his death, he was started to kind of give him some sort of hand signal. Now takes his time. Look him in the eyes.
I can't believe they're actually shoving. Okay, well, it makes sense. Obviously, when you're 12-6 down, you can't make a single mistake. But it's not like you're able to break the bank of Navi anytime soon. You're going in ill-equipped, worse weapons, worse util. And another opening death. Brolin down to jail once more.
Bit flies into Xerxes.
Wrecked.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable pace out of Navi. It doesn't feel fair. This T side, these individuals are just shining bright. Look at that, 1 minute 25. 1 minute 25, he's up heaven. Georgie wondering what on earth he's supposed to do with the FAMAS in vents. 5 alive for Navi. You pushed all of your chips to the center of the table in this one, and you haven't even got a kill to celebrate.
Yeah, this resets any of the concerns that we may have had after map number 1 being such a blowout. Maybe these two teams should change their map picks.
I think so, yeah. It's been a while since we had this, where both teams look better on their opponent's pick.
I think this is one of those factors, though, right, that we haven't seen these two teams lock horns before. Right. So going into it, you're going somewhat blind. They would play each other in practice and maybe have a good idea how things look, but coming out of the break, haven't played each other in 2024, have never played each other with these rosters. So a lot of unknowns. Something we definitely know that it's been two dominant back-to-back maps to kick off this semi-final.
Greed, a deadly sin. Going for that M4, it cost him his life. Not that it was a guarantee he was going to survive. The swing was coming. But will they have the perfect T side? I mean, this has been 6 on the trot. You know, we framed that first half saying Mous would be happy with 6, and they should have been. That's kind of the impression that they were going to put up a fight here on the CT side.
Yeah, they did more than enough on their T half. This CT side, they've just gone completely missing, and these constant buys. You're feeling under pressure, sure, but you look at these rifle rounds, they're not really rifle rounds. It's just cobbled together the best you can offer. Someone needs to provide an opening kill, or at least hold on without giving the opening death within the first few seconds. JL, he's been abusing Brolin. Now he's been able to source through an absolute massive gap. And the round can't get easier if you're Navi. Get that bomb across, down secret. You've already got the vent rotation. Okay, there you go, an opening.
Yeah, but they have no idea about the JL descent.
2 players rotated down, however, for Mous.
So long as they don't opt for vents, then it's not going to come back to haunt them. They already know it's a possibility that low sight is the threat. Shui hiding out clock.
Suspiciously quiet, isn't it?
Usually an indicator that the low side is about to be crunched. No exception here. Here we go. JL investigating. They didn't Molotov in a dark position. Shui's rewarded for his first, and no way he gets away with a double. Imegon finally falls. Wonderful, down after 2. And Bit, he was just there to try and hold the secret stairs. Now he's got to do it all with 20 seconds. He's already been watched. Oof, Jimmy didn't finish his meal. But 15 seconds, a bit clutches, a bit far.
Have to let go of the shift key, wouldn't you, Bit?
Yeah, he's out of there.
You might have to get a move on, mate, if you want to win that one. Let's see if Brolin can find himself anything better than the FAMAS. Give him a weapon, mates. You give him something. Ah, there it is. Okay. Well, Brolin finding an opening. There you go. We'll get his 5th kill. Jimmy's cooled off a little bit, only 7 kills for him as well. Let's see, are Mous able to whir back in action, or will this just be the masterclass of the T side from Navi? Sure, it's no longer the spotless record, but it can still be done quite quickly. And one of the difference makers being an opening kill in this one, Shui with the double. I think multi-kills for Mous have been pretty few and far between as well.
I'm sure it must be very affirming for Brolin to be, you know, loaned out to a team and then coming back and saying, yeah, we want your full time. I'm sure that does wonders for his confidence. Finding a bit of home in Mous. Jimmy, early start towards the secret site. Real focus of Mous here. Just some spam towards this corner. Niko, Donk, they love it.
Double pump of this smoke wall.
Wonderful on the red container, ready to punish. Turns away the flash. He should have a nice angle onto the AWPer. Taking down Wonderful is huge. Can he get away with his life? Ooh, damage onto him. JL prime position to catch Brolin searching, and already the pieces crumble for Mous. Bit drops down, loses his life. Zertian is in trouble, as is JL. It's a big frag from Torji. Alexi and Imet trying to get into this B site. This is a challenge for Imet. Can he find another? Oh, he's going to have to do it all there. Good work from Shui. Finds the angle onto the plant. Lexi not accounting for it. And there is a round for Mous. This is it's a big ask.
It's a big ask considering how much residual cash Navi still has. They can buy again in this round, and they can even buy again into the next. And then every round that they lose, with 12 already in the back pocket, the loss bonus is building. So any round that they put a dent in, it gets a little bit sketchy for Mous. The bomb goes down. They're in positions to buy and buy and buy. And even if it isn't a full buy, it can be Tech 9s with armor. So it will always be threatening. Mous have no easy rounds for them. As Blade is getting on the mic for the second tactical timeout, this is going to be an extremely tough way back into the game. 4 rounds more required for Mous, and that's just to take us to overtime.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm intrigued. So he calls a timeout. Alexi and Ime both start staring at their notes. I would like us to keep an eye on Ime and Alexi. And of course, all of Navi in this next round of play. Blade thinks he's found the solution. He's found the way to put that 13th on the board. Just 2 CT rounds so far from Mous. 3 alive in the previous.
Early smoke wall again from Navi. Standard CT opener. Glaive smoke deep in sentry. Waterfall lands. Exertion forward. No AWP for Wonderful, even though he could have purchased it. This is going to flush Exertion back. Nobody top silo to punish. JL's had Brolin in his pocket as far as this squeaky door rotation exchange has been concerned.
That's for sure.
Smoke wall landing late. What type of rotation they're hoping to force? This forward position of Exertion may be unexpected.
It's top side util. Being lined up. Deep smoke squeak may delay them. Won that sight line. Will he even overlook this corner? He will clear it.
Oh my God.
Wow, he wrecks Zertian. 4 frags away from map 3. Shui eats the flash. Good util, but no commitment. They're trying to shake up the CTs, get them moving, and it's again JL on Brolan. This head-to-head has been very difficult for Brolan. 5-16. JL has his number.
All on Shui. Only one to defend this. The other 2 on the lower side.
He knows he's got to be a hero on this then.
Needs to.
At a minimum. Just glanced away. Here's the audible steps of Wonderful. Goes back. With a distraction for Alexi. Clears him off, and Navi off the back of the timeout make it look clean.
Valuable 30 seconds from Blade. The 13th round all but secure now. We're going to have ourselves a 2v5 retake. Bomb down. 40 seconds already ticking, and Wonderful's on the hunt.
He can't quite believe his luck, but he's now overlooked Jimmy.
Well, knows where both are.
Yep.
Information.
That's all you need. And a headshot from Alexi certainly makes things easier. Jimmy 1. 3 left to find, and he's down to bit. Navi take us the distance. Both teams taking their opponent's map pick. There's a brand new head-to-head for us Counter-Strike fans. We will need 3. Mirage is where this one will be chosen.
Impressive bounce back after the 13-1 on their map choice, but as we entered the half, the pistol win, and even on the anti-eco, they were getting aggressive, showing a little bit more of that flair. But I do love JL coming into the second half and just absolutely dominating his position, making light work of that topside defense for Mous. 2 CT rounds for Mous, and now a time for them to have the discussion about the third and deciding. Mirage could be a lot of fun if we get both the AWPers on point. Torji on map number 1 does too. He was hitting some bangers this time round. Wonderful with those openings in the first half. Was amazing. 6-0.
Okay. They're awake now. That's the least we can say about what Navi's put down here on Nuke. A totally different look, an absolutely different look, especially you think about just sort of how they were applying themselves in the game. It just seemed a little more assertive, if you would.
That was a great comeback, I'm not gonna lie. Considering how bad it was looking in Dust 2, I was worried. So were you, Janko. We spoke about it coming into this map. We were like, nah, it's not looking good for the Navi boys, considering Mous picked it. I wouldn't even say that Navi looked great in the first half. I mean, a 6-6 first half, I think that was kind of 50-50. Without Wonderful, they would have been in deep trouble. He found an awful lot of impact in that first half, but Mous still gave himself a fairly good shot at winning this map. You're up 4-2 T-side on Nuke after having just obliterated your opponent on the Dust 2, and then you still can't win.
But, you know, he's not even the only one. JL controlling the door, that's got to help too.
Yeah, I think, you know, at that 4-2 score, Navi was on a half buy, and Mous, you know, trying to win the round quickly on A, perhaps a bit too fast for their own good. That started a streak for Navi, but even in just a couple of those rounds early on that Mous won, those were 4v5s. Wonderful was finding openings with the AWP, and then just the round crumbles completely for Navi. So you were starting to worry seeing that, but luckily they managed to, you know, get a decent 6 rounds in the first half, but then just completely pummel Mous in the second half.
Yeah, pummel party. Can we call it that?
I think we can call it a pummel party. I think we can call it an LXCB masterclass on the T side in the sense of calling from him. I think they were very good at spacing and pacing the T side. You saw in the very last round as well. Mous kept forcing the issue, and they kept losing the opening duel. JL dominating the door position. Brolin couldn't find anything. And then LXCB and Navi would drag out the tempo of the round. They would make sure that Navi would be in control. They would make sure that Mous were sweating a little bit. And Mous kept stacking the lower bomb side over and over and over again. When they were in a 3v4, in a 4v5, they would keep sending 2 or 3 guys down to the lower bomb side, and LXP kept hitting the inner bomb side. So last round, great example of that. Shuhei in a 3v4 standing by himself can do absolute fuck all, and you know, I'm not gonna lie, that was a very impressive performance coming out of LXP on the T side.
Yeah, it was, and it was also a disaster class for Brolin and a master class for JL. It seemed like every single round he had his number, whether it's at the beginning of the round or punishing, you know, a potential lobby push from Brolin, or just, you know, any time he takes that duel, Brolin didn't stand a chance. So I think that was also a big factor in that second half.
Which is, I guess I'm looking at Mous and I'm looking at the difference, right? The compare and contrast of what we got in the first map. It just seems like they didn't have a proper answer for the response that Navi was giving them. Of course, getting that first round does help immensely, doesn't it, Jacob?
It does, and I think it's more so the CT side that disappoints me. I still think 6 T rounds is okay for Mous. As you said, you know, there were a couple of rounds they could have gotten, you know, losing that force buy to Navi in round number 7, not optimal. But apart from that, if you get away with a T side on Nuke and you have 6 rounds, you're still in prime position to win the map. So I'm not really worried on behalf of Mous for the first half. It was more so how flat they felt on that CT side.
The problem was also, you know, once they save one round and they keep going for these buys that are not ideal, but you have, you know, 2 M4s, a FAMAS, 2 SMGs, you feel like you can make something happen with that. You have a couple of setups for those rounds that you don't have everything you want, but it just keeps happening, and I think they went down that rabbit hole too early, right? And it was already 12-6. Okay, they win a couple of rounds, but Navi's money was so strong as well. The guys pointed it out in the cast that they would have had to win 6 gun rounds, Mous, to get it into OT, and that was just impossible, really, against Navi on this one.
Do you think some of that carries over from, you know, how in control you were in map 1, that you think, okay, I can take these duels, we can take these fights, and we can maybe win it?
I mean, we saw it. You know, Shuhei is dropping from main, getting that kill. It seemed like he was still in air when he got it. You know, there was a couple of frags that Mous was able to get where he thought, okay, these are just confidence kills. You know, they shouldn't be getting these kills. So props to Navi for being able to, you know, push through that, not fall apart mentally, really, in that moment, and just persevere and be able to take it into a third map.
Showing more resilience that I thought they were going to be able to, and as I said, I think as much as Mous didn't show up on the CT side, it was also LXCB and Navi really playing a perfect T side. The way they were pacing it, the way they were constantly in control, the way they were able to find openings, and even when they were down a man, they still found a way to get back into it, play a 4v4. So there was a lot of positive signs coming out of Navi in this one, and unfortunately for Mous, that second half, it's gonna be for them to forget about.
Hell of a round here from Shuhei, by the way. Just the positioning alone, I think he got what?
I thought it was over at this point, you know. 4-2, you said to yourself, next round it's going to be a semi-force buy coming in from Navi. Had Mous been up 5-2, 6-2, easy to say, but then most likely they would have closed out the map, but that wasn't to be the case.
Yeah, also lost both pistols in this game, but in reality, the way the second half went, I don't know if it would have changed all that much, but moving on to Mirage, I think this is the best map for both teams. I think actually it was difficult to pick in this series for both of these teams, you know. They share strengths, to some extent they share weaknesses. There wasn't really a clear and obvious punish pick, it didn't feel like, for both teams, so maybe not so surprising that they traded their own picks.
And wonderful all-over nuke, right? So that does kind of bode well. We look at Mirage.
It does. I think Chad said it coming into this segment as well. He would like to see both the Oppers flying on all cylinders. You had Torsi playing well on map 1. You had Wonderful being very impactful here on Nuke, especially with the aggressive peaks with the AWP. I love the fact we get a highlight package with frags from all over the map on a CT side. He's aggressive in yard. He was towards ramp. He was all over the place. So if Wonderful can keep that confidence and keep hitting shots like we're seeing right now, that's obviously nice. We saw Mous play Mirage yesterday, where Torsi was also all over the place. So I agree with you, Janko. I think Mirage is probably the best map for both of these teams. So in terms of quality and the quality of Counter-Strike we're about to witness, hopefully it'll be a more even game and a better game.
Can this crowd get a close game today, please? Like, as well, some, you know, excitement, some, I don't know, just sort of an unknown as to who's going to win. It's been so clear-cut throughout today that it's been a little bit sad.
Yeah, by far one of our more competitive maps of the day, and albeit it was still a slide, wasn't it? So it wasn't like...
It was competitive. They had them in the first half.
Yeah, as you do. Not gonna lie. Yeah, all things considered for Mous to bounce back after that one, and we're not talking about a Mous that's down and out by any stretch, but perhaps there was a moment in that game where like, okay, you know what? Maybe the next map is for us, because right now this isn't working. Does that ever come into play?
I think so. We have seen Mous play Mirage at a high level, and we've seen Navi play Mirage at a high level. I think both teams are coming in with the same mentality. They should both feel that they're in control of this game. They should both feel they're in control of their own destiny. I don't think either teams right now are feeling that one is better than the other. I think it's a classic best of 3 sometimes, where you get washed out on the first map, you then come back, and then the third map should be close and somewhat interesting.
And it's where all the players will feel confident and comfortable, right, to make their moves. This is where both teams have a very deep playbook. They won't run out of ideas, so hopefully that will give us an entertaining game.
I'll keep an eye on Jimfed though. He was coming into this second map. I think he was the highest rated player of the entire playoff or the entire tournament, and he did struggle a little bit on Nuke. He had a couple of rounds where he found impact, especially in the beginning, but he was slowing down, nowhere to be found on the CT side. Given that he's still, let's call him young, inexperienced, regardless of having played Counter-Strike now at a high level for quite some time, can he bounce back? Because he has been the difference maker for Mous throughout this tournament. So coming to Mirage, I'm looking at Jimfed. If he can shut down that B bomb side, you know, playing the anchor role, then that's going to make it insanely difficult for Navi to get much done on the T side.
Did you say call him young? Because he might be. How old is Jimfed?
Is he 19, 20 or something?
17.
17 years young at that. So, yeah.
Same age as Donk.
Yeah, true. That too. But
17?
Yeah.
Make you think, Jacob?
17.
What do you think?
Maybe turning 18 this year.
Yeah, okay.
No, he turned 17. It was his birthday.
And Monesi's 18, right?
His birthday is September
Monesi's
9th.
18.
Are you ready for the year? 2006. Oh, dear.
How does that make you feel, huh?
I feel great. Like, I don't know what the big deal is right there. So, yeah, all right. We'll settle the score, Mirage. One of these teams going on to play G2. And it begs the question, which one will fit that glove better? You know, which one of these teams, maybe not the Navi we started with today, but which of these teams would actually put that challenge up in the grand final for?
I don't know. It's tough, right? Because we've had such one-sided games. Now he was able to bounce back, and I believe Mous will be able to bounce back after Nuke, and that their players will step up and take the series.
Yeah, I'm done jumping ships. I'm sticking with Mous for now, and I also do think Mous have a better chance against G2 in the final. So I'm not going to say fingers crossed for Mous, but for the sake of the final, I hope Mous is going to win.
I was wondering which finger you were going to go with there. For a second, I was getting real nervous about that. Yeah, I'm looking at everything going on here. I'm trying to decipher it. I'm trying to digest it.
What do you feel, Trace? Huh?
I feel mostly thank you.
Mostly empty.
But not empty. I would say that at this point, I'm just glad we actually have a game on our hands, you know? What did we got in the first series? Non-starter. What we got in the first map of this series? Absolute non-starter. And then we go into that third, and it shows that there's a little bit of a glimpse of hope here, and that we do get some competition in the server.
Trace, who's your player to watch for this Mirage game?
My player to watch for the Mirage game, I mean, you know, if you look around the server, a lot of star-studded names. Am I not wrong? Or am I not right?
Mine is Shue because
True.
He said it was his fault that they lost to Furia, called terribly, played terribly. He's played on a high level here individually so far in the series, so I think he's feeling good. I think that's going to be a big reason why Mous wins.
I'm ready for an exertion masterclass.
Okay, I was thinking young Yimmy, honestly. Young
You can watch them all,
Yimfat.
man.
Yeah, we're going to watch them. We're going to go to Mirage. We're going to settle the score. We're going to send one of these teams into that grand final to play against a G2, man. So we go to a break, we come back, and we go to Mirage to settle it all. It's the Esports World Cup. We'll be right back.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
We have Navi, the only CS2 major champion so far. And up against them, it's Mous, the team that is chock-a-block full of the most exciting individuals mashed together and on the rise. I'm Alex Machine Richardson, joined by Chance Sponge Burchell. We're live from Riyadh for the EWC, the Esports World Cup 2024. And we are looking to crown a champion tomorrow, but here on Saturday evening, we're strapped in for a third map. We are ready for Mirage. Chad, just before we went to break, you were talking about the potential for this one, this third map delivering and being an exciting prospect. Is there a front runner on this one?
Look, you take a look at the Counter-Strike maths and use that as our way to put these two teams to the test. In this event, Navi played Furia and they won 13-5. Furia beat Mous 13-11. So Counter-Strike maths, Alex, would have Navi beating Mous for this one. But there's a couple of other things we need to look at. Navi are currently 5 on the trot on Mirage, whereas up until that loss to Furia, Mous had won 12 consecutive and have only lost the map twice this year, the other loss being to Spirit. Both teams quite proficient on Mirage, and a big reason why we do find this is the third and deciding, but the fact that they've never played each other, we're going to put the head-to-head to the test. This boost for Wonderful, who is an absolute gun just on Nuke. Maybe a big reward for Alexi's defense.
Yeah, gets that smoke out in time. Zershan, he's down and out and ready to contribute. You can hear them coming. Back his turn, that boost position rewarded. Wonderful just spins around for another. A great nuke from Wonderful, and he's starting off Mirage on a similar footing. Torji, his steps have been heard. Zershan's still playing around this smoke. JL seems well aware of him and should have taken him down. Wonderful, however, has managed to find 3 in this round, and it's Bit. Wraps it all up, puts a bow on it. Navi take the leap towards starting this CT side strong. Blade looks happy with that one.
And it's Wonderful put into position to profit, right? These B hits on pistol rounds, it's something that you see pretty common, and the fact that he's in that sleeper position, he goes overlooked. Alexi takes initial contact, they have to play over towards short, but Wonderful delivers the necessary impact. You're going to get boosted up, you're going to be the sleeper cell. Well, you need to deliver for the team, and based on Nuke, you're going to trust him time and time again. No bomb going down, another pistol against Mous, and this will be a full eco, other than the Deagle, the $700 hand cannon for Exertion to see if they can try and take a rifle or 2 away. With the Glocks on Nuke, they got a couple of kills. Let's see if they can do any damage and take their time about this. Yanko wanted to see if Shui would be the difference maker. Struggled. Publicly tweeted saying didn't have the best of times on Mirage versus Furia. Well, we'll see if he can find his form again, because so far in the first 2 maps, he's definitely had his moments. Quite a forward stance towards middle. Shouldn't take too much action. Just be that Deagle top middle removed. There's the biggest threat. Wonderful hearing this. Takes down Shui on the retreat. And as they waterfall out, it's Bit's turn to mop up. Bomb will not go down. Oof. Takes some damage for his troubles, but the cavalry on the way. Wonderful will get another 3-piece feed in the first 2 rounds of the game. So up to 6. And I think the prospect of having 2 flary AWPers who are very happy to take fights, Wonderful and Torji locking horns as this game continues. We'll wait and see for the snipers to come out, because the first rifle round we will not.
FAMAS enjoyers on the Navi side.
I think when your opponent has tendencies, or if they don't get the plan and you're not expecting the force buy, and you buy into a lot of SMGs, you know the rifle's coming out into the next, and you're stuck with like 3 MP9s. I know the FAMAS is inadequate compared. They prefer to have SMG, that.
Right,
yeah,
I see you. Well, there's an early bit of friction taken. I think JL's going to think twice about sticking around, and Shui must extinguish. He wants to play from the top, but Wonderful will punish. He's kept humble, and Imet not ready for a trade of Jimmy. 2 through underpass works out for the early exchange. Jimmy evades majority of that nade. Still down to 86, susceptible to a bit more of that FAMAS and MP9.
Looked a bit disjointed there, but I'd say it's worked out for Mous. 1 player on the extremity, that's going to be Brolin, just tasked with dealing with any A pushes or maybe look for a fight of his own. But we were highlighting how he had a tough time going head-to-head with JL in that second half of Nuke. We'll see if he can bounce back. Map number 3, where this one's going to matter the most, essentially just down to a best of 1. Bit searching and playing for some info. He came alive as well on Nuke. Let's see, can he shut this down, because they will be heading his way.
Bit's pushing forward. This is going to be a very early warning system. He's got the shadow advantage if he sticks around here. Torji down, Bit. Huge work, Bit! Masterful work managing his angles. And that SMG felt like an advantage, and Brolan, he's been spotted. Doesn't go down, though, to the Alexi B fan. He is going to go hunting for him now, though. Alexi finishes what he started, and it's Navi winning out the first gun round. They leave with the AK-47s as a reward.
Yeah, Bit putting himself in one of everybody's favorite deathmatch angle.
Yeah,
he spawned over towards that A ramp. All right, I'll catch him as they're leaving T-spawn, coming for that ramp fight. Yeah, just going back and forth. Quite comfy with that one.
I saw an interesting clip of Siren from back in the Spirit days where he was talking about how him and Magix would play DM with comms as a way to warm up, to get used to kind of communicating and shooting. I'd never heard of that before.
That's interesting.
Maybe I'm going to start doing that.
We used to, fortunately, we get ourselves very light by here. We used to have different drills, especially when you go back and play in Australia. And this was when I was even just a source professional. We would have drills that Booms, the in-game leader, would have for us where we wouldn't use any in-game sound. We would only comm. We'd even play some games where we wouldn't use any utility.
Well, that just sounds mad. I guess, what was that in pursuit of?
In trading, right? Making sure you were playing with your teammates and stuff.
Wonderful's got himself his 8th. Might even be a 9th here on the agenda, I suppose. And that's not if Inner's going to steal that one away. Good deagle work from Mous. They're always a threat. Not far off the mark onto Bit either. There we have it. 4th round comes home for Navi. The guns will be coming back out for Mous.
So what was the spread? 7 rounds required. Oh, they love the chicken around tip.
Got what they wanted.
All you have to do is ask. But in that second half, right, it was 9 rounds played. They won 7, I'm pretty sure. Now we're into first half map 3. That's another 4. So what, they've lost 2 of the last 15? That could be bad maths. I did that real quick.
Not going to be fact-checked by me.
Someone at home will be these idiots. All right, Mous, let's see if you can get on the board, start getting the T rounds rolling. This is where it's the most important.
This is a very direct call. Just fighting mid, and Wonderful welcomes it. Escort Sertion straight back to spawn with an aggressive but not far off the mark. Whistles one past the ear of that top.
He is feeling himself.
Into Torji. He's just acting like he knows he's the best player on the server.
The repeats that he's going for and the certainty that he's taking in these angles, wonderful. This is the ceiling that we know and love from this kid.
Yeah, the molly's great for Alexi B, but he's long gone by the time that Nate clears the smoke.
The old Finn versus the new. Alexi playing with his brother once upon a time. Oh, after Wonderful has started the round off in that fashion, you were going for the mid control. Again, you're left in these situations where you don't even have any space. So you have to force your way in. If Navi play it by the book, this is a power play position. They have a 2-man advantage. This isn't just a 1-player, right? This is a situation where they can extremely batten down the hatches, and Mous need a multi-kill of their own to brute force in.
I think it has to be Shui. Shui has to do something spectacular here. And, well, 1 onto Alexi's a good start. However, JL's angle too good onto Brolan. Shui gets across. Good find from Jimmy. Maybe they can piece this together. That spam through the smoke on market window. Commits to the spray. Look at the damage he's inflicted. Maybe Jimmy's got something here. What's he cooking? First is great. 50 HP. Maybe he can do something with this. Low ammo isn't a problem when you hit the head. 1 bullet left. He's up against Wonderful, though. Opts for the Glock. That's crazy. Wonderful. Is he got it in him? It's Jimmy, baby. That is a clutch for Mous's first in the 3rd. Outrageous from Jimmy. Swapping to the Glock is audacious.
That is insane, that second kill. 5 bullets left after the first. Peeks out towards short. Hits an absolute banger. And this is how the round started. Talking about how difficult, talk about how they need a multi. Well, Jimmy has been in an absolute fine form this tournament. Just went a little bit quiet on Nuke, but he is back with a bang. This young Finn, cool as a cucumber.
The box, Chad. 17 years of age.
They needed that. That's going to ignite some hope within Mous.
That is some stunning work. God, yeah, after everything Wonderful gave them, it's ripped away from them by the young Finn.
Stuns Navi immediately into a tactical timeout. Plenty of money for the buy. Alexi will have the only omission as far as the firepower is concerned. Thank God they can get Wonderful, his weapon of choice.
I mean, we talked about it. We know we said Mous is just chock-a-block full of young talent. And, well, Jimmy's putting his on display. Wonderful is as well. We said Mirage could be fun. Well, that's the first bit of it from Mous's side. And Wonderful's been doing it since round 1. And he might do it here in round 6, jumping for info. Something the new age AWPers are doing an awful lot of. Just look at Monacy, look at Wonderful. Re-clear of the smoke. He's going aggressive. You're right, Chad. He's just feeling himself. Feeling the game.
He's not caged at all.
No,
right?
his mouse is like an extension of his arm. He is simply walking around as the man himself.
Yeah, they've allowed him. I'm sure the message is, hey, do whatever you want, kid.
Get out of here. Torji. Just read like a book. AWP on AWP, Wonderful collects. He's already scoped up, ready for Xerxen to go on his crawl, and I just don't fancy his chances up against this guy right now. Gets out. A missed shot from Wonderful, but look at that repeat. You have to molly him out just to stop him. Yeah, man, elevated angle. In transition, still gets away with the kill and gets out. Roland finishes the job. Dark occupied. Wonderful and Bit to defend A. Here comes the rest of Mous. Alexi B making it difficult for them. Good spam from Jimmy, finds him back. Brolan does some damage. It's finished by Shuey. Only Wonderful. Has he got a clutch for us? He certainly looks like he might. Catches Shuey Moon walking in. Doesn't hit the flick. Brolan needs to reposition. 25 seconds. And repositions. He confirms the bomb still in front of him. Advantage heavily in favor of the AWPer now. Anticipates Brolan closing that gap. Up and elevated. And he plucks him from the air. Brolan. Can't quite believe that one. Wonderful. Ready for it. I need to see that one again in slow motion.
Navi have the best seat in the house right now, getting to watch this through the eyes of Wonderful. Another opener, keep racking these up. It's a bit of a shame I don't have a tally going because from Nuke now to Mirage, he just keeps adding them. Roland does a very good job from the power's position, finds the trade. Jimmy spins on a dime, takes down Alexi who struggles. They had noted the position a bit. That was great. Shuey with another. And then Wonderful. Damn.
Who's ready for that? Wonderful is. The face from these players. Professional Counter-Strike players just looking in awe of what their teammate is capable of.
Tough for Brolan there. Mous have Navi's finances somewhat on the ropes. I think that's something that's played into the contributing factor of this little partial buy. They might even be able to get it done with the pistols. We saw them on Nuke be able to do it with a fast secret round. Looks to be Util over towards the B side. Now, this is meant to draw the attention of the short players, start to have that rotation come. Jimmy denied immediately. And then this mid lurk comes through. Wonderful, almost caught. Bullets don't land.
Oh, yeah, Xerxen's a dead man now, swinging out to back him up. It's JL, one bullet short, but Imez there to cover. Nothing in this one from Mous. They try it. They try their luck.
See the idea, it even works, right? The rotation, immediately everybody took their eyes off. They go, oh wait, they're trying to exploit our in-game leader. They're heading over, but the fact that they find the opening on the push in, there's the AWP again, same line, same result.
Yeah, there's nothing in there for them. Oh, Torji. Nice shot, but it's not going to get him anywhere. There's still Navi. Looking like a complete brick wall.
I think there's bigger concerning point at the moment is within the rounds that Navi have been winning, Mous haven't even been getting the bomb down. And the only round that they did win was a Jimmy clutch. And the spectacular clutch at that, an absolute beauty from Jimmy. But you can't replicate that. That's not something you can turn to time and time again and say, hey, Jimmy, just win us a 1v3.
The ramp, Shuey throwing caution to the wind with an aggressive push. Under pressure, triple, nearly adjusts into Imet. But that's another opening kill, favors Navi already. An advantage for Navi to take 7.
Oh, missed the con smoke.
Xerxen, dead to Wonderful, a quick scope. Clear of the smoke, might have another here. Torji does pull the trigger. Wonderful not going to fire spam. Instead, he snaps into Torji. This is ridiculous now. Wonderful is ascending to higher levels. You talked about ceiling, Chad. I think he has raised the roof. And now JL, he'll catch one through the apartments. Jimmy left alone in a 1v4. He's done it once. I don't think he's doing it again. Alexi doesn't either. Finds himself an AK for the next round of play. Navi making mincemeat of Mous.
Look at the luxury you have on Navi. The fact that you can just have wonderful patrolling middle, which seemingly feels on his own. Ima, the connector player, just gets to play over towards A, be under the balcony. Shui sees the jump spot coming out from Ticket, thinks they're playing retake A. Almost takes down Ima, actually. There was a real chance for Shui there, but couldn't connect. This is going to be the second tactical timeout, and they are in hot water, Mous. At the moment, they can only walk away with 5 rounds in total on this T side. That's if they're lucky.
Watching this without X-Ray, you'll really get to appreciate
that's what's doing justice to the kills, isn't it?
Yeah, for real.
Because it's looking quick with X-Ray, and you're taking it off, it just adds a whole different layer to it. Wonderful is playing some of the best Counter-Strike I think I've seen him play.
He's chosen a fantastic day to do it. Don't forget how this series started, Chad. Don't forget.
Well, look, you know, if we go into tomorrow and you have Navi taking on G2, I always like these little anime battles, like Monacy versus Wonderful. They all love it. I'm sure they live and breathe it, and it's great to get our version of it in Counter-Strike. Here's a change, Mous.
Wonderful starts A for the first time. Almost like they're ready. Reading the play. Missed shot on the swing through. They're out.
Immediately peeking.
And once more, pushes triple. How is he not scared? He's not scared of anything. Misses his shot. Jimmy will bring him down. Humbles them. Maybe Mous have got a second round up for debate here. JL and Alexi sweeping through the A site, and they're going to confirm that nobody's out. So they are ahead of the play.
Yeah, very long rotation. And the fact that Navi, I think the conversation they had after map number 1 is like, guys, let's fight. Because a lot of these times they're taking the peaks. They're not letting the game just simmer. Like, look how active this is. And they're going to hear it. Hello.
Here they come. JL already knows Alexi B can be the first contact. JL's going to be overlooked, or even better, Torji drives by, gets the info.
I see now.
It is uncomfortable, very uncomfortable, but they still bail themselves out of trouble. An 8th for Navi. Could they give him the same treatment?
Yeah, Dust 2 doesn't matter anymore, does it?
A distant memory for Navi. Living in the present. I think Wonderful is gifted. The only round you have is a Jimmy clutch. And you can't be asking them to do that again. Torji takes his AWP, eats the flash, reveals it. Towards the B apartments. JL, proactive on short, goes searching mid.
It's a good thing we were putting that Counter-Strike math to the test, wasn't it, Alex?
Yeah, Counter-Strike math is flawless. We all know it. And Wonderful this time going to be caught out through the smoke. Good tracking from Xertion. And a molly makes life difficult for him. He can edge, or he can just fly over the stairs and nearly go down to the spam. Xertion looks like a man on a mission this round. Great damage. 50 HP. So uncomfortable, but Jimmy, he gives them a nice way out. You can get into window now. I've cleared it. Ime gone. Just watching through those remaining 3 POVs. JL boosted up on short side. They cut the noise. Let that uncertainty grow. Impending doom for Alexi and JL. Need to find one here, and he does commit to the spam successfully. Shui down, big frag from JL. If they turn this around, Mous, I don't know what they've got. Oh no, Alexi gets one, but there's Xertion and Jimmy. Good for it, bit disconnected from the play. And Xertion's already ready to catch him out. Con, they have a good idea that he's coming out from A. And Xertion beheads him. Necessary round here from Mous.
You said Xertion looks like a man on a mission. Someone has to step up and try and take this map control and help out Jimmy a little bit, who's sitting at the top of the scoreboard for Mous. 12 kills, the clutch, and then Impact now in their second round. It was Xertion also with that multi. So the two of them doing a good job of forcing these fights and taking a lot of room, making the map feel a little bit smaller for Navi. You win this one, Mous, and look, Navi aren't going to have any money. You're going to be able to post 4 before the half, or at least put yourself in a very good position to do so.
Starting heavy mid, that's been spotted early by Shui. Just bravely swings on out to confirm it now. Bit of uncomfortable position for him here to find himself in, and he tries his luck at an aggressive move. It's resulted in an opening kill for Shuey. Bit and Wonderful have some angles though, if you dare. Test them on Con.
Dear diary.
Knows where he is. Molly's going to force a bit wide. Whoa, Xertion couldn't finish him off, and Wonderful's nade has found Shuey.
This is big from Brolin.
Yeah, he's taking some active fights. Takes that space, takes the frag, bit gone. Awkward now for Navi, coming through that murder hole. Roland deletes another, transfers into Alexi, puts him low. Jimmy and Torji to piece together this third. As we discussed, this is almost for 2 rounds here. Don't forget, Navi's money. As Bogdan's law still stands when Europa has 17 frags.
Torji has a smoke. Where does he deploy this at the moment? Crisis seems somewhat averted. Okay, well, going to get the smoke down to make sure he can plant that bomb. Only towards spawn. Now he should be going for the digits. Alexi with the rotation around the world. AWP won't be able to see anything, but Wonderful hitting everything. Softens up Torji.
Do you give this one a look? Alexi certainly is. Wonderful going to route back towards this fight. Jimmy ahead of the play. And he does nail it. Damn, Wonderful actually dinged him.
Alexi should save. Make sure you have this ult for the final round. Wonderful's been good with the opening kills again. Hold on to this. Give yourself and the star player the best chance to see if you can find 9.
I'm baffled that Wonderful nearly actually won that duel. The round could have been on, would have been on. Spam on Torji nearly connecting. Dink onto Jim. So 8-3, but yeah, I'm not ready to say fourth the guarantee with the save of the AWP.
Just looking at the little details, though, I think that's really good space being taken from Brolin when he understands how many players are over towards mid and connector. Right? You think about the tussle that Exertion's having. That information, it needs to be capitalized upon. Right? The Wonderful nade, Imma, bit, all that type of damage. The fact that Brolin does walk on out and take that room and get 2, almost 3 kills. He's the one that put Alexi low. It forced that AWP to be dropped across because of Bogdan's law. And then you find themselves walking in towards the round. So good impact from Brolin. Look, there's not a lot of kills. There's also not a lot of rounds.
Yeah, there's some aggression out of JL's SMG. Already clearing out B apartments, so that information is going to be flowing. He's going to be saying nothing B, lads. Alexi B, however, feeling some pressure. Incendiary to reposition. Ladder room now occupied by Mous. Mid control. Links on out, and Brolin, a good clear. Takes down Bit on default. Wonderful's going to scarper to CT, see if he can find a way back into the round for Navi. Looking good for Mous' conversion, but Wonderful pre-aiming Brolin. Takes down the Swede.
No kit for this.
JL actually finding Xertion. If he was to find another, it gets awkward. Wonderful tracking sandwich, takes down Shuey. It's all onto Torji now. How has this gone wrong for Mous? On the bomb, missed shot, and down he goes. They've done it. JL and Wonderful. Don't know how they've done that. Have they done that? 9-3 on the half. Navi, they're making light work of this defense. We'll be swapping sides after the break, and they are just a couple of rounds away from the grand final.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI-empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI-empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour's silicon carbon battery. 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Esports World Cup 2024 bringing you the final map between Mous and Navi. It's Mirage. G2 await to find out who will join them in the grand final tomorrow on Championship Sunday. We are live and direct for you from Riyadh. And at the half, Chad Burchell with the weather. It's looking bleak out there for Mous.
It was tough. I think the shining light was the Jimmy clutch. I'm happy to see some of the Mous players pick up their socks and be a little bit more aggressive, assertive as that half simmered out. The final round, I think, really should have been theirs. It should have been 8-4, but 9-3 is where we find ourselves, and they desperately need a pistol. They need to change the tune of the last map and this one.
Understandably, you just give Wonderful the P250, say go kill. Start searching. Alexi B dealing with an aggression from mid, and it's worked out wonderfully. Shui, he's found another, and now from underpass, the others arrive. That's the bomb on the back of Bit, and they're biffing. It's only him there now. Everyone's hit their shots. Mous, this mustn't win pistol, looking good. Everyone hitting their shots. Jimmy, the only one yet to contribute in the pistol. And he was responsible single-handedly for one of those 3 that Mous boast on the half. Imet giving it a go. 1 is all he gets. And it's Zershin. With, as you mentioned, some proactivity to try and pursue a bit more control in that first half. But
yeah, and the same in the pistol rounds, right? They've done something aggressive, they've got stuck in, and this is a gear that Mous have clearly had to turn on or turn up, right? Because map number 1, they were dominating. They knew everything that Navi were getting up to, all the situations, even when the numbers were down, they managed to turn it on its head. Map number 2, the first half was serviceable, 6-6 at the half. That's great for a new T side. It's the CT side, they disappeared. And then they were getting swallowed up in this half. They've been struggling, and then it's like, boys, enough is enough. We need to start fighting back. And we saw moments of that. I think Jimmy reignited that. A couple of players with some decent plays as a bit of a farm session was available for Shui, but not expecting 3 players already past that initial line of sight. That's an opening kill given over. It's even embodying that aggression that we're talking about, but giving a free kill. How bad can this go for Mous?
We'll say JL's got penchant for the MP9. Knows how to put it to good use. The absence of Kevlar makes things difficult. You do have a Deagle on Imet and Wonderful. But the long-range engagements are going to be heavily favoring this Brolin and Torji hold.
But if you get a plant at this point, you're extremely happy with the round for Navi. The fact they even have an opening kill, not even traded, hardly taking any damage whatsoever, this feels great. So you get the bomb down. I'll take this round as a win if I'm a Navi fan.
Alexi B's plan is to try and draw crosshairs as his teammates to make headway into the A site. Brolin even further away now from these fights, should favor that M4. Torji primed and ready towards that palace side. Imir starts his search as well. 30 seconds, they're not in a hurry. And now they've been spotted out. Torji down to the Wonderful D. Imez even connected into middle, and wonderful with just a Desert Eagle has humbled Mous. Never mind a plant chad, they'll take the round. And Mous, a heartbreak round 2. Navi have stolen away a round. It all starts with Shui conceding the MP9, but it's the Deagles that do the dirty work on A.
So you got to pack it up now, don't you? This is the opening kill. Shui going aggressive, continuing to have that tone.
Oh,
wonderful showing that the Zingers aren't just with the AWP, the Deagle for 2. And getting caught trying to rotate back over. Imez lurk through middle also contributes. You feel like that's going to be the game.
Unless they can do the same back, I think you're right.
That's 2 of the last 3 rounds where Mous have had a lot of advantages. Last round of the half, and now against such a light investment. 2 Deagles. Shui's already stripped, surging forward now. Navi, bit with a trade, just going to run on in, run them down, meeting Mous, who tend to take some aggressive games, right? They played Spirit, they played Vitality at the tail end of the season in best of 5s, winning both of them 3-0. And one of the factors for Mous is, well, they take no prisoners. They play aggressive CS, they get right in your face, they put their individual prowess on display, and well, Navi have done the same, but mainly through wonderful 21 kills and counting.
Make it 22. Oh, you've got a 17-year-old? Well, we've got a 19-year-old. He's doing everything right tonight. 23-7. As you said, Chad, got to be the best game we've seen from Wonderful.
That was right there a force buy from Mous, Alex. So if that doesn't spell disaster, if that doesn't tell you it's over, they're in a similar situation on Nuke, but they had a bit more money. They had the max loss bonus working for them because they had a few more rounds. But it's hard to say that this game is not done, right? You're going to force buy again. You've already dug yourself into a massive hole. I don't think there is any way out of this one. Rounds where you've had advantages you've lost, and now going into these next few, you're not going to have any advantages whatsoever. Mous have had some struggles in their best of 3s. They lost a map to Sashi, they lost a map to Furia. They started this series looking like it was turning all around. They were going to be dominant in a run to take on Jinyu in the final with Snacks, with Mous. But Navi, they're a team. They took time at the start of the season to put a boot camp in. So did Mous, but Navi, I guess they want to dodge those fraud allegations from the major. They have a point to prove.
Yeah, to do this, you know, a map down. That's tenacity. So much to play for. Such a mountain to overcome.
Considering Alexi B's space, a B split would be the perfect call, and now Shui kept on complete notice, down to 2 HP. Jump spot noted, and here they come.
Good luck, Jimpat. Oh, wow. Him is the one to pick it up. Looked like Bit wasn't far away from doing it himself. Quick adjustment from him. JL caught off by Zershan, but it's just a rifle. That's all he's going to have to celebrate, and that's if he gets away with it. They are boosting up on short to try and find him. Scout tag onto Alexi. Torji, good knowledge of his angles, does catch Bit.
This is over the stats page right now. There's one more round necessary for Navi. Look at their run so far. Opening game against Furia, 2-0. They took on FaZe last night. Got close on Nuke. 16-12 was the second map of that series, but it was Mirage and Nuke, the 2 maps that they are picking up for the victory in this same series. So we discussed the map pool. They actually picked in with Dust too. Didn't work out for them, but they had 2 comfortable maps to follow.
I don't need to tell you. Riyad has told you for me. Series point.
hope we get Wonderful in this form tomorrow, going up against Niko in his best CS2 form, looking like old Niko at the moment. What's the knockout blow? Alexi B already out to tap. So much mid-pressure applied. A couple of rifles to work with for Mous short.
Zershan has done well to finish off Alexi. Ime back immediately. Wins the duel. Zershan's nade extends the play, and look at Mous go. Torji activates. Pushes through mid, finds another Brolin onto Bit. And Mous, they do not surrender quietly. They will put up a fight. Recover some extra rifles. Nice couple of AKs now in the mix, but this is an uphill struggle, folks.
Well, let me remind you of what happened in Nuke. Mous showed a bit of tenacity when the chips were down. They won a couple of rounds, and it was like, all right, let me Blade just take a timeout, have a 30-second conversation, and we'll just convert the game from there, shall we? And guess what's just happened?
You've called it.
Blade has taken the second of the 3 tactical timeouts in regulation. They've got the money. They're in a position to close this out before it gets out of control. So let's see, can Blade convert again? Are the boss's orders the right one?
Usually are.
Interested to see if we get a pace change. Right, because they took a lot of fights, they were biffing a lot, getting very brawly around mid and connector, allowing Mous to play heads up CS. I wonder if that's the adjustment from Blade. Hey, let's just slow it down. We've been outclassing them here.
Chewy. He's not going to shy away from the engagement. Tucks into Con. Zershan the same. He's going to be proactive towards the apartments. The deep util may set him up for success. He caught a glimpse of Emma descending, but when he overlooks JL, he does completely. Caught out, flashed in. Oh, it's not good either. As easy as that, let the fights come to you, because those two have just collapsed. Three frags away from Navi, condemning Mous to pack in their suitcase and missing out on Championship Sunday. Against the odds here. Spotted indeed. Audible retreat. And preparing to hit a very underguarded site. Alexi B going to be coming in from short side. Amid this lurk, keeping the boys busy. He's been spotted out, but that's not the main focus. Jimmy distracted, too much noise. Only Shui remains, and with 5 alive off of the timeout. Navi seem to have done enough for the final, booking themselves a ticket into Sunday. Shui fighting as hard as he can. The bomb will go down. A single bullet will do it, and it's Alexi B to secure it. We will see Navi tomorrow. A chance to lift the Esports World Cup trophy. Just G2 standing in their way. Mous, a 13-1 to start off this semi-final. And only 5 rounds in the third map, 8 in the second. They couldn't get it going.
Feels like 3 halves for Mous to forget their second half for Nuke and then all of Mirage. But Navi, they earn their chance to spoil G2's honeymoon. Team looking to put a few more trophies in that cabinet. And if Wonderful is going to play like he did today, the kid on the AWP was out of control, had a flare to him. Re-peaking and finding opening kills throughout the last 2 maps. Beautiful stuff from Navi, some quality CS. And the first time we've seen Mous versus Navi with these rosters, Navi, they put their name one up in that column.
Inject Wonderful versus Monesi into my veins. That could be a banger. He delivered in that third map. When the pressure's on, you're in the semi-finals, $1 million tournament, and Blade off at the timeout. That's back-to-back. He's given him the ticket to a clean close. A proud coach. He's got all the pieces, and they're looking to shut the doubters up here in Riyadh.
There we go, back again on the stage, this time with Alexi B from Navi, our victors in this massive semi-final. Now, yesterday we had a chat, Alexi, and you told me on the other side is Jimtat, finished well, playing well, hits better shots even than you, but in this game, it was a bit different.
I mean, I wouldn't say so. I think Jimpat played a tremendous tournament overall and a really good game. I even told him on the handshakes that he played really well. He had us in his pocket on Dust 2 as well, and won a 1-on-3 on the Mirage. Played super solid for a young guy like that, so I'm really proud of him.
Very good, but now you've gone through Furia, you've gone through FaZe, you've gone through Mous, and there's only G2 standing between you and this trophy and a big part of $1 million. What are we expected tomorrow?
It's a new lineup, and they're looking really hot, winning clutches, playing great games, but I feel like today I played one of my worst games ever of my career on Dust 2. So for sure gonna make sure tomorrow that we're gonna do our best to make sure we're coming back on all the maps. And just playing the same way we've been playing against them previously.
I mean, having a crowd here kind of cheering for you, does that amp you up during the game?
Yeah, it does. It's funny to see, and a lot of new faces, it's nice.
It feels good. Cheered all over the world. But now with your victory, Mous will be presenting their key to you, as has been done multiple times with Navi being victorious. Please come on over. Handshakes and all. Commiserations to mousesports. They played an incredible game. Almost had it. Let's not mince words around it. But now you have this key to crush. There's still one more key to crush tomorrow. Maybe G2. But you can also select 3 keys to put into your trophy. Do you have any teams that you already want to settle in there?
I don't know. I will continue this evening crushing this one, and tomorrow I'll make the best effort crushing G2 as well.
There you go. Tomorrow is a new day for our victors, Navi. Thank you very much, Alexei, and congratulations on the game. That's our semifinals done. Tomorrow, G2 Navi back to the studio.
Yeah, well, we definitely got what we asked for, and well, somewhat competitive series. Okay, that's a bit of a lie. It wasn't super competitive. I'm trying to make it sound good. I'm trying to really make it all make sense here. I mean, we're looking at a third map where Mous were also outclassed. Wonderful's running around the server like he owns the place, Jacob.
He did own the place. He did own this game. What a fantastic comeback from Wonderful. Not only on Nuke, obviously, to bring it into a third map, but on Mirage, as you said, running all over the place, very assertive, dominating with the AWP and completely shutting down Mous. I think where you want to go with it, that shot right there, I think where we're going to go with this one, Yanko, and that is that we didn't get a competitive map. We didn't get a single competitive map in this series, and as much as I want to praise Navi and obviously congratulate them on being in the final, it's a little bit disappointing that Mous weren't able to put up a better fight.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to them after that first map, and okay, first half of the second map just individually completely disappearing from the server. I mean, Wonderful was just running around everywhere, killing people, not getting punished, not getting traded. A couple of times Torji is holding him, Wonderful peeks, and Torji doesn't kill him. It's like, I don't know what's going on there for Mous, but we have to give props to Navi first and foremost. I mean, that was a disastrous first map, right? Everything was going wrong for them. The individuals weren't showing up either, and to be able to completely turn it around in between maps 1 and 2 is a testament to their mental fortitude, and from that point on, there was only one team on the server.
Yeah, it kind of had to be that way for the side of Navi, right? I mean, you heard Alexi B say it right there, one of the worst maps of his career, and I don't think he was exaggerating when he said those things. It was a rough watch. He got his first kills in the last round in vain, and they made no difference whatsoever. But since then, this was a Navi series.
It was, and it was a very impressive showing from Navi once more, and I think it continues to be the sentiment for me, at least. Whenever I come into a tournament and I look at the Navi roster, I think to myself, yes, there's quality in here. Yes, they've shown us they can play Counter-Strike at a high level. However, I still have a hard time expecting them to go into the finals or going into the semifinals for that matter, but they just keep on delivering. This time around, though, we got our tips I had to Wonderful. A lot of these highlights you're going to see is going to be from his point of view. He had a fantastic showing, a fantastic match, and that was one of the questions you were posing coming into it, Yenko, we need some of that star power from Navi. We need that guy who's able to step up when they're facing the likes of, let's say, G2, Monacy, Niko tomorrow. Someone will be able to match that output on the server, and if Electronic can, oh sorry, not Electronic, if Wonderful can continue at this level that we're watching in this game, then Monacy got a very strong player to go up against tomorrow. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, he's probably your first pick when you're looking at, okay, who's going to be that guy for Navi? And we saw some of that Navi that we saw in the major grand final, right? Which was in-your-face Counter-Strike, especially on the CT side. Just keep coming at the opponent, right? Some good calculated gambles in the first gun round, sort of leaning over towards the A bomb site in that 3v3. And Mous just didn't have an answer. To be honest, it's a little bit disappointing. The fact that, okay, when the op is playing with so much freedom and punishing you so much in the default, just go for something a little bit more utility heavy. So that way, if he wants to fight, he has to do it around smokes, running into Molotovs, being half blind, right? When someone's hopefully holding him and where it's easier to get the trade kill. I mean, you saw in one of those, that was right after Jimpad delivers from the sky a 1v3, you know, out of nowhere, and they just play a slow default where Torji, without a flash, just peeks into Con from top mid, and Wonderful is just holding it. He has no reason not to hold it. There was nothing to, you know, eliminate that position, and you know, he just picks and dies for nothing. And then two players are coming out of underground. Navi can focus on that, and the round completely falls apart. It was just, you know, very, very disappointing from Mous in this series.
Jacob, describe to me the differences between what we got in Navi in the first map and versus the second two. I mean, there wasn't a question mark into how they were going to approach map 2, and we see a more assertive approach. Like, they're actually in the server for a change.
I think we got the real Navi. I think Navi on the first map was just nowhere to be found. They got shut down. Obviously, we credited Mous for playing good Counter-Strike, and so they did, but Navi were nowhere to be found on that first map. None of the individuals showed up. None of the predetermined strats or the ways of taking A long control on Dust 2 or the ways of executing towards the B bomb site. None of it worked at all for Navi. So I think they did exactly what we asked them to do, which was going out there, resetting themselves, forget about Dust 2, and then they started to focus on their own play. And Nuke was a brilliant performance. I would even argue Mirage was an even better performance from Navi right here. And as you said, when you have a guy like Wonderful who's popping off like that, and let's be honest, you know, as you said, the play conditions for him were made easy. It wasn't like he was tested mud or he was, you know, infiltrated with a lot of smokes, Molotovs, you name it. So I do feel that for Mous, it was a very, very disappointing showing in the semi-final, considering how well it started and how bad it ended. Whereas for Navi, you can take nothing away from them, nothing away from Wonderful. Definitely the MVP of the series.
Definitely. And that's why he is our MVP of this series. And that goes without saying. I mean, we could talk about tooting a wonderful horn around here. However, it does take a full-on machine to beat these teams at this echelon. Like, this isn't just Wonderful running around, right?
Yeah, of course not, but he was the tip of the spear. Of course. Right, like he was the one initiating some of these fights early on, creating advantages for his team, and just the mobility, right? I mean, you can see it in some of these kills on Nuke. With gets a kill on ramp, immediately goes yard, finds a kill there. You know, you have to sort of, you're starting to get paranoid. Oh, he might be here, he might be there, and the fear factor that he was able to inflict onto the players on Mous, like he was the main reason why Navi turned it around so heavily after Dust 2.
Jacob, what does he mean when he says fear factor? And I'm not talking about a Joe Rogan segment here.
It means that you're basically up against a player where you constantly have to be aware that he can be in your face. Great example was on Nuke on the CT side. He was pushing ramp with the AWP a couple of times. Then he's at yard. So if you're Navi and you're doing a default towards yard, you have to be careful he's not behind red. You have to use your utility. You have to be, you know, jiggle peeking every single corner. So he's installing fear into the opposition. And I think for Wonderful to be so mobile and to have such a high success rate with those pushes and those peaks, it just installs a fear in the Mous players, and it got even worse, you know, moving from Nuke to Mirage.
And in line with Navi's sort of heritage, I mean, they had another guy who used to play like that and instilled that same fear into his opponents, right? And that's what makes Navi so difficult to play against, because a guy who can be in so many positions and isn't afraid to play close, to play far, right now everything you're doing, you're having to account for it.
And I wonder how much of that is Blade helping Wonderful to achieve that potential, because obviously Blade has seen Simple do what Simple does, and one thing is, you know, trying to copy what Simple is doing on a server. You need an incredible amount of skill in order to do that, but I do feel that we've seen Wonderful evolve a little bit from a passive AWP player in the beginning, weren't really taking too many duels, weren't really taking charts of the server, whereas to now he's a little bit more assertive, a little bit more in your face, and I can't help to think that Blade is playing a part in that as well.
I mean, you talk about that sort of assertiveness. I mean, it's oftentimes we use that word confidence up here, right? But sometimes it takes those little bit of building blocks to actually want to go for those fights and take those peaks and get egregious with it if you're wonderful, right?
It does, and I think, as I said, I think a lot of that comes from the system that he's being called under, you know, with LXCB, with Blade. I also will say that Wonderful had showings before where we were praising him and we're talking about him being the star player for Navi or the potential star, but as of recently he has slowed down, not a lot, but just a little bit. So to see him come back in this form and to see him dominate like he did in this game with the AWP and as he's done throughout the entire tournament, that's a great sign for the future if Navi want to cement themselves as a team that consistently are going to make the playoff and maybe even make the finals.
And so what we said coming in here, we were kind of looking stylistically between the two teams, how we would expect their IGLs to kind of maneuver them around and manipulate those players to activate in the ways that they want them to. So my question would have to be, is that what we got? Did we get what we expected in terms of Alexi B?
Well, I guess we did on Nuke, because on Mirage they didn't have to do much. Once Wonderful wins that round with the Deagle, you know, it's pretty easy rounds to close out the game, but it was a little bit more that we were disappointed from the Mous side of things, right? And okay, it is hard to play from behind and your opponents have momentum, they're leading. That's what allows Wonderful to play the way he did, being up 4-0, 5-0. You know, you have a buffer even if you die in some of those aggressive plays, even if you lose that round. Okay, you're putting the pressure until you lose it and until you get punished for it. Just keep doing it, right? And Mous really struggled to punish him and didn't have a good day in the office today.
No, they did not. And for Mous, it's back to regroup. And you kind of heard right there from Alex, injected straight into my veins. And he's talking about this wonderful that we got today, especially on Mirage, versus a Manashi tomorrow. So, Jacob, any teasers on that idea, that concept by itself?
I mean, I feel like with m0NESY, we know what we get every single time he joins the server. It's very often that m0NESY will show up and he will have an impact on the server, whereas for Wonderful, the level we saw today, I don't feel that's a guarantee. I think for the final and for the sake for the viewers and for us watching, it'd be great to see Wonderful go up against m0NESY playing the same style of Counter-Strike he's playing today. But one thing is doing it against a Mous team that I will argue crumbled a little bit on map 2 and map 3. They didn't show up at all. Now, Wonderful thinking to himself, can I do that again tomorrow? Sure thing, but you're facing m0NESY.
Why not?
Niko,
that should be your thought process. Why the hell not?
That should be his
Why can't I do it? I'll just try and, you know, I'll go and do it and it will happen or it won't.
What happens though when you get smashed that first attempt and you're like, well, maybe I overshot the
back to base.
Back to base. Speaking of back to base, that's where we're going to be sending this next crew, and that's going to be Mous. Luckily though, they were gracious enough to give us some words through Freya on their way out.
Yinfa, I really appreciate you taking some time to chat with me. First of all, obviously, commiserations. I want to get your thoughts because it started off so well for you this series. Obviously, an absolute blowout on Navi's map pick of Dust 2. What happens for you guys between, you know, going into Nuke, your map choice in this series?
I think the Nuke, I think it started pretty well. I think we had pretty good decent, and I think overall we played pretty good. And then whenever we went to the city side, I think we lost to ourselves because we started tilting a little bit for stupid mistakes, and then it kind of just it got harder and harder to come back because people mentally was maybe a bit off. So I think that was the biggest reason, at least, why the Nuke wasn't that smooth as the Dust 2. But yeah, I think overall the Nuke, I don't think we played that good either. So yeah, I mean, it just wasn't a good game at all.
I know the last time you played Navi, I mean, Simple was on the roster back then, so it was quite a while ago. And you said to Darth Mike you were, you know, excited about the prospect of playing against Alexi B, obviously hailing from your home country as well. Was there anything different about their gameplay that was maybe a little bit unexpected for you and you guys maybe hadn't prepared for?
I wouldn't say maybe that we got like shocked or anything. Like there wasn't anything new for us, I would say. But I just have to say that I think they were really sharp individually. Like Wonderful was really insane, and also JL a bit. Like they were doing their thing on the server, so it also made the game really hard for us, even after Dust 2 where we were better. But then I think they had really good comeback, like mentally, and then they just showed that they wanted to win more today. And I'm just really happy for Alexi, of course, and I hope that he will win the final because he's from Finland, of course, and I'm really good friends with him. So I will just cheer for him, and I hope they beat G2.
And of course, this is only, you know, the beginning of the second part of the season. And I'm really curious from your guys' perspective as to how you're tackling this, because it's the first time where we're going to see a major finally at the end of the season. So how are you guys making sure that you're keeping up your stamina, you're not getting burnt out, because we've obviously got a lot of events coming up?
Yeah, I mean, right now, like, it was the first event after the break, so I know that everyone is like really excited, and this loss, it will not affect us that much. Our focus is much bigger than winning this tournament. We really want to win Major and Cologne, so we put the highest focus on those two tournaments, and this tournament was kind of like a warm-up for us, and now I think we know that what we need to work on and how do we need to develop as a team to win those two goals, what we set for ourselves.
A final question, obviously you guys aren't going to be in blast groups for Copenhagen, so you have a little bit more time than some of the other teams. What are you guys going to be doing between now and going to Cologne in a couple of weeks?
We will have a little bit rest, of course, after this tournament, but then we will head into boot camp. There we will have some good practice and intense practice, and then I think from the boot camp we actually go straight to the Cologne. So we just want to have a hot start in Cologne, and as I said, we really want to win the tournament because it's one of the main goals we have or we set ourselves. So all focus is now in Cologne and resting after this tournament.
Well, Yinfa, as always, really appreciate your time, and yeah, best of luck going forward into Cologne.
Thank you.
Let's get a reaction here as we see this key get crushed. Yes, this is Mous' key being crushed by this press, and it may... Actually, I'm going to say there's a decent chance that it ends up in the final trophy at the very end of the road. But reaction here from what Jimpat said, Yenko.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting at the very end saying that they're focusing on Cologne and the Major. They really want to win those two tournaments, sounding like they feel like they're ready to make that step. I mean, I'm curious to see if they are, but if you want to do that, Jimmy, my boy, you know, your boys can't be going missing like they did on the last two maps, right? That just can't happen on a stage like that. So, yeah, we'll see.
I like the aspirations, you know, I like the idea that Jimmy and the Mous boys thinks they're ready to contest for the Major and thinks they're ready to contest for Cologne. I still need to see more of Mous in playoffs winning against big teams. I think that's the big question mark we still have. Group stage, you said it, you know, they're winning all the games, they're making the playoff. That is step number one, but before we see them win bigger tournaments or make an impact at a playoff at a bigger tournament, I'm not sure I'm going to count them as one of the contenders for the Major just yet.
So check it out. Playoff bracket right here. It's all come to fruition. One best of three, end of the road, grand final featuring G2 and Navi. That'll be tomorrow. Before we get there, though, let's talk about our Kadija plays of the day, or rather, we'll take a look at them, talk over them. You guys know what the routine is. A couple flashes of brilliance here. I do believe this is when Niko, he gets the kill through the door, skates in around the smoke, and that's just a testament to that sort of him feeling it again, I guess.
He was unstoppable today. He played a fantastic game of Counter-Strike and arguably was back to his absolute best. And fingers crossed that we get to see this Niko for the rest of the year.
Yeah, that was brutal, by the way. That's a hell of a way for a round to end.
Knifing him in the head, yeah?
Yeah, and also him looking directly into the corner as if he's in trouble. Yanko, do you recall Ancient? I know it feels like moons ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a insane clutch from Honesty, 1v3. I like at the end of this how he looks at the camera, counts 1, 2, 3. You know, so finishing it with style.
Indeed. Back we go here. Okay, so this round right here did look like it could have been a disaster, right, Jacob?
It could have been a disaster, but it's not because we got Niko owning it up, you know, as he always does.
It was really important with the... considering it was a reset round, right? And they would win all the remaining rounds in the half. This was Shui just now against Navi. On Nuke, it seemed like they were going to run away with the series, but this guy showed up.
Yeah, wonderful showed up, you know, in spades. Aggressive on yard, aggressive towards ramp, all over the map. Mous couldn't do anything to stop him, and a nice little detail with the grenade in the smoke and just destroying the guy, trying to plant the bomb.
We saw a lot of that this event. I feel like we saw a lot more of that in this event, or perhaps it's just part of the meta now, just blowing smokes open. Let's look through it.
I don't even know, but you can actually throw a nade inside the smoke and then it evaporates.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Blowing it open. Something of the same... Quiet, you.
Okay.
You guys done? You had enough? Well, you have. Okay, so that is us for today. That's the semifinals done, but yes, grand finals tomorrow. One G2 goes against one Nautisphinx here, and we get to figure out who is going to be walking away from Riyadh this time as the champions of the Esports World Cup. But that does it for today. Our semifinals are wrapped. We will see you tomorrow. It is a best of three to determine it all at the Esports World Cup.